All right.
Are you on? I think your mic's on.
Yes, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this evening. We're going to go ahead and begin our council meeting, and we'll call the roll again from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Okay, and we'll have our city attorney bring us out of closed session.
In closed session on CS1 tonight, the council voted 3-2 to appoint John Connolly as city manager, subject to the contract being approved in an open session.
Thank you very much. And at this time, Deputy Mayor Contreras will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You would please stand.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And do we have Pastor Chris Brown with us this evening who's going to lead us in an invocation? Thank you for being with us, Pastor.
Thanks for the invite. As I think most of you know, Mayor and City Council, we absolutely love at North Coast whatever we can for the city. So when I was asked, I said yes, and then it hit me the irony. I'm not a man that really has liked prayer for the most part of my life, and now I'm getting asked to pray at City Council. And you should ask my wife. She's amazing at prayer. And yet someone told me years ago, prayer isn't something you do, it's someone you're with. And that made more sense to me. Because prayer to me was always, if you say the right magic words, you get what you want. And it was a genie in the bottle type thing, and it never made sense. But if it's someone you're with, then the greatest goal in prayer isn't to get what you want, but to connect with who you're talking to. So I'm going to do that on behalf of our incredible city council and mayor. So I know you're not used to this, but what can I pray for tonight? Is there anything request-wise? Your pregnant wife? Thanks, Dan. How far along is she? Oh, we're close. Thanks. Yes.
I would ask that you pray for more affordable housing for our residents here in Vista.
Yes. Yes.
I would say peace and wisdom for our council this evening.
Well, anytime you show up and you see television cameras outside, that might not be a great night, but I thought, oh, we need prayer. So,
How about the healing of our community and the awakening of our community?
yeah, great. Let's do that. Let's pray. God, thanks for tonight. And I'm not quite sure what the cameras outside are about, but it means there's something big going on. And you have chosen these men and women to lead us in those decisions. And I know that weight has to be incredibly unbearable at times, especially when there's concerns like 2 months from a delivery date. And so we pray for Dan's wife and that child in her. That God, if you truly do knit us together in our mother's wombs, then God, I pray for the further development of that baby and for an incredibly safe delivery and for mom and child to be healthy and strong in the midst of that and for your protection over the O'Donnells during this entire time, that they would be able to look back at the next couple months and the end result of this delivery, God, with incredible joy for years and years to come. God, for affordable housing, as a dad with a 21-year-old and a 20-year-old who refuse to leave the home because they can't afford to live in the state, God, that is near and dear to my heart as well. For a place for families to be able to call home and actually own it. For a place for moms and dads that are working 2 jobs and still can't get by in Southern California to have a roof over their head and a place that they can raise a family. God, may our city and may these leaders see a place for that, to carve out land and property that can be used for much more industrious or maybe luxurious things, but to realize, God, the safety, the sanctity of our city resides in the families and a place that young families can get a start. God, for the peace that has been brought up to talk about in the Enlightenment. It is ironic we still pledge allegiance to the United States when our states are more divided than ever before. And by the people in this room and the cameras outside, it is clear that tonight is going to bring up topics where there's division. That whatever this vote was that was just made known to us, it was 3-2, which means, God, there's already been division. May you bring this group to a place where they can be united. I know they have to be about their politics and their parties, but God, there are bigger issues at stake. So may you give these incredible women and men in leadership wisdom to know what to say, what to hear, what to listen to, and what to forget. Wisdom, God, to put the betterment of a community above a politics, and wisdom to be united in peace. We've seen enough destruction and division. We've seen enough anger and attitude and angst. Tonight, with whatever's on this agenda, may you bless them with peace and unity. Give them wisdom beyond their years. Give them ears to hear what needs to be heard and what others are trying to say. And may they find, God, you at work in and through even these meetings tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. Okay. And we have an announcement from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members at the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To address the City Council tonight on an item on the agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk secretary staff here at the far end of the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the main door and just outside the City Council chambers. Speakers will each have 3 minutes to address the City Council this evening. And now we'll go to our acting city manager, Amanda Lee, for the approval of our agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. One note, item number C14, resolution opposing initiative 210042A1 has been removed from the agenda by staff and will be heard at a future city council meeting.
Okay, and we have just one presentation this evening, and I'd like to ask my fellow city council members to join me down at the rostrum for that presentation. Norm, this big crowd that's here tonight is all here for you. Let me tell you, for those of you who do not know Norm Halas, for many years I've referred to him as Mr. Vista. Norm has been an active volunteer on a number of our commissions and for many years, and he has volunteered in so many different ways. I think I'll name a few of them here in this proclamation, but Norm, of all the people that I have seen honored in the many years that I've been on the council, none of them were more deserving than you of an honor like this. Whereas Norm Halas, a longtime Vista resident and 2022 Vista Hall of Fame recipient, is being recognized today for over 30 years of service as a city commissioner and active volunteer. Whereas Norm married his high school sweetheart, Martha, in 1952 and pursued his engineering degree at Purdue University. They raised their family and then retired to Vista in 1989, becoming active volunteers in the community. Whereas since 1992, Norm has served on the following commissions: the Traffic Commission, the Planning Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and the Sales Tax Oversight Committee. Whereas following his wife's passing in 2008, Norm continued adding to his daily volunteer activities with the city, his homeowners association, and on the Scripps Community Advisory Board. In 2013, Norm received the 2013 Vista Chamber of Commerce Educator of the Year Award. Norm also served on the McClellan Senior Center's Nutrition Committee and has volunteered at the center for many years, shuttling seniors back and forth from the parking lot to the center's front doors. Whereas Norm has made a significant impact on the quality of life in Vista's neighborhoods and parks and on seniors and community groups, Norm has demonstrated exceptional commitment to volunteerism by helping with special projects or ongoing activities, serving as a role model by inspiring others. Whereas Norm has volunteered many hours in the community for the city of Vista, he seems to know everyone in the city, greeting them with a smile and a hug and a fact about the city. He's active and positive and cheerful, and those are true statements about Norm, I can tell you, bringing people together and making Vista a better place to live. Whereas what sets him apart is his love for the city of Vista, knowledge of its history, and engagement with its present. Norm always walks away knowing more about the city's many amenities and activities. Passionate about improving the quality of life for residents, he has touched numerous facets of city policies on decisions on traffic, planning, current and new parks, and recreational opportunities. And whereas Norm's passion for volunteering, involvement in the community, and ability to give back are only second to his love for his family, he has truly served as an asset to our community. Now, therefore, the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council are honored to recognize Norm Halas today for his positive impact on Vista today and for over 30 years of volunteer service to our community. And we do hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 1st, 2023 as Norm Halas Day in the city of Vista.
That's Norm Halas, baby! Woo! Best 2 words all night right there. Thank you, sir.
That will bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 13 consent items this evening with the exclusion of C14, which has been removed from the agenda. Do we have any public speakers with regard to these items? Councilmember Green?
I would move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Councilmember Melendez?
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. And the consent calendar is adopted unanimously. That brings us to the first of two public hearings we have this evening. Public hearing number one is to the appeal of planning case number P22-0181, the North Santa Fe Apartments. The public hearing is now open. Community Development Director John Connolly will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Micah Ressler, our principal planner, will be making the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is an appeal of the North Santa Fe apartment project. It's a site development plan, and the application number is P22-0181. The subject site is located on the northwest corner of West Indian Rock Road and North Santa Fe Avenue. The site is 1.29 acres. It's one legal parcel and is currently vacant land. Here's an aerial photograph of the site. Surrounding land uses include single-family residential and commercial to the north, multifamily residential to the east across North Santa Fe Avenue, single-family residential and commercial to the south across West Indian Rock Road, and single-family residential to the west. The general plan land use designation for the site is mixed use, and the zoning is mixed use North Santa Fe overlay, which allows for a maximum density of 40 units per acre. The project before you tonight includes a site development plan request to develop 36 apartment complex on 1.29 acres, which equates to 27.9 dwelling units per acre. The project includes open space parking and associated site improvements. Those site improvements include drainage improvements, wet and dry utilities, and other infrastructure. The site would be accessed by a private driveway located along West Indian Rock Road, and site amenities would include a barbecue area, seating area, turf, and community room. The submitted site plan depicts two 4-story apartment buildings located along the frontages of Indian Rock Road and North Santa Fe Avenue. Access to the site would be provided by a 24-foot wide driveway located at the southwest corner of the site. In regards to parking, the North Santa Fe overlay requires 1.25 parking spaces for one-bedroom and studio units, 2.25 parking spaces for two-bedroom units.
Mr. Ressler, I'm going to ask you just a moment while we close the doors in the rear. Thank you very much.
Yes. In regards to parking, the North Santa Fe overlay requires 1.25 parking spaces for studio units and one-bedroom units, and 2.25 parking spaces for two-bedroom units. Based on the bedroom count, the project is required to provide a total of 61 parking spaces, and 61 parking spaces have been provided. In regards to landscaping, 19% of the site is dedicated to landscape improvements, which exceeds the code requirement, which is 10%. Common open space amenities include a common courtyard area, which features barbecues, seating area, artificial turf, lounge chairs, as well as cornhole game. The proposed project would include 14 studio units, 6 one-bedroom units, and 16 two-bedroom units. Staff notes the second and third floor of both buildings have been designed to accommodate two-story units. Architecturally, the proposed project includes 2 four-story buildings with a maximum height of 53 foot 5 inches. The project has been designed around a modern architectural style. The exterior of the buildings would depict stucco exteriors, stucco projections, custom steel balcony railings, as well as metal shade overhangs. When the project is complete, it would be painted a gray and white color scheme with an accent orange color. Here's some perspectives of the project from West Indian Rock Road. And here's some perspectives from North Santa Fe Avenue, as well as the interior of the project. The proposed project has been designed to meet all expectations and requirements of the general plan, as well as the MU zone development requirements, including density, building height, parking, open space, as well as landscaping. This project went before the Planning Commission on January 17, 2023. The Planning Commission approved the project with the addition of one condition, which read, plans submitted for building plan check shall illustrate approximately 27 feet of the western portion of Building B be reduced to 3 stories. In order to achieve this condition, units B10 and B11 can be reduced to studio units, and unit A20 can be increased to a 2-bedroom unit. An adjustment in unit type as a repercussion of this condition will not constitute additional parking supply, and the final design and configuration of Building B shall be submitted to the city planner for review and approval prior to issuance of building permit. The approval of the City Council was appealed on January 27, 2023 by the applicant, Kyrie Builders Incorporated. Since the Planning Commission approval, staff has confirmed that the additional condition incorporated in the Planning Commission conflicts with the State of California Housing Accountability Act. Therefore, staff is recommending the City Council approve a resolution approving an appeal and approving the site development plan to develop 36 units and associated site improvements on an approximately 1.3 acre site located at 1304 North Santa Fe Avenue. That concludes staff's report. Representative developer Stephen Gaspar is here to provide the City Council with a brief presentation as well.
We had this last time. Okay. Oh. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening and share with you a little bit about our project. My name is Stephen Gaspar, and I'm here representing Kyrie Builders and DK Santa Fe, the applicants for this project. I know we have a busy agenda tonight, so I'm going to try and keep this brief, and if you have any questions, we'll be available for those questions afterwards. So our company, Kyrie Builders, is a local development company located here in San Diego County. We're family owned, and we focus on providing housing to the missing middle. And we do that through being involved in everything from acquisition to design to construction and asset management. Our average community size is about 20 units. So we work on communities of this scale and size are very common for us. The project is located in the North Santa Fe mixed use zone, as was noted in the staff presentation. Surrounding land uses are commercial, residential, both multifamily and single family. The lot area is just over 56,000 feet gross and just over 38,000 square feet net. This table on this slide shows what's permitted per the zone and what we've proposed. Based on the size of the lot, 52 units are proposed. We are permitted, and we are proposing 36, so just about 70% of the permitted density. As was mentioned in the staff report, we are meeting the parking requirement, and we are under the height limit of 60 feet with a proposed height of 53 feet 5 inches. So some design considerations on this project. We understood that we had some lower density single family adjacent to our site to the west. And so from the very beginning, we looked to design the site to try and move the buildings as far away from that transitioning area as much as possible. So you can see the site map on the top right. We really tried to push the buildings towards North Santa Fe and Indian Rock and provide as much of a buffer as we could between our buildings and the single family to the west. So the top image, or I guess the image in the middle, is an extreme massing showing what could be built per the zone. And it also shows the setbacks at 15 feet on the first story and 25 feet on the second story and up. We provided a 54-foot setback, which at the first and second levels is over 3.5 times the requirement, and at the third and fourth floor is over 2 times the requirement. During the early design review, we heard comments from the public as well as planning commissioners that they wanted to see some more care taken at the transition of the building at the closest to the single family to the west. And so you can see here on the image on the left, that was what was presented at the early design review. When we came back to planning commission after working with staff through the plan review, we provided a step back, an additional step back at the fourth floor of 10 feet to further reduce the height and the scale on that section of the building adjacent to the single family neighborhood. This is an overview of the approval with conditions, which was discussed in the staff report. So really just going to move down to the bottom bullet point, which is the fact that this condition, because our project meets all of the design requirements, and we worked with staff extensively to make sure that it did, and that we would get their recommendation at both Planning Commission and here tonight. The condition that was put on the project by Planning Commission is in violation of the Housing Accountability Act and SB 330, which prevents agencies from applying objective design standards or subjective design standards to projects in by-right zones. In addition, requesting a reduction in density when the project is already below what is permitted per the zone. And this is just a visual here showing, the chunk of the building that would have to be removed if the condition, were to stay in place. So in summary, we're asking that you please support staff's recommendation for the second time to approve this project without conditions. The project is consistent with the general plan. It does meet all of the development standards. There's no variance, waivers, or incentives being requested. We've exceeded the setback requirements by over 2 times, in some areas 3 times. We're below the height limit. We've incorporated a 10-foot setback into the 4th story as a result of feedback that we received from the Planning Commission and members of the public. Ultimately, this project will provide 36 housing unit opportunities that don't exist there today. And that's really, our goal here is to bring housing to the site that doesn't exist, and that's in conformance with the city's general plan and housing element. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Adrian Kwiatkowski, followed by Rachel Belden. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rachel Beld, followed by Joe Howell.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Rachel Bell, President and CEO of the Vista Chamber of Commerce. No need for lengthy comments, just wanted to register our support for this project and the need for more workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Joe Howe, followed by John Bodorf.
Good evening. I'm Joe Hood. Thank you for considering this project that looks worthy, but I have 3 concerns. Number 1, why is there no solar on the roofs? We do that as a requirement for single-family residences. We need solar. Let's please ask the developer to add it. Number 2, is this affordable housing? Does this meet Councilmember Contreras' request earlier? If so, fine. If not, why don't we adjust it? And number 3, I heard mention of artificial turf. Artificial turf is toxic, it's plastic, it's filled with harmful chemicals. Please, please don't install artificial turf. Do something that's natural turf, natural ground, or some other surface. Thank you.
John Bodorf.
Good evening, John Bodorf with cleanearthforkids.org. Just wanted to echo Joe's comment about synthetic turf. Synthetic turf is filled with toxic chemicals, one of which is forever chemicals, PFAS, which causes cancer and a lot of other health issues. This is just plastic grass. It's a major source of microplastics, and it's a major source of toxic chemicals, which get into our water. And the whole idea behind this is that this should be open space for children to play on, and that means that should be natural material. It should be real grass for kids to play on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of our public speakers. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you so much for revisiting the previous presentations that we've had on this. I don't know if maybe I missed it. I live really close to this project, and I'm constantly walking the West Indian Rock area, and it is incredibly dark there. And I don't really see a ton of lighting being proposed. Is that going to be proposed? Because there's parking. I thought I saw like a little sphere lighting, but I don't know what that does to light pollution, if that, is actually the best way to light this corridor or not, so.
So there will be street lights on Indian Rock Road along the project frontage. That's a condition of approval, as well as on-site lighting for the parking lot and the pedestrian areas on site.
Thank you. Yeah, it's critical. I will say that I want to push back a little bit on this idea that this project is going to help us get housing for the missing middle. The missing middle is actually that we're losing our middle class because prices are extremely high. Wages are extremely low. The cost of transportation continues to increase. So I don't agree that this project is going to get us closer to meeting the needs of our community. I, for one, in this area, believe that we could have a denser project that provides more than 36 housing units and that actually provides a deed-restricted affordable housing, meaning that there could be stability for those who are middle class or who aspire to be in middle class. So I think that, calling it workforce housing, calling it the missing middle is misleading because I have requested from this applicant many times that we have some deed-restricted affordable units, because that's the only real affordable unit is when there's a deed restriction there. And I do believe that the affordable housing crisis is a public health crisis, and that this project does not help us alleviate the public health crisis that we're seeing in our community, because there is so little access to actual affordable housing. So I understand that it's met certain criteria, I'm not asking for less units. I'm asking for more units with deed restricted units in there. This project got in before we had our inclusionary housing decision for 9% affordable housing. And I know I can't retroactively force this developer to go in that route, but I really do consider this lack of true affordable housing to be a public health crisis. So I don't believe that this is, in consideration of public health, I don't believe that this project gets us to where we need to be. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Conley, it's my understanding that it's being appealed to us simply because we don't have the right to put additional stipulations on this developer since they have already submitted the project and it complies with our general plan and meets all the guidelines as far as height and parking and things like that, that if we were to add additional overlays, it would open us up for liability from a city because we're in violation of that particular act that was presented on the last page. Is that correct?
The council cannot impose more restrictive conditions that will decrease the density of the project, but they do have full purview of the project this evening.
I'm sorry, I can't decrease the density?
You cannot impose a condition that would decrease the density of the project, but you do have an opportunity to impose any other condition that you feel is reasonable that would not impact the density that they're proposing this evening.
Okay, and would an overlay of additional density in units affect their unit? I mean, that's...
When you say an overlay of additional...
as Councilwoman Contreras...
Like affordable units.
Contreras, exactly, because we didn't meet the 9... They got in before the 9% overlay was approved by the council.
Correct.
Therefore, we can't mandate that they include affordable units in this.
That's correct.
And is this one of the last developers to get in kind of before the overlay that we're aware of?
I believe there's maybe 2 more, but we're getting close to the end.
Okay. And could I have the developer come back up, please? Mr. Kyer? I spoke with him about this as well because I was thinking I liked our 9% overlay and it's a great location for some affordable, but I know we can't do it. And you actually showed me a chart, I believe, where it stipulated, the economies and basically the units that you're going to be producing and kind of the cost of those units. Like, even though there's not an actual affordable rider attached to the deed per se, you plan on making these units to meet that median income of the 80 to 120% median income. So people who make 80 to 120% of the county median income based off of their family size would qualify for the rent based off of where you're planning at setting your rent, right? And you're planning on keeping those rents within that level to meet the 80 to 120% median income.
Yeah, so the way that we've designed the community is, Vista has a lot of great, highly amenitized apartment communities that with large units, but they are quite expensive. Mm-hmm. And so what we've done with this community and what we do with, predominantly is we say, okay, if someone wants to live in a highly amenitized, large space, then they can, do that in there's other opportunities for that. But what really doesn't exist is well-designed, safe, clean communities where lower rent comparable to what's in the market is the best amenity. And that's really
so the reason why you're able to provide a product that's at a good median price per se is because this development doesn't have the amenities. So like the Persea development across the street that's got a lot of amenities and got the wood from our bowling alley, I actually think, that they built in their community center there. Yours doesn't have anything like that. There's no clubhouse, there's no pool, there's no dog park, there's no tot lot, nothing like that.
There is a community building that for space with some entertainment space, and then there is an outdoor space. It's just we look to design those spaces with affordability in mind.
Yeah.
And that's how we approach all of it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change your design. I just wanted to make sure that I understood your concept because I get it. If you can put more units without the amenities, you can provide an affordable project. And if you're going to, my follow-up question is if you're already planning on making them meet the 80 to 120%, what's the caveat of why why does it cost extra money per se? If you're like, hey, we're going to serve this community anyways, let's just say for sure we're going to put 10% of them will definitely be able to fit into these units. Like, what's the drawback of that from a development standpoint? Is it additional costs or overlays on you guys, or what is that?
It's really just, it's lack of control
Okay.
moving forward. So,
Yeah.
it's just,
And you don't just want to give up control because we asked for it? I'm just joking. So it sounds to me like that's something I obviously can't do. That's really the only overlay I would want on your project. I appreciate you explaining to me kind of the salaries and where the median income is and the population you're going to be serving. I've looked at the demographic in Vista. I know we all have as council members, and our incomes are all over the place. And I really feel like 36 units that serve that 80 to 120% income, it is something that's needed. Right now, our vacancy rate's at about 2%, and it turns over very quick. It's hard to get rental properties right now. So having something that is attainable, per se, and more workforce, I think is a benefit. So I appreciate you coming to appeal and still wanting to build this project in the city of Vista that meets all of our guidelines. I would recommend that we close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation to approve the project after my other council members speak. Thank you.
Was that a motion?
Yes, sir, that was my official motion.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. For this particular public hearing, to me, it's clearly a property rights issue where the developer is entitled to develop based on the conditions in which they want to develop. And we are not able to require them to build affordable housing because it's within their property rights to build the housing as they have presented it. So for me, I don't necessarily need to hear arguments that this housing is attainable or workforce housing. Those terms don't really have clear definitions. And as the developer clearly conceded that there is no guarantee that rents are going to continue to stay attainable in the long term. So it's not my favorite development to go in. I don't feel warm and fuzzy about it. I know that we do have specific goals in regards to affordable housing development and meeting our RENA numbers. So Mr. Conley, could you speak to that a little bit as to where this project falls with our city goals?
This is a market rate development, so it would qualify in our RENA calculation as above moderate. So there's an above moderate category that these 36 units would fulfill.
Okay, and how are we doing with that above moderate goal?
We are doing better than any of the affordable goals.
Okay, so we're exceeding in the above moderate area, and would you say we need more of the affordable units?
I don't think we've met the requirement in any of the categories, but the above moderate is always by far the most housing that we develop.
Okay, so we have enough above moderate housing according to our city goals. We
Yes.
need more affordable housing, below moderate income housing.
Correct.
Again, this project does not help us get closer to those particular goals, but this is a property rights issue. So I'll go ahead and second Councilmember Green's motion that we accept the recommendations and close the public hearing.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I have a question regarding the Housing Accountability Act. Would it be out of order and against the act to tell the developer that we want to increase the density?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney on that question.
Generally, yes, again, because it's property rights, there has to be with those kind of conditions, there has to be some proportionality and nexus to the project in order for basically a court to sustain it. So,
And what does that mean in layman terms?
there has to be a logical connection to something about the project. So if you're trying to, you're asking them to put more play equipment in because you believe there's going to be more children in this development, I think you got the nexus, you have that, and it's not, the cost is not so high, the proportionality will be met. But if you're going to put in conditions that is going to dramatically increase the cost, and it doesn't have a real nexus to the current project as designed, then that's where it becomes probably a condition that wouldn't be sustained by a court.
So here's the problem that I have outside of affordability, which we heard that the only reason that the developer doesn't want to put a deed restriction on these units is that I really think it's like a bait and switch, to be honest with you, because they're like, well, we're going to have lack of control. So like there's kind of like this beginning part, right, where they're advertising at what they consider is 80 to 120% AMI. 120% AMI is like if you're making $60 an hour, right? But if we're like being told, hey, you know what, I'm going to guarantee you that this is going to be for our middle class, for the missing middle, for workforce housing, I'm not actually hearing that guarantee in the way that this is structured. Furthermore, I have a real concern about what the developer considers having a lot of amenities, because I've lived near this project for half of my life, about to be 35 in April. And I'm trying to figure out where these amenities are. Is it the gas station right across the street? Is it the fact that we just got a Danny's Donuts second, satellite? Is it maybe Stater Brothers further down, which doesn't even have a sidewalk for people who are walking into that development? Is it the fact that this intersection of West Indian Rock and North Santa Fe is one of the most collision-dense intersections, meaning it's not safe, meaning that even recently I almost got run over by a car that went through a red light and swerved around another car that was stopped? Are those the amenities that we're talking about? Is it that there's a huge empty storefront right across the street? I do not believe that there are enough resources in this area to say that we're going to reduce the amenities in this project. And then the fact that they don't even want to provide actual greenery, right? So I would like to make a substitute motion, and I just want to make sure, City Attorney, that I construct it in a manner that aligns with the Housing Accountability Act, that my motion is that this project be reconsidered for higher density and more amenities, because there is a lack of recreational amenities that needs to be addressed. Is that consistent with the Housing Accountability Act? Or do I need to amend my motion? Substitute motion.
So if I could address the amenities, we have a design guideline that's an objective standard that requires 3 amenities that they must provide on site. So they've met that standard. They provide a community room, they provide an outdoor seating area, and they provide a barbecue. Those qualify as amenities under our design guidelines, so the staff sees those as meeting the objective standard. If the council wants to see replacement of those amenities with something that more meets the needs of the neighborhood or the community, they have that discretion this evening.
We have that discretion.
Correct. You, council, have that discretion. As far as the increase in density, I think that's what the city attorney spoke to earlier.
So how about I'm going to amend my substitute motion, and I don't know if I'll get a second on it, but it is for the developer to reconsider what the amenities provided are in this project. And I think I could just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think you can leave your motion at that. Again, the problem is going to be what the nexus and the proportionality, because the motion doesn't specify any
So
items.
I need to specify it within the motion that, this is how we do government, you all. So I appreciate everybody being here, but this is a real critical discussion that we're having, and I think it's necessary to get the best outcome for our community. So what if I were to phrase my motion, my substitute motion, as have the developer reconsider the amenities due to the increased amount of density in this area and lack of amenities that meet the population needs within this project?
So if the motion is to have the developer voluntarily consider this and not impose it as a condition of approval, I think that's fine if it's left to their discretion. But if you're imposing a condition as upon acceptance, then we have to meet the proportionality and nexus tests.
Let's have them voluntarily reconsider it. I don't want to infringe on anybody's property rights, but I also don't want to infringe on my community and the lack of resources that they already have to deal with. So that's my substitute motion. Maybe there's a second, maybe not. Maybe I'm all by myself on this one.
I don't see any problem with your motion or request for voluntary reconsideration. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify, I want to understand what is our discretion here. So what are the reasonable changes that we can expect? For example, we heard some speakers refer to the artificial turf. Would it be reasonable to require them to change the turf to some sort of soil-based lawn?
Yes.
Okay, so now that I understand that we have more discretion than I imagined when I first seconded the original motion, could I rescind my original second of my motion so that we could have further discussion about upgrading some of these amenities to make them more reflective of the community's needs? City Attorney, would I be able to do that?
Would you like to ask the maker of the substitute to consider an amendment, and perhaps you would want to second her substitute amendment?
This is where I need to continue to school myself on parliamentary procedure. So I want to support Councilmember Contreras' efforts to upgrade the amenities, but I also believe that we have, sufficient public comment for the public hearing portion. So would you like to kind of add more to the amendment regarding amenities so that we can move forward with that?
I guess I'll just ask the city attorney, but right now it's not necessary for us to specify what we want to change.
No, if it's a voluntary request, there's no need to specify anything. But if you're making it a mandatory requirement.
I don't want to make it mandatory at this time. I want to give them the opportunity to show good faith to our community and really take into consideration the fact that there is very little open space in this area. And, put yourself in the shoes of someone who lives or will live in this neighborhood and what they would need to thrive, right? And so we've heard public comment on going from AstroTurf to not AstroTurf to something natural. So I appreciate you bringing that. I think the only thing I have to do is I didn't say that I would close the public hearing, so I do have to re-amend my amended motion to also close the public hearing. But respectfully, I think we'll just leave it up to the developer and see what they bring back, because I don't want to make anything mandatory. I really want to fit within the confines of the Housing Accountability Act. So it sounds like since you did withdraw your second, though, my motion on the floor is the only one that actually has a second.
I didn't hear a second.
I didn't hear a
either of the
second
motions.
Did you have a second? Were you seconding my motion, or? I'm asking you a question so you can confirm whether or not.
Yes, I would second your motion.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
So are we good on seconds? Are we?
Now we're good.
I just want to fully support everything you just said. One of my concerns when we spoke on the phone the other day is, in the original proposal, there was workforce housing all over in it. And yet without the guaranteed implementation of a set affordable housing in there, deed restricted, as I had mentioned, like that was a concern, and same concern that has been shared up here. I don't want to see a bait and switch. So in a good faith effort, I think that it would be fantastic if we can make those changes to make this property align more with the community and offer the amenities that are available to it. And I would look forward to seeing what you can offer, but I just wanted to say I support that.
Councilmember Green.
Sorry, my thumb wasn't working. So just so I'm clear on the motion, we've closed the public hearing. We're approving the applicant's appeal as presented, but we're putting an additional condition that they voluntarily reconsider the amenities. That's the motion.
That's correct.
Perfect. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other requests to speak, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. This brings us to public hearing number 2. Our second public hearing is regarding amendments to Chapter 2.12 of the Vista Municipal Code to change the date and times of City Council workshops. Public hearing is now open. City Attorney Walter Chung will introduce the item.
So at the last council meeting, the city council discussed changing the workshop times from Tuesdays, the first Tuesday of the month at 2 p.m. until a later evening meeting. The only time available, the city hall or the city chambers were available was the first Thursday of the month. And so 6 p.m. at the first Thursday of the month was the time that the council asked that the ordinance use to change the municipal code. So in front of you is the changes necessary to the municipal code to change the workshop times from the first Tuesday of each month at 2 p.m. to the first Thursday of each month at 6 p.m.
Okay. We do not have any requests from the public to speak on this item. Councilman Green.
Thank you so much, and thank you staff and colleagues for bringing this forward, and thank you staff for bringing the municipal code change forward. I think the first Thursday at 6 p.m. is a great time, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more more participation rather at these workshops in the evening. So with that, I would move that we close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation to change the workshop times to 6 p.m. on the first Thursday. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I will gladly second that motion. And also, I noticed that there's nothing written on the agenda that you can zoom in and give public testimony. I've been promised for, I think, about 2 years now that we would have a hybrid option. And I'm just looking for an update. Are we there? Are we still not there?
Yeah, so we did meet, and I did promise you before the June 28th meeting, we are just getting some equipment updated because we'll need to have a computer to zoom in, and we're trying to see if we can get that computer up here opposed to having someone sit back in the media room. And once we get the audio-visual updated, we'll be ready to roll. Promise you before June 28th.
Okay, and our workshops are going to be part of the ability to hybrid, right?
Yeah, it's just part of our normal routine from here on out.
So I'm really excited about that. I've been pressing the city for a very long time on this, and I've been promised for a long time. I know there was a lot of supply issues. We couldn't get the right supplies, and now it looks like we're looking to get a computer. Again, this is our government, so sometimes it takes a little bit longer for us to get what we need, but we will get what we need. So thank you for the update.
Thank you very much. I will second the motion. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No, but I just want to clarify that I provided a second. So.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, no worries, no
sorry.
worries.
Really excited about it.
I
Very
was
good.
super
Okay,
excited.
we will record in the record that you provided the second. Seeing no other requests to speak, please cast your votes. That item is adopted unanimously. That brings us to item D1, the first of 6 discussion items this evening. Item D1 regards the penalties for retailers of tobacco to minors. Penalties for retailers for tobacco sales to minors, excuse me. Councilmember Melendez asked for this item to be on the agenda, so we will ask her to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is penalties for retailers for tobacco sales to minors. And I asked for this item to be on the agenda after some concerned conversations that I had with members of the community, with moms, with youth, with Vista Community Clinic, with many of our advocates for public health and environmental safety. And I will give a brief overview of what the current penalties are for tobacco retailers and clerks. And then we will hopefully hear from some speakers. Would that be correct, Mr. Mayor, that we have speakers for this item? Okay, so I won't kind of get into too much information, but just for the benefit of the discussion. So the current penalties that are issued to a tobacco clerk, and that's the person that would make a sale, an illegal sale to someone who's under 21, is $200 for the first violation, $500 for the second violation, and then fines may increase with subsequent violations up to $1,000. These citations to the clerk that makes that illegal sale is issued by a sheriff deputy, and oftentimes the clerk is fired from their job. Penalties can also be issued to the retailer. However, due to the fact that the owner of the store that has a tobacco license is not typically on site when a decoy operation is being performed, which is how we know that there are sales to minors, is through doing a decoy operation, the retailer often does not experience any citation. And I would propose, and this is in collaboration with our city staff, to develop an ordinance that would allow for us to use code enforcement officers to return to the retailer at a later time to issue them a citation for their employee's violation of the tobacco ordinance due to the sale of tobacco to a minor. So we can have any amount of fine be attached to the citation, I believe up to $1,000. But at this time, at the moment, retailers, the owners of the store, are not the ones experiencing the consequence of a citation. It's really the individual clerk that is being held accountable. In addition, there are certain requirements for the retailer if they violate our tobacco ordinances. So if a tobacco retailer is found to be in violation and one of their clerks makes a sale of tobacco to a minor, then that license holder is required to provide documentation to the city that all of the employees engaged in the retail sales of tobacco have received training in a city-approved program within 60 days. So your first violation, you are required to provide training, which I think it's good. We need to make sure everybody is trained to check IDs and not sell tobacco to minors. The second violation could result in your tobacco license being suspended up to 30 days. The third violation, your tobacco license would be suspended for 90 days. And the fourth violation would result in suspension for up to 1 year. And with the fifth violation, the license may be revoked. So one of my efforts to prepare for this meeting was to have briefings and discussions with groups of youth, like the members of our STAY Club, which is a tobacco prevention club at Vista High School. I actually got to go to the club today to visit and encourage them to come to the meeting. And I also met with leadership with Vista Community Clinic and other community members. And many were concerned that the penalties are just not strong enough, that if there is a violation that the first violation should be stronger. So I'm open to discussion. I think that this is an opportunity for us to receive feedback from the public. Tobacco sales to minors is unacceptable. When a young person is sold cigarettes or vapes, it can change the course of their life and destroy their health and their future. And I believe we need to have more accountability for our retailers and just stronger language in our municipal code to ensure that we really are protecting young people. So I am open to collaboration with my council, and I would love to hear what the public has to say about what you think are reasonable penalties for tobacco retailers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have public speakers, and we'll begin this evening with Jennifer Gill. And if you would, please come forward and be prepared to speak when your name is called, and if you're on deck, followed by Grisel Rosales de Ocampo and Maria Lopez. If you would all please come forward.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jennifer Gill, and I'm the program manager with Vista Community Clinic's tobacco program. I wanted to thank you for taking the time to discuss how to further reduce youth access to tobacco products in the Vista tobacco retail environment. As you look at best practices for guidance and what can be incorporated into Vista's policy, I would like to reference the TRL policy for the unincorporated areas of San Diego County, as it's the most comprehensive policy in the county. It includes license fees high enough to cover the cost of enforcement, flavor restrictions, minimum pack size and price requirements, prohibition of sale of products in pharmacies, and limits on the number and location of retailers within the county. The policy also has a strict violation schedule with suspensions beginning with the first violation and licenses revoked at the fourth violation. I've provided a copy of the policy for your reference, and we are happy to assist the city with any additional resources and guidance as you examine the current TRL policy in Vista. Please don't hesitate to contact us for support, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. Grisel Rosales de Ocampo, followed by Maria Lopez, followed by Eric Leary.
Good evening, Vista Mayor and Vista Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And my name is Grisel Rosales. I have been a Vista resident for over 20 years. I consider Vista my home. When I heard some speaking about home, when I think about my home, I always think about how can I improve my home? How can I be more happy in my home? How can my home look better, right? But sometimes we don't think about how can I keep my home healthy. And as the council member Katie Melendez was saying, when a child tries tobacco for the first time, it improves it opens the door for the children to try harder drugs. So I ask him, the council members, to consider this section for the business, because sometimes we think about our home that is Vista to look nice, to look better, and we can see them with the improvements to the Santa Fe, but we want Vista to be healthy. I want my home to be healthy. I want the children to be healthy. As a mother, I don't want to be worried about my children or my future generations trying, drugs or be very available in liquor stores or whatever. So I'm asking to take this petition to enforce and change the laws for business that are violating the tobacco laws, and to give them less opportunities instead of 5, probably 3, to revoke their license and to raise the fine for breaking the laws. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maria Lopez, followed by Erica Leary and Damian Sanchez.
Hola, buenas tardes, honorables personas. Pues yo les quiero decir que la palabra de Dios dice que las autoridades velan por nosotros, ¿verdad? Entonces, en este caso, ustedes son las autoridades que representan nuestra ciudad y ustedes velan por nosotros. Entonces, yo les digo ahorita que en mi persona yo quiero familias sanas, jóvenes sanos. Yo creo que estamos haciendo viviendas y muchas cosas podemos hacer, pero mi punto es aquí, ¿qué estamos haciendo con los jóvenes? Yo desde hace mucho tiempo, casi 9 años que llegué aquí a Vista, me dolió mi corazón ver jóvenes de 12, 13 años tomándose fotos inhalando marihuana. Ok, mucha gente dice la marihuana no es mala, es buena, es sana a la gente. Ok, si eso es verdad, vamos a los hospitales y vamos a darles a todos marihuana para que se curen, pero eso es mentira, ¿verdad? Entonces la marihuana...
Un momento, por favor. We have an interpreter.
Oh.
Demasiado rápido, por favor.
Good evening. Puede continuar, pero yo voy a hablar y usted si quiere póngase a un ladito para yo traducirle y no vaya tan rápido, ¿ok? Okay. Continúe.
La marihuana
Marijuana
atrae más drogas.
brings more drugs,
Y
and
luego tenemos jóvenes
we also
adictos.
have addicted youth.
Cuando los padres quieren
When
ir
parents want to
a un
go to
doctor
a doctor
para que se rehabiliten sus hijos,
for rehab for their
ellos tienen que
children,
pagar mucho
they have to
dinero.
pay a lot of money.
Entonces,
So,
es un grande problema.
This is a big problem.
Tenemos que ayudar
We
a
have
los
to
jóvenes.
help our youth.
Los jóvenes son el futuro
Youth are the
de
future
este país,
for this
de
country,
esta ciudad.
for this
Un
city.
día van a estar sentados
One day
como
they're going to
ustedes
be
están
sitting
ahora.
where you are
Entonces, ¿qué
sitting.
estamos haciendo por
So
ellos?
what are we doing for them?
Se afecta mucho a todos.
It's going to
desde
affect
abuelos,
everyone, grandparents,
nietos,
children,
todos.
grandkids, everybody.
Tenemos que hacer
We
algo.
have to do something.
Ponerles a nuestros hijos, a los jóvenes,
Give our kids and youth
menos propaganda de
less
cigarros.
ads for cigarettes.
Si hacemos esto,
If we do that,
Vista va a crecer.
Vista is going to grow.
Mucho dinero va a
A
tener.
lot of money it's
Pero
going to
con
have,
familias
but with
saludables.
healthy families.
Están en manos de ustedes
It's in your hands
hacer algo.
to do something.
Les doy las gracias por
I
escucharme.
thank you for listening to me,
Y yo veo
and
a
I can
Vista
see the Vista,
grande,
it's big,
hermosa,
it's beautiful,
con niños,
with kids,
jóvenes,
youth,
haciendo grandes cosas.
doing a lot of great things.
Ustedes miren,
You guys can see right
hay
here,
jóvenes.
there's youth over here.
ellos pueden ser grandes cosas.
They can do a lot of
como
big
un Martin
things,
Luther King,
like
como
Martin
todos esos
Luther King, or all of those
honorables,
honorable
o como
people,
este señor
or
grande
like
que
this,
le dimos honor,
this,
¿verdad?
this person, this guy that we gave honor to.
Entonces pensemos en nuestra
So let's
juventud,
think about the youth,
a nuestro prójimo. Hay
and
que amarlo.
we have to honor and love our people.
Y gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for
Dios les
listening.
bendiga.
God bless you.
Muchas gracias. Erica Leary, followed by Damian Sanchez, followed by Debbie Matthews.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Erica Leary. I'm the Program Manager for the North Coastal Prevention Coalition, whose mission is to reduce the harm of alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs in the cities of Carlsbad, Oceanside, and Vista. I've been working in this field for over 25 years to prevent youth substance use, and tobacco use by kids had nearly been eliminated until the invention and promotion of vaping. Now we hear from school personnel and students that we work with that vaping, both nicotine and THC, is a weekly occurrence on middle school campuses and a daily occurrence on high school campuses. These highly potent products make teens dependent very quickly. It's been over a decade now since Vista adopted its general plan that included the Healthy Vista element back in 2012, with a stated purpose to foster community health and well-being as priorities for all Vistans, Included in the purpose was a point to identify issues that affect community health and wellness and set policy framework to improve community health. I would say that the vaping epidemic falls within that purpose. So therefore, it was very disappointing last week at the Planning Commission when the staff report recommended the approval of a smoke shop at 1745 East Vista Way, next door and co-operated by a marijuana dispensary. The report ignored the overall purpose of the Healthy Vista element and instead focused in on a narrow section addressing smoke-free air. The smoke shop was approved on a 4-2 vote. One commissioner who opposed was happy to learn that the council would be discussing this issue. According to the Public Health Law Center's checklist for model tobacco retail licensing, there should be adequate distance separation and a process for approving or denying tobacco applicants. So as you discuss this issue tonight, I highly encourage you to discuss more than just penalties. I agree with much of what you said in terms of focusing the penalty on the business owner and not the clerk, and having a more narrow way to revoke a license. But you also need tools in place so Vista doesn't become over-concentrated and proliferated with smoke shops or other tobacco retailers. Vista was the last city in North County to adopt smoke-free outdoor dining policy, and I hope it's not the last to adopt a model tobacco retail license. Any member of this council has the authority to file an appeal about that smoke shop approval from last week up until March 6th. And that way it would come back to you as a public hearing item similar to the developer who appealed the Planning Commission decision on the condition. So I ask you to consider that option to have a more thorough and comprehensive discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Damian Sanchez, followed by Debbie Matthews and Daniel Ventura.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Damian Sanchez. I'm the president of Rancho Buena Vista's Public Policy Club. I came before this council last year to support a smoke-free outdoor dining policy in Vista. I was very pleased when that was adopted last June. Local policies to prevent youth access to vaping products would be extremely important to our community. Every day on our campus, students who don't smoke or vape avoid the bathrooms, including myself. Our club is in the process of planning a community forum on the evening of March 20th, 2023, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. here at the Morris Vance Community Rooms at the Vista Civic Center. The forum is in partnership with the North Coastal Prevention Coalition to kick off National Alcohol and Drug Facts Week and to help make sure families have important information to prevent substance use. There will be various speakers and resource tables. We will be finalizing our flyer and sharing with all middle and high schools in Vista Unified. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today, and I hope that you will join us and help spread the word.
Thank you very much. Debbie Matthews, followed by Daniel Ventura and Vanessa Forsyth.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Matthews, and I'm the program supervisor for the Elevate Youth California program, a partnership between the North County NAACP Youth Council, the North Coastal Prevention Coalition, and the Vista Community Clinic. I'm also a resident of Vista and have been working with the Youth Council for over 7 years to support positive youth leadership and civic engagement. I appreciate the council's discussion tonight to prevent tobacco sales to minors. I really appreciate the support of the community and the adults that are supporting the youth in these efforts. But know that there is so much more Vista could be doing to support its youth. I'm very passionate about our youth. Just last week, the Planning Commission approved an application for a new smoke shop next door to a dispensary and run by the same owners. The youth we work with, Vista already has 75 tobacco retailers, and there are no regulations about how many is enough. The youth we work with are very concerned about the colorful packaging and lack of prominent warning labels on vaping products sold in both smoke shops and dispensaries. Just yesterday, I went, along with others, to the Elevate Smoke Shop on Vista Way and saw a rainbow wall of Delta 8 disposable vape pens with no visible warning labels. This council has the authority to appeal the Planning Commission decision approving the OTC Smoke Shop at 1745 East Vista Way and take time to consider the policies and business practices that make people proud to live in Vista. And I am proud to live in Vista. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Daniel Ventura, followed by Vanessa Forsyth and Yesenia Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Daniel Ventura, and I am the president of the state club, and also I am a student advocate, and I would just like to say, talk from my own experience, and I think that tobacco is a socioeconomic issue too, because many times it's super easy to obtain these types of items, and I see that many youth are just easily get it. At my school, the bells ring every other week, and that's an issue because it also makes our students believe that there isn't a fire. So in case if there's an actual fire, our students won't be able to know if it's an actual fire because these e-cigarettes are used and they don't provoke a fire. So it's like creating this like false sense. And also, I would like to say that I have a little sister. She goes to Vista Magnet, and it would be sad to see her get addicted to these things because on her way to our house, there's like tobacco retailing, and there's a big sign stating tobacco $15, and it sounds so attractive to her, and it's like all colors and rainbows, but we know that it isn't really all colors and rainbows. And I would just like to say that, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Vanessa Forsyth, followed by Yesenia Hernandez and John Bodorf.
Vanessa Forsyth, thank you for this opportunity, Mayor and City Council members. I am actually a retired school nurse. I worked a lot in middle schools, and regarding this situation, we have to look at all tobacco products, and you're now kind of the scourge of kids vaping. Teens who start vaping end up being adults who smoke daily. And I had a lot of kids with asthma. They came from homes where people smoked, and that was very hard to control their asthma. I also think in terms of what was discussed already, when we talk about tobacco products, they kill. And they kill in very severe ways: cancer, cardiac disease, respiratory, lifetime illnesses that are debilitating. So when we talk also about, like, isn't it kind of the same thing when someone goes to a bar and they are served liquor and they're underage, or they're served liquor to the point where they're actually might kill someone because they're so intoxicated and get in a car. And when that happens, it is the responsibility of not the server, but the bar. It is the responsibility of the bar to train the people who are the bartenders and the servers. So in terms of, again, I think it is a very similar situation to when we're talking about smoking nicotine products that kill. So in your consideration, I would say that what point of giving a citation to a kid who doesn't know any better behind the counter selling to other kids? It should be included that the training happens yearly to owners of all these places where they're selling tobacco, that they're responsible for doing regular training. They can have an infogram on the counter that explains. As well as, I think that we have to really talk about citations that include closing shops. And I think that it was presented what some other communities are doing. But, you know, one offense closed down for a period of time, and if it continues, more severe closings. So thank you for your time, and yeah, listen to the kids because they know.
Thank you very much. Yesenia Hernandez, followed by John Bodorf and Suzanne Hume.
Hi, my name is Yesenia. That's so crazy hearing my voice. But I'm not a mother. I don't have a title, not yet. I graduate this year, UCSD. So watch out for me. But I'm just a concerned citizen, I guess. I may look like a minor, I know, but I am 23, and I do have minor friends, and it kind of breaks my heart to see them smoke tobacco, get vapes. And I asked them, like, where do you get this? Like, you are literally a child. And they're like, oh, I know this place that isn't card. I know this place that'll just give it to me. And that's heartbreaking. Like it's a well-known place. You know where to go. You know where to get it. Like, how many people do they have to sell to? How many minors, like, know that that is the spot to go to? And it's really heartbreaking for me personally because, like, I'm 23. I see my cousin's 16, 17. I'm like, you're a child. I'm a child too, but you're a baby. Like, and people are giving you this. People are selling you this. People know that you are 16 and they still give it to you. Or people, like, don't even ask. Like, it's not their business. It's just the money to them. I think that's heartbreaking. Like, and it shouldn't just be on the employee. Like, it should be on the whole business. Like, you employed this person that doesn't even care to ask. I think that there should be harsher regulations. Like, first violation, it's just a warning. That's just insane. Like, that's the first time they were caught. You don't even know how many times before that they served minors. And so I think that it should be harsher regulations. And I know I'm 23. I know that I get on my own, but I think I'm just concerned for my family, for my friends, for everyone younger than me. I've been there. I know that everyone hypes it up, says that it's super cool, and you can fall into it. And, like, word goes around, this is the place to go. And I think, like, more attention should be brought to that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. John Bodor, followed by Suzanne Hume, followed by Yale Castillo.
Good evening. I'm John Bodor with cleanupforkids.org. So there's a couple of things. First of all, from your own documentation on this item, minors smoke 924 million packs of cigarettes every year. That's a mind-boggling amount of cigarettes, and that's just minors. So the current penalties, not just here, but everywhere, really aren't working because the profits that these places make outweigh the penalty. And they will never change as long as the penalty is not as harsh as the money they make. And as Yusina just said, these kids know where to go, they know where to get it, and they can get it for free, low income, for a very small amount. And that, that can't stop. And you can't just go after the clerk because the profit from the sale does not go to the clerk. The profit goes to the company, goes to the whoever owns that shop. So you have to hurt that owner. That's the only way to make it stop. So from my standpoint, I lost my uncle to smoking. He smoked for decades. I'm sure most of us who are anywhere over 40 know somebody who went through that. So if you want to make it hurt, first offense, they lose their tobacco sales license. And if they can't be trusted to sell it to tobacco to minors, then they can't be trusted to sell alcohol. They lose their alcohol license as well for 1 year, both. First time, done. You want these companies to stop selling to minors, make it hurt, and they will find a way to make sure it is not sold to minors. That's the only way it's going to happen. And on top of that, this is more than just, they're not selling gum, they're not selling a t-shirt, they are selling an addictive, toxic substance, be it tobacco or cannabis or e-cigarette or vape. These are toxic, addictive materials. And the industry knows that, and addiction is part of their business model. The reason they market to youth is because a young brain is easier to addict and is harder to break the addiction. The human brain is not fully matured until mid to late 20s. So they want 16-year-olds to start smoking because when they do, they are addicted for life. So you have to stop youth smoking. There's a thing called tobacco-free generation, which is in New Zealand and also in Brookline, Massachusetts, where you set a date so that no tobacco, no smoking product can be sold to anyone born January 1st, 2000. You set that line in the sand and say no sales to anyone past this point. And as people get older, too bad, they can't buy it anymore. Anyway, thank you so much.
Suzanne Hume, followed by Yale Castillo.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the Educational Director and founder of Clean Earth for Kids. Absolutely, we must have strong penalties. That is needed today. What is before us is not okay because it's not protecting our kids. So we need to think about how we're going to make it hurt the first time and make sure, like Vanessa said, that everywhere when it is being sold that there is a poster or whatever, and that retailer makes it really clear to all clerks, to everyone, that, hey, you can't do this. You cannot sell to minors. Make it hurt. Is it a year that they lose their ability to sell cigarettes and alcohol because they can't be trusted? What is the amount of time? Think about a child that's now addicted in their life, right, to cigarettes, and how that will change the trajectory of their life. Not just the money that they spend or that there's toxic chemicals getting on their hands. Third-hand smoke. As you know, toxic chemicals continue to be released 40 minutes after hand washing of the smoker. That smoker is ingesting toxic chemicals. We're talking about the health and future of children. So when we talk about, oh, we're going to slap them on the wrist and make somebody pay $500 or whatever, that's not enough. We need to do better for our kids. This is a serious issue. And I'm really excited about what the city of Encinitas is doing, a public smoking ban. We passed the first level. So there are many cities across the United States that are taking action to reduce and eliminate smoking however they can. So we need to think about what we're going to do here in Vista. It's so very important. So we're excited to see what you guys will do because our kids are first. Our kids need to be the priority, not that business owner who is too lax and hasn't provided that training. So we're excited to see what you guys will do. We have great confidence and faith that you'll put our kids first. Thank you from cleanearthforkids.org.
Thank you, Yale Castillo.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Yale Castillo. I'm Vice President of State Club of Vista High School, and I'm here to talk to you about an issue that has impacted many communities, and that's easy access to tobacco for teens. City Council, I have a dream. My dream is to live in a safer community, and this issue is making it impossible. We should increase the penalties for retailers selling tobacco to teens, because all of us know at least one person that smokes tobacco, and we all know the dangers of tobacco. We all know how addictive and dangerous it is to start smoking at a young age. So let's increase the penalty for these retailers to stop selling tobacco to teens. Also, let's hold accountable the owner, not just the clerk. Because in the end, who's responsible for the entire retail is the owner, and they're responsible for training the employees. So if an employee does not do a simple job in just checking for an ID for someone that looks like a minor, then that owner should be cited. And I believe that every year we should have a training for all employees, because if a clerk does not check for an ID, for someone looking like a minor, then I'm pretty sure that clerk should not be working at any job. So, City Council, let's increase the penalty and let's make the owners be held responsible for this issue. Let's work together for the teens now, for the teens tomorrow, and for the teens in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember O'Donnell.
So I want to thank all of our speakers. I also want to thank Councilmember Melendez for bringing this forward. My father is 77 years old. He bought his first pack of cigarettes when he was 12 years old, and he was just diagnosed with stage 1 emphysema after smoking for 65 years. He is the anomaly. That is not the normal case. Normally, you get diagnosed much sooner. I know in my youth, my friends were able to purchase a pack of cigarettes at the age of 13. No card, I think it was $2.25 a pack. And I know now still that you can purchase underage vape, tobacco products, THC in a lot of communities, including our own. I would agree that we should explore with the council a limitation on how many tobacco shops we will house here in Vista. If Councilmember Melendez would be open to discussion on the penalties, I would actually like to see the first penalty imposed not be training. I believe it's a responsibility of every retailer, just as I go through training every year. Before any job I've ever started, they put you through training, so you should know that right off the bat. You should not be selling to minors, and also common sense should just tell you that. But I would also like to see not only the individual selling it, but the owner imposed with a minimum $750 fine on the first offense. On the second one, a suspension of at least 30 days and $1,500, and then double the fine every time thereafter. On the fourth one, revoke their license for a year. And some of the research I did, and I want to thank VCC for meeting with all of us, or the ones that they did, some of the photos they showed me literally were vape cartridges right beneath candy, lit up in rainbows. I mean, it was the most appealing aspect, and I have friends that vape. And I tried one time, and I think it was like a rainbow unicorn or rainbow something. It tastes like candy, right? And so it is appealing to youth, and we need to find ways to stop access to it. We need to find ways to stop our youth from beginning through education programs and just through penalizing the people that are putting it in their hands. So I would like to see greater punishment, and the reason for it isn't because I'm trying to punish businesses. It is the responsibility for us to take care of our youth. And I went and talked to a few businesses about this, about just looking at the average cost of a vape pen or a nicotine cartridge, and it ranged from like $12 to $40. So if you want to average it out to $24, a $200 fine, they sell 8 more of them and they pay you that fine. You move on up the ladder with these lower fees, and it's not going to be as effective. So I would strongly support harsher penalties and sooner suspensions. And would love to hear what our council has to say about it.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the teens and the young people who came and spoke today. It's very powerful to hear your vision for the future. I agree. My dream is to have a safe community as well. And thank you, Councilmember O'Donnell, for your support. I would definitely be open to a retailer citation starting at $750 and to revoke the license by the 4th violation. And I really am just curious about what is going to be most effective, what other cities are doing. We do also have to consider state law, right? There's restrictions as to how aggressive we can be against retailers due to state law. So we might want a $2,000 fine on retailers, but that might not be permitted by the state of California. So that's where we really do want to work closely and utilize our staff resources to develop an updated ordinance that is going to be effective, that is going to hold accountable the parties that need to be held accountable for this issue. And I was just very inspired by everyone's comments. As I've been preparing for this meeting, I shared on social media that this is a topic that I'm bringing forward. And a close friend actually reached out to me, and she had never told me this story before, but she's like, I'm so glad that you're doing this, because when I was 16, someone sold me cigarettes for the first time, and I've been addicted to cigarettes ever since. So, I'm blessed to not have struggled with an addiction to a substance, but there are so many people in our community that do, and we can prevent that by holding accountable retailers. So I would go ahead and just kind of make a general motion that we, as a council, direct staff to collaborate with our council comments that are going to be provided here tonight, and with the comments provided by the public to craft an ordinance to enhance the penalties to tobacco retailers for the sale of tobacco to minors. And with that, I'd love to hear what everyone else's suggestions may be regarding what those penalties could look like.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you, Councilmember Melendez, for bringing this forward and for working with our community members to address this public health issue. It's, you know, for me, it's really frustrating because my district happens to have a ton of retailers, and it's my understanding that a lot of them are grandfathered in. So, you know, one of the things that I would like to see is there any way that we can maneuver around some of the grandfathered rules that allow a place like Royal Liquor to provide tobacco, right? And I think they even provide like menthol tobacco, cigarettes. So that's something that, you know, I want to have continued conversation with my coworkers on staff to see what we can do to address the significant number of grandfathered smoking retailers. I think there might be like upwards of 70 in the entire city. I do want to second the motion. I think it's really important that you know, we work with our community partners like Vista Community Clinic and State Club and Elevate to really bring perspectives in that maybe we don't have internally in the city. And, you know, these lived experiences, I just really want to thank the public for sharing your lived experience. You know, there were so many different quotes that stood out, and I wrote 2 of them, that we want Vista to be healthy. And my dream is to live in a safer community. So I think we need to meet the moment with real policy action. So I 100% support directing staff to take a look at what we can do to go beyond finding a clerk, beyond just a warning, and really take a look at the owners of these retailers and see what other kind of penalties. And furthermore, I would love to see that, you know, any fees collected go back into prevention and decoy operations. So that's something that we can discuss in the future, but, you know, it would be my hope that we can continue to keep our community safe. Public safety has so many different facets to it. It's very complex. It's everything from having appropriate sidewalks to not being sold as a minor tobacco. So those are my comments. And again, thank you, Councilmember Melendez, for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Melendez. I think that this is a great idea for a policy change. It's very similar to the alcohol policy that is, you know, put on the retailers as well, right? So when they're also fine. Councilmember O'Donnell, I love the idea, $750 on the first one, and then maybe do $750 attached with additional training. I like doubling it every time, $750, $1,500, $3,000, then $6,000. And I was thinking second time, your license is suspended for 30 days. Third time, license suspended for 6 months. Fourth time, license revoked. So I know we're not actually creating a policy at this point in time, but I really just wanted to throw that out there so that when staff is actually devising something. Additionally, what Councilmember Melendez said is we don't want to overfine anybody to where we are exceeding our authority as a council. So I look to staff to do that. But I really think the aggressive increase in fining, the suspension of licenses, that will really make a change, hopefully, on these retailers, because the fact that they're not even getting fined the the 200 or 125 bucks that poor clerk is getting fined is kind of ridiculous. So appreciate you bringing it to our attention, and hopefully this will be a good policy staff can create and we can help our community stay safe. And Jennifer Gill, VCC, thank you so much. I know you've been here several times talking about this, and Debbie, your passion for kids comes through every time you're up here, so I appreciate you showing up. And to the students, I know it's not easy to get up in this room and speak, so thank you for speaking. We definitely appreciate hearing from you, and hopefully we'll craft a policy that you guys can all be proud of. Thank you so much.
I also want to thank everyone who came to speak this evening on this subject, and I agree with the members of the council that we should review this policy, and I believe that we should take action to strengthen the policy. And I agree that the tobacco sales to youth are completely unacceptable, and they should be 100% preventable, and with proper enforcement, we should be able to eradicate them from our community. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I forgot to ask something, and there was a comment regarding a smoke shop and a request for appeal. Are we within the time frame for the council to appeal this decision from the Planning Commission?
Yes.
And would it be acceptable if I requested at this time for us to appeal it, or does that have to be done in a different manner?
I would do it in a different manner because this agendized item does not include that. So I would
It's not germane enough to this item. Okay.
just to make sure it doesn't have any.
Right. Okay. So that's a discussion that I will be having with staff, with my coworkers on staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. So staff clearly understand the motion? Okay, that item to give direction to staff passes unanimously, and we look forward to having that item back. That brings us to our next discussion item this evening, which is the appointment of officials to the San Diego Association of Governments. And before we introduce the item, I wanted to discuss any potential conflicts of interest that members of the council may have. Mr. Chung, our city attorney, if there are members who are engaged by employment in advocating for policy outcomes at the San Diego Association of Governments or lobbying the organization, would it be your opinion that it would be appropriate for them to take part in this discussion?
So I can't make an opinion on that because the conflict of interest rules are self-policing. So what the FPPC has put out under the Political Reform Act is the disqualifying interests and the tests they use. So any legal opinion by myself or any lawyer is actually not a defense. Only an FPPC opinion letter can provide a defense to a public official. So it's up to the official because they know the facts. They know best the facts that could or could not, create a conflict of interest.
Very good. Do we have any members of the council who do have a financial conflict of interest and would like to recuse themselves from the conversation? Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I know that there's been an obsession, I'm going to say it's an obsession with not only myself, but Councilmember Melendez by one of our other colleagues here to splice videos and do all this type of stuff. I do work for Climate Action Campaign. I'm extremely proud of being a transportation policy advocate. There is no financial incentive for me. I don't get a bonus depending on how a vote goes. There is no financial incentive whatsoever. It is not a conflict of interest. This is something that I've reviewed not only with our city attorney here, but also with my place of employment. And the reason that I'm not going to seek to be on Sandag is because I really enjoy providing testimony that helps our communities move forward. That testimony in itself is not a conflict. As there's some of us here on this council who are directors of, anti-tax measures and stuff like that. And I'm not going to say, this person has a conflict and they shouldn't vote. It's clearly not. If it's not a conflict for you, it's not a conflict for me. And I actually probably don't get paid as much. So I want to address that because I know that you're asking generally to the council, but you're really just trying to point me out as being disqualified to make this vote. And I don't agree with that.
No, let me be clear, I am.
I'm not done speaking,
Please
but
continue.
so the other thing is that hopefully everybody does go to this Transparent Vista website that our mayor has put forward. It only has like 5 subscribers right now, so maybe all of us can start watching. But he did take some of my comments for Climate Action Campaign, and I think they're great. They're trying to support Youth Opportunity Pass and equity. So if anybody's interested in my work, if you don't want to have to watch all the Sandag meetings to hear my public comment, you could just go to this Transparent Vista and give it a listen. I think you'll be really satisfied with the type of commentary that I'm making. And unfortunately, our current representative doesn't make any commentary. So anyways, I have more to say, but I will save that for comments after we take public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I want to be very specific that I was addressing you specifically, and I appreciate you disclosing that you are a paid representative and that it is your job to lobby and influence the outcomes of the San Diego Association of Governments. I am firmly asserting at this point that you are in violation of the Fair Political Practices Act, and I will use this discussion as a basis to invalidate the outcome of this vote in a court of law. So with that, Deputy Mayor Contreras, you are the one who asked for this discussion to come this evening, so I will allow you to introduce the discussion.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Would you like to start with that?
I would love to start with the public comment. Thank you. And I look forward to you checking into the FPPC regulation and hearing back from them. So thank you.
I actually received advice from their attorneys today based on this situation.
Sounds great.
So I do look forward to what a judge has to say about this. I think it's clearly an appearance of a conflict, if not definitely an actual conflict. So we will now begin with our public speakers. We'll start with Ann Force, followed by Diane Manning, followed by Jake Krivasarant. I'm sorry, I probably said that wrong. Ann Force, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, I'm Ann Force. I'm a Vista resident, and I'm in favor of appointing Councilmember Melendez to the Sandag Board as our Vista representative. I am a senior, and I am in favor of increasing support for mass transit because it will benefit seniors, students, and working families. Increasing the frequency and routes of mass transit will help eliminate highway congestion, pollution, and accidents. It will also be safe and efficient. And thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Diane Manning, followed by Jake, followed by Joe Hood.
Good evening. My name is Diane Manning, and I am here to say I totally support our mayor for our Sandbag representative. I was going to ask...
If I could ask, according to our ordinance, applause is not in order, so if you would hold it till the end, or actually not at the end, it's not allowed during the meeting. Thank you.
I was going to ask for clarification from Karina Cortez, but I think she's already clarified her lobbyist position with the Sandag. But my question is the purpose of this change to represent the will of the people of Vista, or is it your own personal agenda? Directed to you, Cortinas.
And unfortunately, it's not a back and forth. You're just allowed to make your comments to the council.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jake Krivasarant, did I say that correctly? Close enough, huh? Okay, thank you. Followed by Joe Hood.
Good evening. My name is Jake Krivasarant.
I am a resident of Vista and urban planning student at UC San Diego. I'm here today to express my strong support for the appointment of Councilmember Katie Melendez to the Sandag representative for the city of Vista. Mayor John Franklin has stated that he would rather the city have no representation in our region's planning agency than someone he disagrees with. I do not want our city's voice in one of the region's most influential government agencies to be thrown away like this. Councilmember Melendez supports the groundbreaking improvements to our region's transportation system that Sandag is proposing, such as increased frequency in the Coaster and Sprinter rail lines, and she also supports the vehicle miles traveled tax that would pay for them. Opponents to this tax say that it would disproportionately impact the poor. What they are ignoring is the fact that that public transit, especially in North County, is most useful to the poorest in our community, those who cannot afford or do not want to purchase a car. The VMT tax would pay for improvements in our transit system, and this would have beneficial effects not only to transit riders, but also to drivers as well. Improved transit frequency and quality will encourage more people to choose transit over driving. This will cause roadway usage to decline, as only those who prefer to drive will do so. And this means less traffic for those who stay on the road, and reduced wear and tear on infrastructure. This will lower the tax burden over time, as road maintenance is a huge cost for local governments, and that cost ultimately falls on the taxpayer. In this way, the tax will pay for itself and improve traffic and road quality. Councilmember Melendez also opposes pointless freeway widening projects. This is a good idea because studies have constantly shown that widening freeways does nothing to improve traffic conditions. Initial improvements induce more people to drive, which eventually makes traffic just as bad as before the expansion. All we are left with is a higher bill to pay for the increased maintenance of the new lanes. Councilmember Melendez has great ideas for the future of our region's transportation, and I support her appointment as Sandag representative. Thank you.
Joe Hood, followed by Chris Baldwin, followed by Kelsey McCready.
Good evening, I'm Joe Hood. I want to endorse the comments of the previous speaker. I thought they were excellent and eloquent. And Mayor, I'm appalled at your attack on Member Contreras tonight. It's just totally beyond you, below you. I believe we need as much public transit as possible. Sandag's 5 big moves would be fabulous for the environment. Climate change is a red flag. But we must overcome issues of cost with fossil fuel industry resistance to change, and the privilege that many want to continue to drive single-occupant vehicles. Our city and county have been laid out for cars, and it's hard to get where you need to go without one. Yet, our climate crisis demands that we try. We must reorganize into 15-minute cities and walkable villages with significant and adequate tree cover. Bus rapid transit with EV buses, frequent arrivals, well-chosen routes, and priority lane access should be considered as a fast, relatively low-cost way of reducing car use. COVID taught us that telecommuting can work often. We should encourage walking and bicycling with safe routes and paths. Hence, I urge the council to elect Councilmember Melendez to Sandag. She's one of several council members whom I believe will vote for the plans and actions that will reduce greenhouse gases and heal our climate, and boy, do we need it. Thank you.
Chris Baldwin, followed by Kelsey McCready, followed by Tanika Ivory.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Chris Baldwin. I've been a resident of the city of Vista for 33 years. I bought my home here in the city in 2009, where my partner and I live. When I voted last year for the mayor of the city of Vista, I voted for someone to represent the city and my voice and the voices of the citizens or majority that voted for the mayor. And I think as such, if the mayor wants to be the representative of the city to Sandag, then that's what the people voted for. It's something that we all want based on Mr. Mayor's views and opinions on the issues and whatnot. I'm seeing a lot of behavior in governments from state level, county, all the way down to the city that is forcing me to want to leave this place and get out of here. And now I'm seeing it at the city level, and it's disgusting. I can't afford to live here anymore, and I can't afford the taxes. I have the utmost of respect for Ms. Melendez's forward-looking outlook on how things should be, but at this point in the game, we are paying the highest taxes for a gallon of gas in the country, if I understand it correctly. Everyone wants public transit used. I work indirectly in public transit in North County. I won't ride it. I would suggest that if the council member wants to get involved in city representation on North County Transit District, that's a hot mess that really needs some attention right there. So there can be some immediate change made there if that's truly what you want. But, you know, we need to let the mayor represent the city on this. The mayor's who I voted for to take care of all of this. The bickering back and forth, I see both sides of it, I really do. We've all got an opinion here, but we need to set our egos and we need to set our agendas aside and work towards the greater goal here. And California, as it sits, is not sustainable. Therefore, the counties and cities within it are not sustainable either. So we need to think about those things. Sandag has given us a lot of empty promises. The differences between the transit system in San Diego versus North County is night and day. And it's unfortunate that we can't have the quality of public transit in North County that we do down in San Diego, or maybe I would consider it. But for the hours and hours, thousands of hours a year that I volunteer to educational institutions within Southern California, things like a road tax would put me out of that. I can't afford that. And public transit won't take me there without taking 4 hours to get there. Thank you for your time, and congratulations on your new coming family member. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. And just a reminder, applause is not appropriate during this portion of the meeting. Kelsey McCready, followed by Tanika Ivory, followed by Jorge Virapontes.
Hello, my name is Kelsey McCready and I live in Vista, California. I support our Mayor John Franklin as our representative in opposing the mileage tax by Sandag. While supporting our mayor, who is respectfully elected to represent this beautiful city, I am also going to state, unfortunately, that Katie Melendez, you're a disappointment in this topic. I believe everyone in this room cares about our environment in one way or another, but these charges, fees, taxes, whatever you want to call them is not the way. You all stand up there and talk about how expensive it is to live here, how our children might not ever afford a home here, and then you support policies that will in return hurt the working class even more. It is frustrating and disturbing. How do you all get to work every day, get to meetings, buy groceries, take your children to school, go to the doctor? The list goes on and on. It is not your role as a leader to change our habits and behaviors as citizens. If you are willing to support this, who knows what else you are willing to support in our future? Your role as our leaders is to represent the citizens that elected you, not to decide for yourself what is right for us. It is safe to say that a great majority of San Diego County citizens oppose this mileage tax. The mileage tax that is being proposed by Sandag is a complete overreach of power, and what is sad to see is that you guys know it. This tax will significantly hurt the lower and middle class citizens, especially those who commute for work. I used to work at the VA in Sereno Valley. A coworker of mine commuted 120 miles a day to get to work, a veteran who honestly probably made way less than he deserved at the VA. This type of tax will impact him and his family with absolutely no benefit to them at all. This is just one example out of thousands. Also, please stop using the angle that anyone that is against the mileage tax does not care about the environment, because that is a straight out manipulative lie. It is not my intention to insult or criticize, but to kindly ask you all to reconsider, go back to the drawing board and think of the citizens that this policy will harm. You are presented with a unique opportunity to stand up for what is right, and I truly hope you take it. I thank the board members who have voted against this mileage tax and have stayed strong to the establishment. I am sure it has not been easy, but please know that you are more than appreciated by the working class citizens of San Diego County.
Thank you. Tanika Ivory, followed by Jorge Viramontes, followed by Sean Ellis.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, Deputy Mayor, councilmen and women, because we say genders over here, and you all as well. I am here to express my support for Mayor Franklin. I would love him to represent our lovely city at Sandag. It's come to my attention from the local news that this mileage tax is to fund a $163 billion regional. That means all of us here in this region who are mainly only citizens of Vista will be paying a regional tax. Anyway, sorry. It's my opinion, as I stated, as a couple of others have stated, we're already overtaxed, overcharged for the operation of our vehicles and the use of public roads. Now, we are the owner of a Dodge Ram that's about 20 years old. We're paying a weight fee, okay? In addition to the increased registration fees, taxes, just on registering our vehicle alone. And then we go to the gas pump, and then we pay for insurance. So now on top of that, my tax dollars as a driver of an automobile, I have to pay for public transportation that, no, I'm not going to be on. Yes, I understand this is for the poor, and the poor can pay for it in the districts that they live, in the cities that they have representation. We're sending the mayor of Vista to Sandag to represent our city and our needs. I don't know how climate change is supposed to benefit the residents here. I don't understand how this tax plan is going to benefit the residents of Vista. If we're not already on the Sprinter and we're not already on the bus and we're Ubering, we need Uber and Lyft and all of those to still be around. And I'm assuming poor people must be using those as well. And there was a proposal, if I understand, that this same exact tax plan was supposedly not going to include a mileage tax to the residents. And I don't know how that got missed to where an original plan without a tax to the residents had been presented, but here we are having a discussion about a mileage tax. So I hope you understand my frustration is I'm assuming that those who are watching by Zoom may agree with me, may support the mayor. They may not have been here to tell you and look you in your faces and say that they support him, but I'm here and we're here. Good evening.
Thank you. Jorge Viramontes, followed by Sean Ellis, followed by Christopher Allen.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Jorge Viramontes. I won't need a translator, I'll translate it right now for you. Estoy aquí en 100% en voto por Katie Meléndez para el asiento de Sandag. Yo creo y estoy seguro que Katie Meléndez va a ser una voz fuerte para los trabajadores que construyen estos proyectos. So estoy 100% con Katie Fernández. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jorge Viramontes. I'm a representative with the Carpenters Local 619 here in San Diego. I'm 100% behind Katie Meléndez. I feel that she'll have a strong voice for the working people that build these structures, that use the infrastructure. We forget about the working folks. Katie will be a strong voice, so let's get Katie into that seat. We're 100% behind you, Katie. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Ellis, followed by Christopher Allen, followed by Javier Santizo.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sean Ellis, veteran, proud Vista resident, This is the city I chose to live in after I served my country and decided to be here. So who am I today? I'm a political organizer for the plumbers and pipe fitters, a proud affiliate of the building trades. Somebody said over there, this doesn't help working people. Are you insane? Who do you think builds these roads? Let's make it very clear. This isn't about a vehicle miles travel tax or every issue that we're talking about. This is about a decision to represent our city and a regional organization to make a difference. You can make a difference in jobs. We can do something, build infrastructure, create middle-class careers, a pipeline of success. And if the mayor decides not to represent us and decides to remove our representation at Sandag, then what are we really here for? Items up here earlier were talking about cigarettes, tobacco. Here's an actual situation you can make a huge impact. Middle-class jobs for people who look like me. Latinos, Mexicanos, Latinx, African Americans, Pacific Islanders. These are the peoples who will get into Sandag jobs, who will build these roads, who will build this infrastructure, who will do that. You remove that representation, then what is it for? So I proudly stand with you, sister, and Councilmember Melendez on appointing her to this seat. We need to make change, no more talk. We're finally at that ability to either electrify, provide hydrogen, provide green energy to make a change in our region. Is Vista going to be that roadblock in the north? The rest of the cities are ready to make that change. So it's time to have leadership. It's time to make a decision, get to Sandag, and have those negotiations like leaders are decided to do. You guys are decided or voted to do that. Don't get confused about vehicle miles traveled and all these other issues. That's what leaders do. That's your job, is to debate, negotiate, and make things happen. As a veteran, as a plumber and pipe fitter, as someone who represents 2,500 members, and let's get it real straight about how successful PLAs are. There's a man over there, Cipriano Vargas, who helped us push that through the Vista City school system. I got a few hundred members working over there right now that are from this region. So those are real facts, those are real issues. So I stand in support of you, sister, and I cannot wait till Vista has that chair at Sandag, has that word, and let's make it change. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, and I remind you, applause is not appropriate at this portion of the meeting. Christopher Allen, followed by Javier Santizo, followed by Jesse Garcia.
Christopher Allen, Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. Last time I spoke in front of you, I told you guys that I was a 20-year heavy highway infrastructure carpenter, and the one city I have never touched or worked on is the city of Vista. We need representation for the people of Vista that's not gonna tuck their tail between their legs and go in another room. They need to sit there when the heat's on and be able to make a decision that's right for us. Like I said, I've never worked in the city of Vista. I'm supporting Katie Melendez as the appointment because she's the person for the working class that's actually going to do something for the working class. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier Santizo, followed by Jesse Garcia, followed by Gabriel Jackson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Javier Santizo. I am a representative of Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. And today, I am not only here in support of Katie Melendez, I am also bringing the voice of 6,000 other local carpenters. These are carpenters that work on projects that support community wealth. We need a leader in Sandag. Katie Melendez, you have my full support, you have my family's support, and the families of those 6,000 other carpenters that build these communities. We know that you're gonna take it all the way to the top and you're gonna represent us well. These carpenters depend on good paying jobs that are gonna build community wealth. Strong wages, wages that come back into their communities. You know, local hire. Carpenters that are able to spend time with their family as opposed to carpenters that travel 2 or 3 hours per day, equaling a total of more than 2,000 hours per year. That's a second job. That's a carpenter, that's a worker, a working class that's not able to make it to its daughter's practice, Taekwondo class, a soccer practice. Katie Melendez, you have full support. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Jesse Garcia, followed by Gabriel Jackson, followed by Justin Damasio.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Garcia. I'm also a representative of the Carpenters. I'm here in full support of Katie Melendez's appointment to Sandag. We need someone who's going to stand up and fight for local infrastructure, someone who's going to bring public transportation to this city, someone who's going to bring accountability to this city. That's Katie Melendez. The citizens are with you. We believe in you, and we are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabrielle Jackson, followed by Justin Damasio, followed by Vanessa Forsyth.
My name is Gabrielle Jackson. I was so excited when I got the email about the public transportation and how it was all these great things were happening. And then I got Mayor Franklin's email saying that Council Member Melendez has called for the elimination of the single occupancy vehicle. What? Also, he writes in his email that she's calling for the elimination of your car. So he linked to a video in which she actually said that we need to be visionaries and move away from single occupancy vehicles as our primary mode of transportation. She's not trying to take away your car. That is simply fear-mongering, and it's not true. What she actually is advocating is to make it possible to get around North County without a car. It's a beautiful vision, and I think it's a reason for all of us to support her.
Thank you very much. Justin Damasio, followed by Vanessa Forsyth, followed by Rebecca Medici.
Hello, can you all hear me? Okay, so first, Mayor Franklin, I hope that you and I can share, take a moment to share in our enthusiasm that so many people showed up today. I don't know about you, but civic engagement at this level is wonderful. Even if we have opposing ideas, it's great to see people come out of their homes, take time out of their day to care about each other, even if they don't always agree. And I think that we all care enough about our neighbors to show up, even if we don't agree on the issues. Now, with that being said, I want to say that I have my full support behind Councilmember Melendez. I grew up, my grandma raised me in a single parent household. She was extremely poor. We couldn't afford a car. We couldn't afford a lot of things. We were Section 8, SSI, all of the subsidiaries you can have as a poor Vista resident. We lived in one of the few complexes before the law changed that would take Section 8, and actually Councilmember Contreras' district. And I remember one day I wanted to go to the Vista Library, and the bus that ran off of West Los Angeles, they discontinued it. They didn't have the funding that took me from right outside my apartment complex to the library, which was where I had access to a computer. It's where I had access to community events, and it's where I had access to books, because I couldn't really afford books, and I didn't want to pirate. So the library was my go-to spot. What I'm worried about is that I've heard a lot of misinformation in this room and a citation of a website that the mayor sponsored. I've seen on Nextdoor polls that are incredibly misleading, that are meant to survey data that no ethical statistician or surveyor would ever use. And what I'm afraid of is that we become so partisan and so all or nothing that we will stoop to no low in order to take down the opposition. But what does that have? What kind of effect does that have on our community? It pits neighbor against neighbor. It puts parents against their children. It puts elders against the people who take care of them, and that's very worrying. I believe that Councilmember Melendez has the forward-thinking and unifying sight to take care of our roads, which I don't know about y'all, but if you come off Sycamore Avenue, there's potholes everywhere. If you go into downtown Vista, there are potholes going in and out of the downtown area, and there are roads that are just frankly really damaging to your cars. How are we going to pay to repair that? I'm glad that I heard so many carpenters speaking. They're my second favorite carpenter. My first favorite is Jesus of Nazareth. And even though I'm not particularly religious, I believe that Jesus of Nazareth would be here condemning the misinformation, the false truths, and frankly, the bullying that we're seeing when we use wrong speaking tactics to tear down qualified people. Councilmember Melendez is one of the most qualified, ethical, and kind people I know, and I'm so grateful that, while I only have to come to this meeting once a week and deal with the toxicity, Councilmember Melendez shows up every time. Franklin, you didn't show up last time, and if you don't show up for a job, you shouldn't have it. Thank you.
Vanessa Forsyth, followed by Rebecca Medici, followed by Gretchen Newsom.
Thank you for letting me speak. We talked a little bit about public health. That was referenced. Actually, transportation is a public health issue. And It is an issue in terms of what's sustainable. Our current use of and emissions from cars and trucks is not sustainable because of what we know is happening now, impacting all communities, including this one, but more impacting people who live where they don't have all the access to health and they're suffering chronic health problems. Again, I mentioned I was a school nurse, and at the intersection of like major highways, you know, that is a problem for kids in schools who can't go outside and play because the air is bad. And we all remember how bad the air was in LA if we lived here more than, 20 years ago. I also want to say that I commuted every day until I recently retired and went through the experience of more lanes being added on the highways that I used to commute. And every time a lane was added, it seemed like, well, okay, now I can get somewhere a little faster. But within 6 months, that didn't maintain. So my point is, more lanes does not make it more accessible to get from place to place. I really do believe we need more funding for mass transit. I believe that for students, it's really important to get from place to place, as this gentleman was explaining. For people who don't have a car, and there's more people than you might think. And I think in the future, there will be more people without a car. Hopefully we'll have more electric cars, but even then. And we need more connections between the north-south, east-west corridors. And when we talk about transportation, it is not a city issue, it's a regional issue. And so it has to be addressed that way. When we talk about the impact of public health, it's not just a one entity, one place. We have to look to the future as to what's sustainable for our kids. And yes, it is really expensive to live here. And yes, my children can't afford to live here. But I still am more concerned about the health of all children. And I think transportation is that issue too that we have to consider. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Rebecca Medici, followed by Gretchen Newsom, followed by Gloria Rosario Conejo.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Medici, and I support Katie Melendez for our Sandag representative. I live in Councilmember Melendez's district on Breeze Hill Road, and I have to say that she's been very responsive and has done an amazing job. I sent her some photos of cracked sidewalks, and within a few weeks, they were repaired. So, you know, she's great with these issues, very responsive and very involved in infrastructure and related issues. I know that instead of arguing with Sandag over some sort of power struggle, she will go to Sandag for our local infrastructure projects, which John Franklin has failed to do and is frankly failing the community by refusing to receive grants for our much-needed projects. Katie Melendez has demonstrated her passion for issues which Sandag addresses, including local infrastructure, reducing traffic, affordable housing, climate action, and public transportation. And these are things which are important to the entire area of Vista. I don't take public transportation as much as I should, but I know that I will if it runs more frequently and has better routes. And the mileage tax, it's sort of a red herring here because Sandag can be in favor of it and we'd still have to vote on it. There's so much process that's going to be involved in that, and I don't think it is the big issue here, really. Anyway, thank you very much and for letting me speak in support of Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Gretchen Newsom, followed by Gloria Rosario Conejo, followed by Fox.
Can always anticipate good remarks from Fox. But this is Gretchen Newsom on behalf of IBW Local 569 and our 3,600 union electricians and power professionals, including 243 of our families that live here in Vista. We would like to tonight speak in support of this item and empowering the City Council to put forward their best member to represent Vista at Sandag, our regional planning and transit development agency. IBW 569 fully supports and strongly supports appointing Councilmember Katie Melendez to Sandag. She has been a longtime steward of investing public dollars smartly and in a socially and environmentally equitable manner. And that includes to build a vibrant and inclusive economy that delivers environmental and economic justice, lifts up communities, creates healthier communities, addresses the climate crisis, and ensures natural resource conservation, all while protecting our children and families with bike lanes and better mobility options. IBW 569 supports the new regional transportation plan that invests in quality mass transit and green mobility options, and a vision that combats climate change and cleans the air for our children, and a vision that supports quality construction careers under PLAs with local hire, hiring veterans from Vista, hiring local Vistans to get to work and have those quality construction careers. We support Councilmember Katie Melendez because she supports this vision and supports abolishing the gas tax. Bravo, Councilmember Melendez. We also support that. She's also committed to representing all Vista constituents by never walking out on a Sandag meeting and never abandoning her post and her responsibility to represent Vista and her constituents, all Vista constituents. We look forward to partnering with you in these values that do right by Vista and the entire region. We hope that you will support appointing Councilmember Katie Melendez to Sandag. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Rosario Conejo, followed by Fox, followed by John Bodorf.
Okay. Hi. My name is Gloria Rosario Conejo. I'm here in support of improving our North County infrastructure, reducing traffic, increasing access to affordable housing, implementing climate action, and I mean implementing, effective public transportation planning, and uplifting transparency within Sandag. But most importantly, I'm here in support of our laboring environmental justice communities. This is why I trust Councilmember Katie Melendez to lead Vista and North County on Sandag. Our environmental justice communities of interest need investment. Working people need higher access to well-paying jobs. We need housing near our jobs. We can't afford to live in the places we grew up in. We need to create opportunities out of this crisis for those most affected. I'll admit climate anxiety haunts my sleep, but I am here with the intent of radical hope, the radical hope that my generation will do what is necessary to ensure humans stay relevant to this Earth's thread. In Donatin's name, Earth Mother Goddess, blessed be.
Thank you. Fox, followed by John Bodorf, followed by Anna Denif.
It's fine. Okay, so one of my favorite things about California is, despite the fact that we are a massively populated state, we are also unhinged enough to use direct democracy in a lot of our process. What does this mean? Well, basically, this whole fight over Sandag levying a mileage tax doesn't make sense. What they want to do is they want to build public transportation and fund it with a mileage tax, something they'd have to propose, put up to vote, and get it voted in for them to secure that funding. What they actually do is they allocate revenues already accrued to spend on transportation. If you hate Sandag so much, when that bill comes in to vote, give them the middle finger and vote it down. Vote down any bill that suggests that we should have a mileage tax.
Address your comments to the council, please.
Okay. The problem is you are leading this discussion with that point, and I don't like that. Because when you tell people, oh, Sandag has this much power, it becomes something we're fighting over. But Sandag is really just the group that's responsible for figuring out how we're going to spend money. And if you don't show up for that because you're pissed at them, you're actually not helping. Like, I would have literally no issue with you showing up there. We wouldn't be having this vote if you did that job, but you're not. And you're making it seem like you can't do that job by blaming this mileage tax. And it just doesn't track. It doesn't make any sense. Like, we will eventually be replacing the gas tax because it's not fair that vehicles like Teslas, which do more damage to the roads than gas vehicles, due to the fact that they're heavier and use narrow, high-pressure tires. They cause the ground underneath the asphalt to
Dan, if
cave
you
in
could
harder.
direct your comments
Yes,
this way.
thank you. And we need to tax them eventually, somehow or another, as gas revenues fall and we have less and less money to pay for the roads. Is it awkward that perhaps we are proposing a mileage tax before we've done this system? And is it awkward that some people might get dinged with a gas tax and a separate mileage tax to pay for transit? Yes. But that's why you need to show up and go, no, we're not doing this. Fix it all, or we are going to stall this. And use all of the motivation for public transit to fix the tax law so people don't have to suffer. You can't just throw your hands up in the air, ring them, and go, oh, Sandag's the bully, and we can't do anything about it, and that's why we're going to walk out. So if you're going to walk out, yeah, someone who's going to show up should go, not you. Thank you.
Thank you, John Bodor, followed by Anna Deneve, followed by Doug Hicks.
Good evening. My name is John Bodorf. I just wanted to put in my endorsement for Katie Melendez for Sandag. Sandag, particularly because it is a regional jurisdiction, needs someone who has a lot of vision to get us where we need to go in this climate crisis. And that means public transportation. That means getting us off dependence of fossil fuels. And that means infrastructure projects. And I think Katie Melendez will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Deneve, followed by Doug Hicks, followed by Carol Kim.
Hi, my name is Anna Deneve, and I fully support Councilmember Melendez for being our new Sandag representative. I have full confidence that they have our community's best interests at heart and will do what is right for Vista. I strongly urge the council to approve this resolution. And all this talk about us voting for the mayor to represent us being a reason to oppose this is ridiculous. This reasoning can also apply to the council members. We voted for them to represent us, and the fact that they are a group rather than just one person does a better job of representing our diverse community. Please, stop peddling nonsense to serve a frankly selfish agenda to let our public transit system go ignored for political clout. We should be better than this. This is supposed to be about the citizens of Vista, not getting political points for your party. Public transportation is the lifeblood for much of our community, and it deserves the utmost respect. Also, I hate public speaking and I don't want to be here, but I'm here and I'm speaking because I care enough to do these things anyway, because they're important. Thank you, and thank you to everyone else who's here to make sure their voices are heard, even if they don't really want to be here.
Thank you, Doug Hicks, followed by Carol Kim, followed by Armin Kurdian.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm glad we're having this discussion tonight. But what are we really talking about? We're talking about a Sandag appointment. This is not the vote for a mileage tax. This is a vote for the representative for the city of Vista and Sandag. The question is, who's actually going to show up and do the job? Who will fill the seat and be the voice of Vista? An empty seat brings no infrastructure money to Vista. An empty seat provides no voice for their residents. Katie Melendez has vowed that she's going to show up to every meeting, engage in the lost art of civil discourse. Being a politician is an art. It involves civil discourse, being able to discuss ideas with those you disagree with. But you can't represent your citizens if you can't stand to stay in the room because of a difference of opinions. I'm here to support Katie Melendez because she has a vision. She has an idea that big infrastructure is worth investing in. We're standing on the greatness of our grandparents' generation that built the bulk of the infrastructure in our country. By the way, the same infrastructure that the working class uses to get to every day, that moves our goods and our services throughout our community. The vision for the future has to include big plans. We can't rely on 100-year-old visionaries. It is time that Vista sends a representative to Sandag that will absolutely embrace what the future holds. It's going to take big, bold action. When they built the first infrastructure in this country, it was a transcontinental railroad. And people said, why the hell do we need that? I'm happy where I'm at. And when it comes to the next generation of infrastructure, it will have to embrace all the technology that's going to come. And guess what? It's not going to come cheap and it's not going to come free. But your great grandkids will have an opportunity to look back and say, we had visionaries. We had people who were willing to stand up and fight for big ideas. I'm proud to say that the United States leads the world in most of the economy. That's because we could move goods and services. That's what Sandag does, is they provide the opportunity for the residents to move their goods and services. If we underfund that, if we're afraid to take big, bold action, where are we going to end up as a city, as a county, as a nation? We have bridges that are failing. They replaced the Mission Bay Bridge because it was structurally failing. Lake Hodges Dam, built in 1919, structurally failing. They just let all the water out of the dam so they could repair it. That was our grandparents' and great-grandparents' generation. And by the way, the surest sign that you've lost an argument is that you're going to take it to court. If you lead with that, you know you've lost the argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol Kim. Please hold your applause. Carol Kim, followed by Armin Kurdian, followed by Suzanne Hume.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carol Kim, and I'm the business manager of the San Diego County Building and Construction Trades Council, representing over 35,000 union construction workers across the county and hundreds, possibly thousands actually, now that I'm counting, of Vista residents, voters, and taxpayers who are part of our building trades family. I'm also a vice president of San Diego and Imperial County's Labor Council, which represents over 200,000 working families in the county, and I rise to speak in support of the change in municipal code to allow the City Council to nominate and appoint a representative to the Board of Sandag, and to request that you vote today to appoint Councilmember Katie Melendez as Vista's representative to the Board of Sandag. It's important for working people and their family members to have alternative options for transportation that are not automobile-centric. Our current public transit infrastructure is vastly lacking. I think we all can agree to that. And for the over 40% of residents of the county who are unable to be self-reliant on their current incomes, the prohibitive cost challenges that exist for workers, in particular low-income ones, of car ownership and operation makes it even more challenging to secure and commute to higher wage jobs. We need leaders who are willing to envision a better, transformative public transit system, one that is highly functional for day-to-day use for most residents in a county like San Diego, where income disparities can be so vast. It's critical that our elected representatives to regional boards are those who can and will prioritize the needs of these community members who are a vital part of Vista. Building out this type of functional public transit, providing mobility options to those who need them, will also benefit those who do have to drive, decreasing the number of vehicles on our freeways and roads, reducing traffic, and making for more timely, efficient commutes for everyone. And beyond the economic concerns for our most vulnerable residents, we must be forward-thinking about climate concerns and how we most effectively address climate change and slow down or mitigate impacts that could completely change the ability of our families to even exist on this planet. We must start changing our behaviors and approaches if we hope to see our children and future generations share the quality of life that we currently have. And regarding the previous item on the agenda, there was ample discussion about the need to prioritize the health and well-being of our communities and youth. Robust public transit systems can contribute to those goals. And not only are those automobile emissions unhealthy greenhouse gases, but they contribute to respiratory illnesses such as asthma and other things. I urge you to pass this municipal code change today and choose Katie Melendez as Vista's representative to Sandag so that she can strive for a healthier future and region for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Armin Kurdian, followed by Suzanne Hume, followed by Yesenia Hernandez.
Hello, council members. My name is Armin Kurdian. I am a Vista resident. With any large endeavor, any massive effort undertaking, you always got to start with a problem statement. What do you actually need? From that point, you migrate to, okay, what are the capabilities I need? What am I not able to do right now? You have a set of requirements, and at that point, you determine what your solution is going to be. Now, your solution could range anywhere from process improvement to the big, shiny new box, which is a euphemism for something that is very large and very expensive and very complex. And that's why you need trade-offs, because we don't have unlimited time and unlimited money. And the inexorable truth of this process is as you get closer to the shiny new box, you need more time and more money to actually get there. Sandag's regional transportation plan went right to the shiny new box without any critical thinking or any thought-provoking process. And that's, I think, a point that is being lost here, is I think there are too many people, there's a lot of folks in this room and on this council who don't fully understand this plan and under serious illusions about what this regional transportation plan is going to do or what they think it's going to do, and don't understand what it is not going to do. And considering Sandag's record of broken promises to North County, how they've never been right on revenue numbers, they've always been short, how they've always been short on ridership and always been under on cost, or they have underestimated cost numbers. It's no wonder that you have a lot of elected leaders at the local level in this county who are very mistrustful of Sandag, and especially considering how they've been running roughshod over North County over the last few years, that we may have a little bit of lack of faith in the process. Now, Mayor Franklin has been an elected leader longer than anyone else on this council. He has tremendous experience and he understands the issues that are going on here. He was elected by the majority of the city as a whole, and as such, I do believe he is best qualified to sit on Sandag and represent us for the city of Vista. So I will just kind of leave everybody with this thought. What is going to be the environmental impact of the regional transportation plan, of all this infrastructure once it is built, which is going to cost a lot more than the $163 billion number which was said previously, because it says nothing about sustainment, nothing about support, nothing about upgrades, nothing about cybersecurity, nothing about any of that. What is going to be the environmental impact and the carbon footprint of building this thing if few people are actually going to use it? And that's what's going to happen. That's what's happened in the history of Sandag's mass transit plans. Can that money have been used in a more intelligent, more wise, thought-provoking process that would actually help riders and citizens of this city get to where they need to go in a more efficient fashion and to actually save the environment? I would like to hear an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Hume, followed by Yesenia Hernandez, followed by James Riggenbach.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Hume, and I'm speaking on my own behalf to support Councilmember Katie Melendez, because not only does Councilmember Melendez reach out to youth, find out many of the important issues of the day, speak to experts, and is absolutely invested in wanting to come up with solutions for our youth. We must have public transit. We must invest in green jobs. We must invest in infrastructure. We must stop the burning of fossil fuels now, not just to protect our climate, but San Diego County has an F in ozone and an F in particulate matter. Particulate matter, for example, PM 2.5, that's tiny bits of pollution breathed in through the nose and are so small that they actually penetrate the brain. They cross the blood-brain barrier. And what does that do? That increases stillbirth, pre-birth, low birth weight babies, many diseases, cancer, etc. So we need to think about stopping the burning of fossil fuels, not just for the climate and our health, but it's the right thing to do. We need to invest in our future, invest in infrastructure, invest in green jobs, and the right person to do that, because she's absolutely committed to doing that, is Councilmember Melendez. She has a track record of doing that, and that's what she wants to do. She wants to be there. So why would we not send someone who is very passionate about this to go in there and do this negotiation and fight for Vista and fight for our future? So my full support goes to Councilmember Katie Melendez because of her absolute dedication and that she wants to do it. And it is something that must be done for our children and our future and our workers and for Vista. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesenia Hernandez, followed by James Riggenbach, followed by Cipriano Vargas.
Hi, me again. If you forgot about me, please don't, because I'm going to graduate this year, and my resume might come across any of your desk. But I am here to show support for Katie Melendez because I know that I'm a senior, I'm gonna graduate soon, and I'm gonna be out here fighting the good fight, but I know that she's gonna take care of things before I can come join her. And I think it's really important to care, to have compassion. I think she has that. I think she's perfectly willing to do it. I think that if I have to be behind anyone, I'd be behind her. Honestly, I'd have her as my mentor, and I'd have her guiding me. So thank you.
Thank you. James Riggenbach, followed by Cipriano Vargas, followed by Sarah Spinks.
Hi, my name is Jim Riggenbach. I'm a Vista resident. At the last discussion, Mr. Green brought up the election repeatedly as a reason that Mayor Franklin should be the Sandag rep because a majority of Vista voted for Franklin. He said multiple times. It's not true. Yeah, he got more votes than the other guy, but only 25% of voters voted for Mayor Franklin. That's only 13% of the whole population. To imply that Franklin has the pulse of Vista based on this election is a complete stretch. And when you talk elections, you have to talk campaign contributions. Those are key to winning elections. I analyzed 3 reporting periods, July of 21, January of 22, July of 22. Mayor Franklin raised $142,000. 81% of that huge amount of money came from outside Vista. You have to look at his reports. It's big donor after big donor from Rancho Santa Fe and Newport Beach. Mr. Green also brought up a concern about politics in the last discussion, but that was just to take a shot at unions. It wasn't serious. I have a real concern that you should be asking questions about. Have you heard of the group New Majority? This is an organization whose top priority, actually their only priority, is low taxes. And this is not a group of the working poor or the working class people that Mayor Franklin says he wants to protect. They don't need any social safety nets that are provided by tax revenue. Why is this group important? This group paid Mayor Franklin's personal family business $89,000 last year. So there's a very fair and very necessary question that should be asked when we hear Mayor Franklin talk so much about taxes and so little about creating a robust transportation system. Who benefits from Mayor Franklin's positions on the council and his potential position on Sandag? Does he want to improve the lives of Vista, or does he want to improve the bottom line of his business? I think a true leader would have admitted this obvious conflict of interest and recused himself from even this discussion or consideration. Melendez is a true leader, smart, thoughtful, sincere, thinks of the big picture, and advocates for this community. Please make the right decision. And if I have 30 seconds left, I would also ask the attorney to consider, can somebody with an obvious conflict of interest sue somebody else who he thinks he has a conflict of interest? It's unbelievable.
Cipriano Vargas, followed by Sarah Spinks, followed by Terry Constantine.
Good evening, council members. Mayor, it's a pleasure to be here. Councilmember Melendez, thank you so much for representing our community. There was an email sent out yesterday about this meeting and discussion being orchestrated by you. The voters have spoken. They have elected all of you. And if the voters have elected all 5 of you, and if there's 3 of you that have a nominee, then yes, this has been orchestrated by the voters and the residents of Vista. Councilmember Melendez, thank you so much for engaging our community. I know these conversations are tough. I know being attacked and being called names and the emails are not easy, but that is part of our work. It's part of your work to making sure that you engage the public. You most recently had a town hall. In my 30 years of living in the city of Vista, rarely do I see elected officials engaging the public. Thank you for that. Because every person here tonight, whether you're on this side of the issue or the other, or somewhere in the middle, deserve to have access to information, not misinformation, to information. And for you to stand up, it means a lot to our community, because when I think about working families, when I think about people that rely on public transportation and what we need for the future, that is the representation we need at Sandag. When the hard discussions come, we don't need people walking away. We need leaders that are going to talk about the issues, have the hard discussions, and take a vote for what they stand for. Every single time I've been at this council, you stand for your values. Thank you for that. ask my colleagues tonight to please vote for Mrs. Melendez to be our representative for Sandag. And if anybody in the public wants to participate at Sandag, including a mayor, he can sign up for his 3 minutes, participate as the part of the public comment, and make his remarks if he wishes to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah Spinks, followed by Terry Constantine, followed by Leo Ledesma.
Hello, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to lend my support for Councilmember Melendez to represent us on Sandag. I think about the rail trail that still isn't done and all the memories that I never got to make with my kid. So we're talking about mass transit, but we're also talking about other modes of transit, and those are memories that I never got to make, because whoever represented me, I don't know that they were really fighting for those things. I'm also thinking about my year I lived abroad in Germany, where I experienced the freedom of not having a vehicle. I walked everywhere. I rode my bike. I got on the train. I got on a bus. I lived in a town the size of Vista. It was just as hilly. I could get to the other side of my town in 20 minutes on a bus. The bus came every 10 minutes. Everyone had a bus pass. There were bike paths everywhere. It was great. People were healthy. People thought about their health. They seemed like very balanced people, very reflective, very happy. They enjoyed their lives. This is like quality of life stuff. And I just always think about all these memories I never got to make with my son, because that rail trail still isn't finished. They have one in Oceanside with the San Luis Rey. We've ridden that one, but we have to get in a car to go to it. It's kind of far away. I'm also grateful to the union people who came here and spoke tonight. Yeah, these are great jobs. Guess what? My dad's a union carpenter. I'm a homeowner because of it. He sent all his kids to college. I don't have any student loan debt. I went back to school at 40 years old. I still don't have any loan debt. I own a home. Both my brother own homes. We're all still here because of union. These are great jobs. Don't we want these things? I want more freedom for people who live in my community and myself and my kid and my family and everyone. I bought a home in downtown Vista. I walk everywhere. I walk to the store. I walk to the gym. I actually walked to work, my previous job, and guess what? My new job, I walked to that new job. It is liberating not having to be in your box, driving to your next box, to drive back to the box that you live in. Go outside, be healthy, move your body. It's freeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Constantine, followed by Leo Ledesma, followed by TJ Crossman.
Thank you. I'm Terry Constantine. I totally support John Franklin. I totally oppose zero experience Katie Melendez. If you look up Katie's experience, she doesn't have any. She has only had one other job, working for a nonprofit as an assistant of some sort, and she has this now. That's it. No experience. John has all kinds of experience. He knows how to negotiate. He knows how to work with people. He's a very helpful and great person. And to all of the union guys that got up and said, oh, this is going to be wonderful for us, please let me know how you're going to take your ladders, your tools, your paints, your brushes, all the things on the Sprinter. How are you going to do that? So you're still going to be driving in the one-person truck using a lot more gas, and you're not going to be able to do your job. Or you're going to do your job, you're going to have to get there, you're going to have to leave your equipment somewhere. It doesn't make any sense. It's also a question how someone who doesn't understand parliamentary procedure doesn't understand either how taxes are dispersed. Taxes go to San Francisco, to Sacramento, and then they're cut up and they're given back to where the taxes have been earned. So we will be paying this additional tax in addition to all the other bills that we're paying here in Southern California, in Vista, especially our gas, SDG&E, all of these things, we're going to be paying more. And someone up in San Francisco, up in Northern California, is going to get the benefit of that. Newsom is underwater. He said he was going to have a lot of extra money. He doesn't have any. We're now in deficit. So you need to learn. You also need to go out and learn. You need to work. You need to have a real job and learn the things that you need to do to actually negotiate at Sandag. You need somebody who's got experience. And I support John all the way.
Thank you. Leo Ledesma, followed by TJ Crossman, followed by Denise Berrigan.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for having me. Support Mr. John Franklin, Mayor John Franklin. I was born and raised in Vista, old town site, originally West Los Angeles. And I'm here to let Katie Melendez know that I definitely do not support her in the Sandag seat. Reason why, the mileage tax. A lot of people don't know about that, especially my family, who first generation Mexicans, not Latinx, Mexicanos, Mexicano-Americanos, do not know or educated or don't have the time to know about the mileage tax or even Sandag, or don't even know what is Sandag. I had to educate them on what Sandag is, what's the meaning of Sandag, mileage tax, and we all voted for Mayor Franklin. The reason why we voted for Mayor Franklin, because he opposes the tax. And I hear all this union talk, and reason why I came down here last minute, I was enjoying my family dinner, watching this on the YouTube channel, and felt like an infomercial, a lot of commercials, and I would like you to move your office to San Diego, see how that would feel. Take a bus down there, see how long it take you to get there. And don't forget, rush back home because you got the kids. You got to take them to practice. Got to bathe them. Got to feed them. Got to get them ready for the next day. Hey, wait a minute, it's 9 o'clock. Too late, time's run out. We need single occupancy vehicles out there. Winding the lanes to Escondido to Oceanside, vice versa, will help out single moms, single dads, get to their jobs, get to their families as quick as possible. I used to work in Claremont. I would pay that transponder fee. I don't care how much it was. If it was $25, I'd pay just to see my kids as soon as possible. And for you to not allow that winding road, I think it's a pretty bad point on your part, especially with, it would come with a lot of jobs. It would come with fixing that whole pool that underneath El Camino. Every rain will probably be another pool tomorrow if you want to take your swimming clothes there. There'll be one underneath El Camino, but that will help out everything, widening out the lanes. So thank you.
Thank you. TJ Crossman, followed by Denise Berrigan.
Thank you for allowing me up here to speak. I'm kind of nervous, my first time. I'm TJ Crossman. I'm actually a long time, I think this year's 31 years I've been living in the city of Vista. So I've been here a little while, almost a native. I actually do a lot of community service in this city. Some of you might know me. Some of you I've even done community service with. I also own a business in the city. I own an auto repair shop. I can tell you that the exhaust fumes from cars these days is improving tremendously, and there's no way that they're as dangerous as they used to be. And this is all coming from the California Air Resources Board. I just can't believe some of the things I hear going on here. All the union guys, you guys gotta have one big van because y'all fitting in there together, carpooling 2,200 hours a week. So that goes to tell me you're not living close by. So, our freeways need to be expanded. We need to get places. I am a single father, a single business owner, and I can't even afford a house here in Vista. It's gonna take me $100,000 to put down on my house to provide something for my daughter. And now They're proposing to add another tax, to add another increased cost to my life on top of prom, on top of dinner, clothes, cars, everything else that, my daughter deserves to have a good life. The roads, they haven't done any improvements they have no plans to improve the 78, the 52, or the 67. That's the reality of it all. This feels like, I just can't believe this is all going on. I mean, it feels like you just want to be right, not even about a solution to the problem. I would have walked out of the meeting too if they weren't playing by the fair rules. Absolutely. This is just insanity. And what's for the better, the best interest of the public? That's the honest question here. What is the truth? Not about who's right, not about who's wrong, not about, tattletale and lies and this and that. That's all gonna stop. Just come to the betterment for us, everybody here. I don't know who said John didn't get voted in by the majority, but I mean, I'm a simple guy, but I don't know how else you would have won, but John Franklin all the way.
Thank you very much. Denise Berrigan is our last public speaker.
Hello, Council. My name is Denise Berrigan, and I am here to show my support for Mayor Franklin as a representative of Sandag. I've heard a lot of talk today about jobs that would be brought in by the projects that are being brought forth. Well, how about we create jobs that will actually benefit the city and the North County area? How about improving the 78, which has been neglected for many years, and it seems to get worse? Have you not seen the flooding that happens off El Camino every time it rains? What about the jobs that will be lost in the future in the automotive industry, which happens to be the industry I represent? Something I also want people to consider is that this project may ultimately make driving a car unaffordable for some, making car ownership a luxury only some will be able to afford. We all care about the environment here. As a matter of fact, I just helped my mom purchase an electric vehicle. She works in Rancho Santa Fe, and I can't even imagine what that commute would look like for her. I don't know about you, but I really don't like to commute because of the amount of time it takes. If driving a car becomes unaffordable, imagine getting up earlier, walking to the closest transit station or bus stop, planning your route based on that, and the amount of time it's going to take. I don't know about you, but I would much rather spend my time with my family and loved ones. This idea may work in a city like New York, but I don't see this working in a large county like San Diego, where everything is so spread out and a very small number of the population participates in public transportation as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just do want to take the moment to correct one piece of misinformation that was presented. The idea that somehow I have a similar conflict of interest is entirely inaccurate. I do work professionally to support elected leaders who oppose increases to taxes because I oppose increases to taxes. However, I have never appeared before a legislative body, any body that the city of Vista has an interest in, any government body, any body of any kind whatsoever, any decision maker of any kind whatsoever, to lobby for, advocate for, or to seek any kind of official outcome. And that is the difference, is that we have a council member who has received a salary, does receive currently a salary, to advocate. And if you go to transparentvista.com, you can see that the deputy mayor has made at least 4 appearances in recent weeks before the Sandag Board of Directors, and she discloses that she's there on behalf of her paid employer to ask for policy outcomes and to influence the decision-making of the Sandag Board. So I just needed to take advantage of the opportunity to correct the record there before I recognize Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you. I think it would be great if I had that much influence, that if I just said a public comment, that Sandag would just bend to my will and do whatever they need to do to fulfill my wishes. I think there's, another council member, Colin Perrin of La Mesa, and they were able to vote. So in any case, I do want to thank the public everybody who came. And I hope that especially those who are against double taxation, which I am totally against as well, will stay for item D4, which is a resolution to abolish the gas tax brought forward by Councilmember Melendez, who has been so villainized by our mayor for, I don't know what the reasons are, you know. I understand that, you know, Sandag can be, for some, they see it as a highly political, big spotlight. And maybe somebody who, like the mayor, wants to become a supervisor at the Board of Supervisors, you know, it would be a great move for him to be there and be able to posture. You know, I wish that there would be an approach more like even Mayor Rebecca Jones from the city of San Marcos, I think, brings forward some better arguments that really spurred discussion at the Sandag level. The last meeting, I had the pleasure to watch, and I provided comment on some things, which I would love for you to see because it really shows that there's a deep understanding of what Sandag does. But, you know, our mayor did decide to show up to that meeting. He previously decided not to show up to a ton of other meetings. And I immediately was like, he's there to make a political stance, which he did. And actually his colleagues were asking for him to withdraw his motion. He wouldn't, and it failed. So I want to show the rest of the region that Vista's serious about what our needs are here in our community. And I think that there's no one better than Councilmember Melendez to actually advocate. I want to give you an example. I sit on North County Transit District. I represent the city. This is the only voting position that I was granted by the previous council, and I had to fight for it. Previous to me being in that position, our mayor was in that position. Now, I'm going to ask you, why did it only take a few months for me to be able to get a new bus route for our children that were walking to Rancho Minerva Middle School? A few months. You can actually see this bus route throughout Vista. It's the 634. 2 of the 5 most utilized bus routes with the Youth Opportunity Pass go through Vista. The 303 and the 305. I ride the 303 all the time. That's how I get to the majority of my NCTD meetings. If I can't make it on that bus, then I'll take the Sprinter, and then I got to walk like 11 minutes. When I have to go to work down in San Diego, I prefer to take either the coaster or the 280 or the 235 out of Escondido. And as I'm taking public transit, I look at how many people are driving by themselves in their vehicles. And I see the frustration. You know, the times that I do have to go behind the wheel, I immediately get into that driver brain and I start getting frustrated and I want to go faster. And it's just like a natural tendency. You know, the car is not something that biologically I think that we match up really well with, because it's such a powerful machine. So I really want to provide folks different options where you're not forced to have to be in a vehicle. I don't understand why we're even talking about the mileage tax. For those of you who don't know, there is no way to actually have a mileage tax right now because the infrastructure for that isn't built. The policy for that is not built at the state level. That mileage tax that was proposed in the 2021 regional plan prior to it being amended, which now it's off the table, and we're moving forward, right, as a region looking at the 2025 regional plan, that tax isn't even set to start until 2030. 2030. Don't you want to have more options? Don't you want your neighbors to not be forced to be in their vehicle? If there's more options, even, if we look at North County, most of the trips that we take are 7 miles or less. 7 miles or less. What a great opportunity. And I love the comments that highlighted how inefficient our public transit is. I completely agree. It's because we haven't invested in it. It's because we've decided that, you know what? We're going to make sure that you need to have a vehicle for everything. And that vehicle is going to cost you about $10,000 a year to operate. You could get public transit for, like 20% of that cost. Now we just got to make it more frequent. We have to make it reliable. There's new emerging technologies like Sandag. I got to actually sit on their panel that was like a Shark Tank for their first community fair, and they wanted me to be a judge. It was really cool, and it was their request for innovative concepts. And one of them might actually work really well here. It's called Beep. I would love a representative to investigate if we could have low-speed vehicles or neighborhood electric vehicles that help people get connected from their doorstep to the grocery store and back. Especially with Vaughn's being taken out, how are folks in that area going to get their groceries? It's really expensive to have someone deliver it to you. So I just want us to take into consideration what we're actually talking about here. And that is that there was a municipal code change that the majority of the council approved for the council to make the decision to appoint the representative that they see fit for this position on Sandag. Sandag is so much more than a mileage tax. Sandag is about affordable housing. Sandag is about habitat conservation. Sandag is about how we connect to one another now, in the near term, and in the very long term. It's an incredible opportunity for us to have a representative there that is going to stay for the whole meeting and going to connect what we need here in Vista to the larger plans that Sandag has. And when it comes to any taxes, you better believe that we are going to individually, our right to vote yes or no on a tax will be intact. We will have that opportunity. And, it's just interesting because when you look at it, and I don't like to look at things in a partisan lens, but when you do, when Sandag was rampant with corruption, who was the political party that was in charge? Now all of a sudden, right, things have changed. More people have been engaging in the voting system. There's a difference of ideology, which means that there's a difference in representation brought forward, and now the partisanship is on the other side. So where was this investigative fervor back when there was a different group of folks that were part of that body, when there was absolute corruption and deception? I'm glad to say that we're moving away from that, but it's only because our representation has changed. So, I even think about what's coming before us. The state has certain mandates that Sandag needs to meet. They absolutely need to meet it, or else our pretty little roads are going to continue to deteriorate. We will not, if we do not meet state mandates, We will not have access to SB1 funds. SB1 funds are the way that we get our streets resurfaced and slurry sealed, and everybody has the right to use those streets. They're public. That's part of our public infrastructure. It needs to get paid for in some way. So if we can have more options for folks where they're not forced, because right now we're in an auto-centric world. So if we can move forward and start creating more reliable public transit, I even believe that some of the folks that are against sending Councilmember Melendez and in favor of sending the mayor might even take public transit more when it becomes more reliable. And that's something that we must do. And in speaking about our youth and the Youth Opportunity Pass, I just told you there's 2 routes here in Vista that in the entire county of San Diego, we have 2 bus routes, the 303 and the 305, that are so highly utilized, not just by our youth, but by a lot of folks, but especially by our youth to be able to get to recreational and extracurricular activities, to be able to get to school. Because a lot of the households, they got one working car, and you cannot rely on only one working car that might not even work in a few months, because some cars are always breaking down. We had a speaker that repairs them. He's been able to do that for a living because our cars break down. So we need to be able to help people economically by giving them more freedom of mobility. And you will have the opportunity, if Sandag brings forward what they believe is a recommendation of whatever tax, you'll have the opportunity to voice your opinion then. But keep in mind, we can't just talk about 2030 and not talk about what we need right now. What we need right now is to connect folks better, because there's a lot of people that don't have the ability to drive for one reason or another. In 2035, the state is going to have another mandate, right? Internal combustion engines will not be able to be sold anymore. Used cars will still be in the market, but new cars, you can't have a gas engine. So what's our long-term plan to keep everybody moving, to keep our buses on the roads that they need too, just like you do in your car? We need to be able to meet those challenges. We can't hide away from these really big topics. So I want to put a motion on the floor that we send Councilmember Melendez as our primary representative to Sandag. Thank you.
I wanted to address something that you said about my failing to appear at a Sandag meeting. I joined a bipartisan group of mayors, 9 of us, and we walked out because of the way North and East County has been treated by the use of the weighted vote, and the bylaws specifically requiring at our organizational meeting the election of the second vice chair based on the tally vote. I hope that if Councilmember Melendez was the representative, that she would also have walked out of Sandag to protest the fact that our city had its representational power taken from it in an agreement that was made in 1980 when the bylaws were created, that said that small cities were represented by the tally vote, and we were guaranteed the right to have a member of the executive committee. So I'm proud to have walked out, and I appreciate all the speakers who spoke this evening and mentioned the fact that I walked out and brought attention to what that bipartisan group of mayors did. We're very proud of the fact that we brought attention to the fact that we're being mistreated here in the suburbs. There is no other meeting of Sandag where our primary was not there, and I, as the first alternate, failed to attend it in his or her behalf. So the continued implication that I somehow missed meetings is not true. I've never missed a single meeting where I was the acting member of Sandag. I just wanted to state that for the record. I have, in 8 years, in fact, I've been an elected official in Vista for 10 years, and I have never missed a meeting, and I am very proud of that. I attend every single meeting, and I believe it is my duty to do so. You mentioned the failed motion that I made. I hope that you would have supported the motion had you been there. In fact, you used the words, "the right to vote yes or no with regard to a new tax will be intact." Do you know what my motion was about? My motion was to stop Sandag from endorsing a measure that would have eliminated the taxpayer's right to demand a 2/3 vote to approve new special purpose taxes. My motion took it out of the support that to oppose that column. I wanted Sandag to oppose efforts to eliminate the 2/3 to approve special taxes. Now, the board didn't see fit to approve my motion. However, the board certainly wasn't happy about voting on it, I'll tell you that. In fact, they were so unhappy about voting on it that they decided not to include it in the legislative platform. I am proud that by my actions alone, that item is not included in the legislative platform. That item was item C14 in our agenda, and I question why it was included when it was brought forth by a member of the council as a consent item tonight. And for some reason, members of this council didn't seem to want to have a conversation about taking taxpayers' rights away from them. So we're not having that conversation this evening, but trust me, I look forward to having that conversation because I will stand up for taxpayers' rights. And I believe that when, the state constitution, the voters of the state of California enshrined in the state constitution the right that a new special purpose tax would have to be approved by 2/3. So I'm very proud of what I did there. I am a warrior for taxpayers. I'm a tax fighter. I stand up for working families. Let me tell you, I do appreciate everybody on both sides of the question who came tonight. Obviously, not everybody was able to come, but I want to tell you, in addition to more than 200 people on Nextdoor, and I appreciate that that's not a scientific venue, neither is the poll that saw 1,046 respondents as of tonight. I emailed 27,000 Vistans of all political affiliations. Did not prefer one or the other. And I had 836 that said, keep Franklin, send him to Sandag, and we opposed the mileage tax. And I had 210 that said, send Councilmember Melendez, we're in favor of the mileage tax. So again, I don't argue it's scientific. What I do argue is that 836 answered that poll and made their voices heard. And that's 79.9% of those who responded. The number on Nextdoor was 75%. Are they scientific polls? No. But is it obvious that the overwhelming, and I'm saying 80% plus of the community does not want the road user charge? Now, we're going to hear, and I appreciate, and it was out of a discussion we had about this issue, I appreciate that Councilmember Melendez agrees that the gasoline tax should not be charged on top of the road user charge. I love that. There's something we can agree on. Amen. That is wonderful. Now, the problem with that is that she's alone. Nobody else at Sandag in the majority feels the same way. I invited Todd Gloria, Shanila Rivera, Catherine Blakespeare, Hassan Akrada, who's the executive director. I invited all of these people to tell me. I asked the question at Sandag. I said, please, someone in this room tell me that you're not going to collect the gas tax on top of the road user charge. It was crickets. I waited. No one chimed in to say, we don't think it should be double taxation. So I appreciate that this council believes, or some members of this council join me in believing that there should not be double taxation. However, I would rather send a representative to Sandag who's against all of these new taxes, particularly when we consider the fact that we have not received our fair share of the taxes that we have paid since 1987 when Transnet 1 was approved, since 2005 when Transnet 2 was approved. I voted no recently. I want to vote on Sandag, believe this or not. We voted no to amend. Did you know that Sandag can amend Transnet? You, the voters, approved Transnet by a 2/3 vote. But Sandag, anytime it likes, can amend the Transnet ordinance passed by voters, and they can divert the tax revenues away from the highway infrastructure projects that you as voters approved, and they could move those monies. So they attempted to take monies away from Highway 78, Highway 67, Highway 52, and a half dozen other highway improvement funds. We voted no, and we won. It required a 2/3 vote on Sandag, and that's why we won. But there are still votes that we can win, and the reason that I'm asking the council and the people of Vista to support me, and I asked them to support me to be our representative on Sandag, is we need a tax fighter at Sandag. We need someone who demands that we receive our fair share. And to this idea, which is continued to be falsely put forward, that I don't support public transit. I love public transit. I relied on it for 3 years. I could not afford, when I made $24,000 a year, I could not afford to own an automobile, let alone to park one or to pay for the gas and maintenance. And so I rode 2 buses and 2 trains. It took me an hour and a half in the morning, and it took me an hour and a half in the evening. I spent 3 hours a day, 15 hours a week. I could have had a part-time job, and that was not lost on me. You know, the first thing I did, being an eco-conscious person, I moved closer to my employment so that I could walk to work. And I did that for a number of years. But then when I was able to afford to have a car, what it represented to me was economic liberty, the ability to go where I wanted, when I wanted, to come home to my family. And you're just not going to convince me. You know, the jobs are going to be there, whether you're building, new Sprinter lines to nowhere, or whether you're building, improving our roads. The jobs are going to be there. So the idea that, this is about whether we're going to have jobs or not jobs is a false choice. The jobs are going to be there. It's a matter of whether they're building highways or building rail lines. So the problem, we got into this issue of double taxation with the road user charge, vehicle miles tax, whatever you want to call it. I call it the mileage tax. There are some other really significant problems with the mileage tax that I have before we can support it. And one of them is obviously gas tax being collected by the state and federal government. But also, I have a concern about the fact that in the only pilot project that the state of California conducted, a GPS tracking device was installed in the vehicle for users here in California to collect that tax. That is the only example that we have of how to collect that tax. And it's the only logical way that you could imagine to track everybody's whereabouts so that you could tell how far they had gone. I don't want a GPS tracker from the government in my car. I think the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution gives us a right to privacy, to be secure in our persons, houses, papers, and effects. And I think among those effects that the founders didn't imagine that we would own one day is an automobile. And I think a lot of other people don't want to be tracked by the government everywhere they go. So I think there's a major privacy issue that we have to address. Oh, you could use license plate readers and all kinds of other things, but still the right of the people to be secure has to be answered, and it has not been answered. The issue of whether it'll be voted on, whether it won't, whether it be a tax or a fee, this is why we need somebody who opposes the thing altogether so that we don't get lost in the taxonomy, we don't get lost in the verbiage. We just know whether we're for it or against it. I'm against it. Here's the other major problem with a mileage tax. You know what's so great about a gas tax? And it is a shame, and I acknowledge the fact that the gas tax is disappearing as people drive fewer miles and vehicles become more efficient. But did you know that the gas tax encouraged that efficiency? It encouraged people to buy vehicles that were more efficient, better for the environment. It also fairly apportioned the cost of vehicles, not just based on the number of miles they drove, but also based on the weight that they put on the highway, because anybody that knows anything about maintaining roads knows an 18-wheeler tears the road up a lot worse than a small economy car. And a dually pickup truck tears the road up worse. We have not yet seen a proposal that fairly apportions costs based on vehicle weight, efficiency of vehicle, and the number of miles traveled, while still protecting citizens' rights to privacy. For all of these reasons, I think the idea is dead on arrival, not to mention the fact that voters and taxpayers just hate the idea, and I do too. It's a bad idea. We need a much better idea, and I'm open to work with my colleagues. I offered earlier, a couple of months ago, to send Councilmember Green. You rejected that proposal, and you refused to send him. So, it's not that I demanded that it be me and only me. I offered the alternative. and you didn't want that, but you weren't going to take anybody that wasn't in favor of this tax. Now, I'm going to suspend here, but not before I say this. At Transparent Vista, I have endeavored only to put actual audio and video clips up of me and all of the rest of us in our own voices. They're not cut in some funny way. I'm not splicing them together. And the audio timestamps and date timestamps are there. Anybody can go to the City of Vista's YouTube page, and they can see what we said with full context. Of course, we've turned 5 hours of council meetings into a 1-minute video. But the one thing that does concern me, and I think it concerns all of us, is this idea that we have policymakers that are aiming to eliminate our vehicles, because we do rely in a vehicle-centric Southern California economy. We rely, in order to provide for our families, we rely on our vehicles. We rely on them to get to work, to take our kids to dance and soccer, to take them to school. We rely on them to go get groceries. Nobody wants to get on a bus at the end of a long day and, I forgot the broccoli for dinner tonight. I'm going to go get on the bus, and you're not going to do that. It's taking people's freedom away from them. It's taking their time with their families away from them. And if I could be honest with you, that's probably the thing that aggravates me the most when we talk about taxing people out of their automobiles, and we act like the bus and a train, when not a person in this room, okay, maybe there's one or two, that would choose to ride transit. But honestly, most of the people in this room did not get here tonight except in a car, and they're not going to choose. They're going to pay the extra, but some people won't be able to pay the extra. And you're going to tax those people out of that liberty. You're going to tax them out of the time with their families. And that really bothers me. So the idea that you could verbalize the idea that we need to eliminate single occupancy vehicles, or, when we have 3,000 people per square mile in Vista, and Manhattan has 30,000, but yet Vista and Manhattan are the same size. I support transit. It is a vital safety net for the working families in our community, but it is not in our lifetimes or your children or your grandchildren's lifetimes, because of the population density and the geographic size of Southern California. It is not going to replace the automobile. And that is the unfortunate reality of the way that our cities are designed here. But that is because California was developed in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and all the way through to today. And it was developed around the automobile. Not like New York City or San Francisco or Washington, D.C., that were developed around the horse and buggy. And building up and building compact in short distances was an absolute necessity. So I think I've said enough, unless I hear any more misinformation that needs to be corrected. Obviously, I think you know what probably you're going to do. Maybe you'll surprise me. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say thank you to everyone who showed up to speak tonight. I found myself getting a little bit emotional when some of the speakers were sharing about some of the work that I've done and the trust that they have in me. And it genuinely provoked emotion, because I'm in this position because I care about my community, and I know in myself that I will pursue transparency and I will pursue community participation. And that is why I've been able to build great relationships in neighborhoods throughout my district, and have been building more relationships throughout the city that I grew up in, which is here in the city of Vista. So for those of you that are not confident in me, who maybe have a certain perspective about why I'm the wrong fit for your representative on Sandag, I want to continue to work with you and invite you to community meetings, to virtual briefings, to invite you to Sandag meetings. I want to be fully transparent and available for you. And I think that there are some really valuable arguments that are being made. I agree with Mayor Franklin that we must support and defend that new taxes are voted on by 2/3 of the voting public. I absolutely agree with that. I also do believe that there are times where we should walk out. And I have had moments in my life where I needed to walk out of a situation because there wasn't any further lobbying that I could do. The system was too messed up, and I just had to walk out. But in some of the opportunities that we have on Sandag, I still believe that there's opportunities for us to fight and advocate. You know, it sounds like we do agree in general that the public should not be burdened with a double taxation. We need to maintain our roads. We need to pay for transportation infrastructure, which includes all sorts of transportation modalities. But the public should not be burdened with the double taxation. And that's why later on in this agenda, I am bringing forward a resolution to abolish the gas tax, because gas is becoming obsolete, but it's not becoming obsolete for the poor and working communities that are going to continue to depend on a gas-powered vehicle. I'll probably be in that camp for a very long time. Even a used electric vehicle is going to be more expensive than a used gas-powered vehicle. And so that will result in certain communities being overburdened by paying not only a road usage charge or a mileage tax, but also a gas tax. And I believe that that is unacceptable. So if gas is becoming obsolete and the state is no longer receiving sufficient revenues from gas taxes in order to maintain our roads, and we need to find new modalities of taxation that are approved by the public, we have to also get rid of the gas tax. In that transition, I need a guarantee of when that deadline is. I need to know that there's a time and a date where the community is not going to have to worry about, okay, the road usage charge is in effect, but I'm still paying the gas tax. I just think that that is absolutely unacceptable. So since we are, talking about facts and information that has been presented here and in the public, I have never said that I want to eliminate your personal vehicle. And one of the speakers referenced this in an email that Mayor Franklin sent to the public. I was completely misrepresented. My comments a few weeks ago said that we need to be visionaries and leaders, and we need to move away from the single occupancy vehicle as our primary form of transportation. And I agree, we do rely on our single occupancy vehicles. I believe that we are overly dependent on our single occupancy vehicles to the point where it causes suffering and aggravation and hostility on our roads. And the type of behavior that you're describing, where you come home and you realize you forgot the broccoli and you don't want to go out on the bus, and so you don't end up going and picking up that last bit of groceries for your dinner. People are already changing their behaviors around driving to manage all the congestion that they experience. People are consolidating their trips. Instead of going to the grocery store and coming home, going to work and coming home, picking up their kids from school and going home, we're doing all three activities in one trip, right? And if we forget something, it's like, oh no, I'm not going back out there. It is too messy, and I do not want to bear the traffic that's happening on West Vista Way or what have you, or Emerald, or any of our corridors that are just so congested at peak hours. So I think that we understand how people are frustrated, that people are already changing their behaviors because they're frustrated with our transportation systems. And I believe that we need to fix our roads, and our roads are part of public infrastructure. And we also need to enhance our public transit, because people are right, it is not reliable. It could be a much more pleasurable experience to ride public transit, but we have to invest in it. So what does a world look like where we're not dependent on our cars for every single trip to the grocery store or dropping our kids off to school? We need freedom and we need choices. I think it's a world where your local bus route is pleasant and it's dependable. I think it's a world where jobs are closer to home, close enough to want to bike to, maybe not with all your equipment, carpenters, sorry, but for a lot of folks, they're interested in working and living in a closer area, to have closer knit communities. I think a world where we're not so dependent on cars is one where safe routes to school are also priorities. We need sidewalks that are safe for children to walk on. For me, this is like the Emerald Corridor Improvement Project. That's like 3 major educational institutions right there in the Emerald Corridor that we have the opportunity to receive funding from Sandag about. We have the opportunity to improve walkability and sidewalk infrastructure by advocating to Sandag. And that's part of the vision of living a life where you're not so dependent on your car. Maybe it'll be easier for people to walk kids over to Tri-City for school instead of having to drive in the mess of the pickup lines when there's more investment in that walkability and infrastructure. I also think that we can create a world where carpooling is easy and carpooling is frequent and commutes are easy. So when I talk about the single occupancy vehicle, carpooling is not a single occupancy vehicle. We talk about adding more HOV lanes, which, Mr. Mayor, I know that you have supported adding more HOV lanes. HOV lanes are not single occupancy. That is at least, 3 other people? 2 other people, depending on the HOV lane, depending on where you are. So HOV lanes are another way, right, where we can start to consolidate those activities and be more efficient. And I believe that it's through regional planning we can create a community where residents have real options for how they travel. I am calling for a future of freedom and choice. I am not calling for the elimination of your personal vehicle. But we can create better transportation systems where you actually have a choice. You can walk your kid to school, you can bike to work, you might have an easier time taking in-town trips because the transportation and infrastructure supports your goals. So I just needed to correct that, and I believe your representation of me was wrong, and I did not assert to call for the elimination of anyone's vehicle. That is incorrect. I do stand by my words and my vision for the future. I will second the motion to support my appointment, and I believe that with this appointment, I will be able to bring transparency and community engagement. Like I mentioned in previous meetings, I've spoken with Colleen, who is the Deputy CEO of Sandag, and I've asked them to come to Vista. I think it would also be good to not just have them present, but maybe do more of like a town hall style meeting where the public can ask questions, because there's not a lot of public trust in Sandag. And I actually will correct, Jack, you mentioned that I support, one of the speakers mentioned that I support the vehicle miles traveled tax or road usage charge or a mileage tax. And I actually have not conceded that I support it or that I oppose it. I have been asking a lot of questions as to what is the best way for us to pay for these plans. First of all, what are the best plans that are going to help Vista? What are the plans that are going to make an impact for my community here? I want to have a voice at the regional table. You know, I'm not trying to fund infrastructure improvements in Chula Vista and San Diego. I'm very interested in what's happening here in Vista. But also, are there other ways that we can fund these improvements? I know that owners of electric vehicles at this moment, they're paying like $100 extra at the DMV for their registration fees. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's the best, to my knowledge, that's the information that I have. So when it comes to phasing out the gas tax, having a new way of funding and managing our roads and transportation infrastructure, are there other ways other than a road usage charge or a mileage tax? That's a totally valid question. What are other regions doing? Why does it have to be this? And I do care about privacy, and I'm very critical of any kind of government activity that invades people's privacy, which you and I would probably be very much in agreement about that. So I'm critical of the road usage charge. I've asked questions about the road usage charge, and I cannot throw my support behind the road usage charge. But at the end of the day, it's the voters that get to decide if it's something that you want. And if a thoughtful body on Sandag can put forth a policy that engages the voters and actually produces your buy-in and your will that you want this type of charge or tax, then that is something that I would support. But if it's not supported by the will of the voters, I do not have any interest in superseding the will of the voters. I think that a road usage tax should go to the voters. If we try to get around it with any kind of label of fee or what have you, I would not support it. And you can all hold me accountable for that right here. I don't believe that we should manipulate language when we really intend to tax people. So I don't believe in a double tax. And if a road usage charge or a vehicle miles tax is something that Sandag wants to propose, it better have support of the voters. Otherwise, I don't want it. But at the end of the day, Sandag is about way more than new taxation modalities. It is about regional planning. It's about bringing jobs closer to home. It's about planning for housing and affordability. It's local projects, making sure that our local projects get funding. That's something that I want to see. I want to bring people out to the next committee meeting so that we can tell Sandag. Sandag doesn't get a lot of community participation. There's not a lot of public comments, right? They have a lot of decision-making power, and they don't get a lot of comments. If everybody tonight, who came tonight, went to future Sandag meetings and said, we want more transparency, or we want you to fund the Emerald Corridor Improvement Project, that would be an incredible show of community power, and I believe that we would be able to advocate for those funds. But it's not time to walk out yet. For me, it's time to collaborate and to talk and to make it very clear what the public of Vista wants. And then going forward, continuing to keep the community involved in every step of the process, because that's why we're up here. We're up here to do your will, and I will advocate for Vista as I always have. So I know that there's a long road ahead, and we have probably a lot more discussions to have, but I'm just speaking from my heart, and there's been a lot of controversy and conversations around this topic, but I'm doing my very best to show you, the community, who I truly am and what I'm all about. I don't want you to be afraid of my appointment to Sandag. I am going to bring everyone along with me every step of the way. And I think I'm going to end up advocating for a lot of things that may even please the mayor. So thank you all for your support. And if you don't support me, hopefully you can in the future.
Mr. Mayor, can I add something? Just to remind the council, the JPA agreement with Sandag requires you to appoint a representative and 2 alternates. 2 alternates.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
First, thank you to everyone who showed up this evening. Phone calls, just public participation in general. The last 3 meetings we've had on Sandag are probably the largest crowds I've seen in this room in the 3 years I've been coming here. I want to just say that I do support Councilmember Melendez, and it's for a litany of reasons. First, in the time she has been on this council, I have never seen her at any point go back on something as far as integrity. She doesn't mislead people to try and get things done. Her ethics are very strong. She communicates strongly. I've seen the work that she has fought for. In fact, before I was elected, I walked up and down Emerald through neighborhoods, passing out flyers to make sure that people and community input was heard about the Emerald project. And so when she says she's going to work on projects here locally, I genuinely believe it. But I also know that she has put her words into action. Beyond that, it was said that we haven't seen a proposal outside of this, which is why we can't support it. And I don't disagree with that. But since Sandag has been around, we have been told that North County's been ignored. And recently, all we've heard is no. No, no, no. I'm against it. I'm against this tax. And no new proposals have come up. And I agree, no new proposals have come up on how we're going to fund, like I said last time, our infrastructure, our roads, our highways, all these critical things that we need as a society to function and move around. Public transportation, I will tell you, I've lived in a lot of different areas in my life. You go through Europe, these are hills, mountains, major cities, you have farmland. I went from Cinque Terre to Rome in 4 hours. It can be done, but the idea that it can't be, it's just like this used to be a farming community. What do you think the people with horse and buggies thought when they wanted to put roads in and pave the roads? They probably didn't want it done. And so my point of that is we need to be forward thinking. I don't disagree with the mayor on this. I don't support the tax right now. I don't support a double taxation. But I also believe that Councilmember Melendez, rather than just go say no, will provide constructive feedback and criticism to trying to double tax our residents and try and bring funds back to Vista to work on critical projects. And that's why I support her. She genuinely stands by what she believes, and I can tell you from the first time we had this discussion back on December 13th, you listen to everything that has been said in the last meeting that we discussed this, everything that Councilmember Melendez has said tonight. She will genuinely advocate for Vista, not just go there and say no, not just go there and say we're not going to do that with no new proposal or no new ideas. And so I will support her. I see that there are other people that want to speak, so I will not call the question, but I look forward to the conversation. That's all I have to say on it. I think I've said enough over the last 2 months.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. You know, my biggest problem with Sandag is AB 805 being passed and the weighted vote and the fact that 2 cities out of 19 cities can basically tell all the other mayors, hey, I don't care what all your little North County cities say. We have the weighted vote, therefore the money's going to Chula Vista or the money's going to San Diego. And even some of the union workers that spoke said they've never worked in Vista. Well, it's because they spend all the money down in San Diego and they haven't sent the money here. And I feel like the reason why the mayor and the North County mayors walked out was because it was basically, you know, flexed to them that, hey, even if you just want to put somebody on our executive board, that's not going to work. So if they're not even going to let us put a second vice president on a board down there with our vote in Vista, how do we expect them to allocate millions of dollars for our city? So I know I'm on the minority here as far as who's going to be going, but I just want to make sure that when Councilmember Melendez goes there, that she fights and says, hey, if you're going to call for a weighted vote, know that my community is going to know about it. And that the reason North County Transit District works and the reason why we have bus routes in North County and the reason why we're valued is because that's a North County Transit District. It's not the San Diego Association of Governments, it's the North County Transit District. So in North County, we talk about how we spend our money in North County. In San Diego, they talk about how they spend the money in San Diego. I think that our mayors probably are thinking, hey, if you're not going to allocate any funds towards North County, then we probably want to have a North San Diego County Association of Governments. How you would make that happen over the next 20 years or whatever, I don't know. But I definitely see that we're not getting our fair share. I voted in 2004 for Prop A that was supposed to fix the 78, the 67, and the 52. And it's not widening the freeway or like expanding, it's just adding the carpool lane. And that carpool lane will allow single occupancy vehicles to travel more freely because multi-occupancy vehicles will now be in the car lane. So I believe that fixing the freeway like they said they were gonna fix, like I voted on for them to fix, like I pay taxes for them to fix, is something they should do. And the fact that even if we pass a vote by a 2/3 majority, that a governing body can reallocate those funds to not come to our city. I mean, they sell it to our city as we're gonna fix your city. And then they can just not let you do it. So I know, and our council has said, our mayor is a tax fighter, fighting for Vistance, fighting for taxes. I know that is what his intention was walking out. His intention got done exactly what we wanted it to get done. I watched that whole meeting and I realized why he walked out. And when I watched that, I would have walked out, okay? 1,000 times I would have walked out. And the chairperson asked, well, don't leave unless you're going to stay for the vote. And they said, well, are you going to honor my vote if I stay? And they said, no. It's like, well, why would I stay if you're not going to honor my vote or honor my word? So that's what we're dealing with in Sandag. And to have visionaries that want to approve the plans of Sandag to spend money down in San Diego, to provide more jobs down in San Diego for more union jobs, more benefits and stuff, I just want to know what's in it for Vista, okay? So I love my council members. I'm so stoked they chose to serve because it is a thankless job. We do get a lot of flack for being elected officials, but I want to make sure that we're fighting for what we're supposed to be fighting for, which is Vista. And if we see breakdowns on budgets and we see projects that aren't being funded, that our voters want funded, that we would fight for, like your Emerald project. Get us Emerald money, baby. I want that money. I don't want El Camino Real to flood. You know, when we had that big downpour, I got off right before El Camino Real because I had to get off on Jefferson, and I didn't want to get flooded. And the fact that we voted to fix that, how many years ago? 19 years ago, and not $1 has been allocated to that project. You know how much Vistans has paid? A whole lot more. And nothing has been done. So I'm excited to have somebody up there who's gonna fight, somebody up there who's gonna come back and give reports. I believe in my mayor. I think he would do a fantastic job. I would prefer my mayor. I do believe he won the election by the majority of the votes and that the majority of the city elected him. The person who had these same views everybody else had that ran against him didn't get elected. Therefore, I feel like my mayor should be the representative. I know the code is gonna change, but I wanna make sure our governing officials on the board, my mayor and my council members, just make sure we get what's best for Vista. Because that's what it's all about. It's not about politics. It's about, hey, let's fix the 78. We'd love for it to run smoother. Let's fix Emerald Drive. Let's get as much for Vista as we can. And Councilmember Melendez is saying all the right things. So I hope that as we continue on this agenda, we'll be able to abolish a gas tax and talk about a mileage tax and really convince Vistans that we are who we say we are. And we're here to fight for Vistans. And we're here to get Vista what is Vista's. Because that's what my mayor wants, that's what I want, and I know that's what all my council members want. So when you're down there, check those boxes, make noise. If you have to leave, don't be afraid to walk out. Get on the news for walking out. Tell them that they didn't listen to you. You know, you wanted it for Emerald. They said they were gonna do it, they didn't get it. So I want you to fight. I'm excited you're gonna fight, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
This question's for the city attorney. City attorney, I would rather have a bifurcated vote so we can discuss the primary and my motion would stand. And then once we get that vote figured out, then we can discuss who the first and second alternate would be. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable.
Okay, perfect. I want the public to know, okay, that in order to get state and federal matching dollars, which we need, or else Sandag has to pay for everything, and there's clearly not enough money to pay for certain things, those projects actually have to meet state and federal mandates. And so if they don't, we don't get matching dollars. And part of meeting state and federal mandates is mitigating for an increase in vehicle miles traveled, meaning that you would have to have big mitigations that will remove the burden of increased vehicle miles traveled, right? So that's why sometimes what we see in when projects come forward where they're widening, right? They have to do some other kind of mitigation. A lot of times it's a bike lane. The bike lanes are not always protected, right? So we need to have an advocate that understands how we actually get money to fund transportation, our full transportation network. And when there's mitigation, is going to fight for the proper mitigation to actually keep people safe when they decide that they want to take another mode of transportation. And, you know, this notion that we don't get anything from Sandag actually really helped us out. We just got is it the Safe Streets for All a grant that we received. I believe it's like $2.3 million. And what I learned is that Vista is one of the recipients, right? And Sandag actually collaborated with us because I don't think they went through our representative. I think they just decided it'd probably be easier to work directly with my coworkers on staff. And they said, hey, you know what? We want to help you guys succeed in being able to plan for better mobility here in the city. And this is the way that we can actually get this funding, right? A lot of these projects have to be regional in order to qualify for some of this funding, especially some of the new funding coming from the federal level. And guess what? We got it, right? So, that's more. We have many more opportunities to bring back money to Vista. Before I got elected on council, which was 2018, we hadn't received money back from our state or federal representatives. I wasn't best friends with Daryl Issa, never have been. I'm glad to see him no longer here. But we did have one of my colleagues was his and continues probably to be his right-hand man. And if you can't even advocate to one of your really good buddies to bring funding here, then, and I see no advocacy at North County Transit District. I see no advocacy at Sandag that is fruitful. I just have to question how effective that representative is. And I bring that up because with Assemblymember Tasha Berner Horvath, I was able to bring in over $10 million back to the city of Vista. $5 million for an improving the fire station off Old Taylor. $3.5 million so we can get solar panels here. $1.6 million so we could convert the Luz Duran little house into a community center and bring our sheriff deputies into a new substation right by Chin's. Got like $1.4 million for EV charging. There's a reason why some of these projects look like that. It's because I work directly with our state assembly member, and I got everything I asked for and more, including, like $3.5 million to build a state-of-the-art soccer arena at the Boys and Girls Club in my district off West California. So it really does matter who your representative is because, trust me, we pay a lot in taxes, and when we don't get a return on that investment, and we don't see that here in our communities, and we don't have someone advocating saying, you better give us this. I'm going to give you a shovel-ready project, and you're going to fund it, and if you don't, you're not going to get elected anymore. If we don't have someone that can do that, then we are going to continue to miss out. So, and I will say that in North County, not all the cities are represented by their mayors. The city of Oceanside does not have Mayor Sanchez as their representative. So, I think that we've had a lot of conversation. I hope we continue to have more conversation. I hope that Councilmember Melendez continues to do really good work and bring forward town halls where we can have more conversation. As our representative on Sandag, it would be great for you to bring Sandag over for a town hall style where it's not just like, you get 3 minutes here and then you got to go back to your seat and we don't have to answer any questions, but maybe it could be more interactive. So with that, I want to go ahead and call the question for the first motion, and then we can discuss first and second alternate. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That motion passes with a vote of 3-2. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
All right, so actually I have a question for the city attorney. If we are unable to come up with who our first alternate and second alternate is that something that we can continue as a discussion in a future council, or do we have to make that decision today?
Yeah, yes, you could continue it, but, if you can't come to a decision on it, it would be better just because the agreement with Sandag asks for the cities to appoint 3 different people.
Okay, and so I just want to know for reference, so if we don't come to an agreement, does that mean that we have to wait for our primary to go?
No.
We would just have to continue the discussion and eventually have a first and second.
Correct. The only practical effect would be if the primary can't go and there's no alternates, then Vista wouldn't be represented at that.
So it'd be kind of like how it is right now, for the most part. Okay, so I don't see anybody else requesting to speak. I mean, I would be happy with Councilmember O'Donnell and Councilmember Green as our first, and Dan O'Donnell, Councilmember O'Donnell as our first alternate, and Councilmember Green as our second alternate. You all can tell me if that's something that you want or not.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I would be open to serving as an alternate at Sandag, and I would also support Councilmember Green if he so wishes to be the second alternate.
Councilmember Melendez.
I don't have too much of a preference, but I'm also not opposed to supplying our mayor with an opportunity to serve as an alternate. I know it was your desire to be the primary. I wouldn't want you to feel insulted by being the alternate. But I think that, I plan on showing up. And in the times where I don't show up, I feel like there's clearly some common ground that we have, especially from tonight's discussion regarding the right of taxpayers, privacy, critical thinking regarding VMT tax, and yeah, I'm putting that out there. I am not sure what everybody else's will is, but I know that you, Councilmember O'Donnell, you have family obligations, right? We have a new baby on the way in 2 months, so that's definitely something to consider too. And Councilmember Green, I know that you've mentioned before that you don't want to do it. So I think, let's be reasonable, and, I'm very, very pleased to be the primary. Thank you very much. But wanted to recognize that this is an opportunity for our mayor to serve as well.
Deputy Mayor Contreras, were you seeking recognition?
You know what? I wasn't, so sorry about that.
No problem. Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, sir. Yeah, I like that idea, Councilwoman Melendez. Like, I would say, if as far as alternates go, if at this point, if he would accept being the first alternate and Dan would be the second alternate, I have no need to be any type of alternate. And Dan, by being an alternate on there, you are able to be appointed to boards. I want to make sure you know. I served with Mayor Blake Spear on RISWA, and when she became the chair of Sandag, I was the second alternate, and I immediately got on 3 different Sandag boards. So make sure you know, just because you're the second alternate, be careful because they'll put you on some stuff there. So I would definitely recommend, if the mayor would accept it, Mayor 1, Dan 2, and go serve us, fight for us together.
Yeah, Councilmember O'Donnell.
I actually would be open to that. I agree. I think that there are some fundamental differences between some of us and the mayor, but I also believe that regardless who the first alternate is, that we're going to have somebody fighting for Vista. So I'd be open to being not the primary alternate, but the secondary, if you'd be open to it.
Certainly. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I actually was talking about you being the primary. Yeah, so.
May I? Right. I'm open either way. I thought it was suggested the other way around.
I was suggesting you the primary, and
yeah.
And actually, I don't know, because that suggestion came from council.
I just wanted to include the mayor.
Yeah.
Great. I don't know if you're okay with second alternate, but I would make a motion that Councilmember O'Donnell is our first alternate, and I accept a compromise in that the mayor will be second alternate.
Anybody else wish to speak? Deputy Mayor, do you want to speak? No? Anybody else seek recognition? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Real quick, did you say you would accept that? Yeah, well, yes. Let's power through.
That's 5-0.
Okay. We would ask you to hold your applause again. They make me do that. Let's see. Okay, that is going to actually, I'm going to take item D3 and D4 at the same time, but I'm going to allow, because they're both of the same topic, but I'm going to allow Councilmember Melendez and I both asked to agendize a resolution with some similar language. So I'm going to allow Councilmember Melendez to run the item, and then I'll speak on the item as well. So, Councilmember Melendez.
I had specifically requested that they be separate items. So,
Then I'll withdraw my item.
okay.
So the next item is D4, your resolution proposal.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. Tonight, I have a resolution to share with. Should I read the resolution and then we hear the speakers? Or?
I think generally, I think the way we've done it is if you put an item on, if you want to introduce the item, but it's up to you whether you want to introduce it or hear the speakers first. So
Yeah, I'll read what's on the resolution that was provided in the report.
Sounds good.
And then we'll definitely take speakers on it, which I'm glad that they're speakers. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution. This is a resolution of the City Council of the Chartered City of Vista to abolish the gas tax. The City Council of the City of Vista does resolve as follows. The City Council hereby finds and declares the following. The State of California passed legislation in 2021 to pilot a road usage charge program in order to fund road maintenance and transportation infrastructure, and Californians have paid a gas tax since 1923 to fund road maintenance and transportation infrastructure. New gas-powered vehicles will be banned for sale as of the year 2035, and gas tax revenues have been declining in recent years. Therefore, the California legislature has explored new methods of taxation, such as a road usage charge, in order to fund road maintenance and transportation infrastructure. Despite this ban, low-income communities will continue to depend on gas-powered vehicles due to their accessible cost, and therefore will continue to purchase gas and pay gas taxes, even while a road usage charge is implemented. The State of California and other agencies proposing a road usage charge have not provided a timeline or proof to taxpayers that the gas tax will be abolished before new taxes or a road usage charge are implemented. The City of Vista does not support inequitable tax policies that would result in drivers paying two forms of taxes. The City of Vista supports the abolition of the California gas tax and the federal gas tax, and the City of Vista supports equitable tax policies to fund road maintenance and transportation infrastructure. And with that, I'd love to hear from the speakers.
Okay, our first public speaker on this item is Joe Hood, followed by Ann Force, followed by Justin D.
I was prepared for the previous question also, so I'd like to just add a couple of thoughts about that. First, it's clear that as the gas vehicles diminish, the number of gas stations we need will decrease, and we will close some of those. simply because they won't be self-funding or profitable anymore. Consider a simple drive from 78 across Civic Center and, excuse me, Vista Village to Foothill. You've passed a half a dozen gas stations. In 2040s, probably, there'll be 0 or 1 of those. What do we do with those properties? They have contamination on them, almost surely, and substantial remediation required before they could be put into reuse. We're going to need, and the companies that own them may, as many others have, close their doors and walk away. Now what? The city gets to own the land with the mess on it. It seems to me that in addition to all the other things we have to think about in terms of road maintenance and in dealing with tax revenue, we're going to have to deal with all of these businesses that are going to inevitably close. And we need to address that. And it's another reason to have some kind of tax, just whether it's VMT or road usage or whatever. And fundamentally, I would ask the representatives to Sandag to get in and fight for a good, sensible tax solution. We've got to have one, there's no doubt, as gas tax goes away. With respect to the gas tax itself, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Climate change is code red for humanity. If we eliminate the gas tax, as prices decrease, people will be encouraged to drive more. If they're driving more gas vehicles, they're going to create more emissions and make our climate and air quality and so forth worse. Abolishing the gas tax, therefore, just because of the climate impacts being negative, is, I believe, an appallingly bad idea. I'm not arguing for double taxation.
Thank you very much. Ann Force, followed by Justin D. Is Ann Force here? Okay, then we'll go to our next speaker, which is Justin D., followed by Fox.
Oh, hi. If I become incoherent, it's because my blood sugar's like dropping. That last item like took forever, and like I'm hypoglycemic. I have a hyperinsulin condition, so if I can't eat in the main building, I'm just dying. But I'm gonna be here until I die. Darn nabbit. I support Councilmember Melendez's position on eliminating the gas tax. I am a working class person. I'm literally from an extremely low income background. That low income background and being a ward of the state was how I was able to go to college and have no student debts. But one of the things that I do have to pay for all the time is gas, and gas is extraordinarily expensive, and it's really hard when you have to work 3 jobs to make ends meet. I work like literally 60 to 80 hours a week, man. I'm 26 years old, and sometimes I wake up and think, oh my God, is this what 40 feels like? And not to shade anyone who's 40, because that's when you're in your prime economically and even physically, I'd say. But oh my God, I feel like 40 as it was told by people born in the 2000s. Oh my God. I also think that, like other people have pointed out, we are really facing an environmental crisis, and we're facing a funding crisis. And the reality is our gas tax isn't really benefiting us in a way that other tax modalities, as our council members have expressed, will going into the future. We need to have really coherent, forward-thinking solutions to address gaps in funding. Because I don't know about y'all, but the person who fixes cars here, I might have to pay him a visit because I've driven through the same pothole over and over again, coming off Sycamore, and trying to drive through Buena Creek. And so I hit the bottom of my car, and I sometimes I feel like I hear my muffler going, And I'm like, oh God, not today, because I have to choose between if I'm going to get my wisdom teeth removed or if I'm going to fix the muffler. And people shouldn't have to make choices like that. And they wouldn't have to if we had better funding for our roads. So Councilmember Melendez, thank you for pushing this forward. And I hope that the rest of the council follows suit. It doesn't make sense to pay for something that's not really benefiting anyone. And oh my God, please pray for my car. I'm gonna be praying for it. Oh my God. That's why we need more transit, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Fox.
All right. Hi. Okay. So for once, my expertise in computer science might actually be relevant here. You're right. I hate the GPS pilot. I hate how so many people reach for fancy technologies without understanding the implications of them. I don't love computers, mostly because I don't love how we use them to overreach. The problem with GPS is that people want to use readily available GPS cellular integrated circuits to try to track vehicles live. This is bad, this is infringing, and I would never wish this on anybody. I rather like the ability to disappear, and I think most Americans think that we should reserve the right to be able to do that. Nobody should have to wear a tracker. So that being said, how would you do a road usage tax? I actually have two ideas that I've been floating around my mind. One, offline GPS. The idea is, tracking is not as useful if the data is a year late. So if the GPS tracker were completely offline, you would commit small segments of road travel to mileage counters based off region, and you just wouldn't count areas in unincorporated or out of state. That data would be retrieved, say, 6 months after the end of the recording period, and that data would not be particularly relevant to infringing privacy. You'd have to enforce this somehow, you'd have to contract with a company that understands the security implications, but it's doable. For anybody who perhaps doesn't even like that, the alternate method is you can read odometers. So you can do odometer readings. Let's say most people never drive out of California. If anybody wants to do a 3,000-mile round trip through the country, you'd be able to stop at the border, mark down your odometer mileage and your car ID, and then do your trip, and when you come back, you'd mark it again. And basically, there are ways to try to implement the road usage tax without infringing privacy, and I'm also going to raise this at Sandag, because it is workable if we have to get rid of the gas tax. But anybody who suggests that we should just use GPS and doesn't want to elaborate on how they're going to use GPS, I'm deeply distrustful of, and I want to recommend that when in the process of implementing this, you are extra cautious of the reach of this technology and to keep it as limited as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Gretchen Newsom.
Thank you. So Gretchen Newsom on behalf of IBEW Local 569 and our electricians. So it should come as no surprise that electricians are very excited about electrifying transit and building out more EV infrastructure. We've been training our apprentices for over 10 years now on EVITP, electrical infrastructure training program, to make sure that they are adept in all the new technologies and as we build this out. I share with you, though, that we do support this resolution to eliminate the gas tax, because we do recognize and see that we are going to be eventually phasing out gas-powered vehicles. But we're still going to have vehicles, whether they're buses and mass transit or our personal vehicles, that still need to use the roads. And how are we going to pay for those roads? So we do need a sensible solution so that there is more equity on how we are paying to maintain our roads. I present to you tonight, I usually plug in my vehicle, which is 100% electric. Again, no surprise, the electricians union. I usually plug it in at our union hall, which is powered by solar panels up on the roof, and so my car is powered by the solar panels on our roof, typically free of charge. I had to plug in today at the Caltrans headquarters for a meeting that I was down there. I was approximately left with about a quarter of the tank, if you will, so I needed 3/4 to charge back up my battery. I was only charged 3/4 to get everything back up to full, $19.12. much cheaper than what somebody would have to pay to get 3/4 of their tank full with gas. There is an inequity here that needs to be addressed. Tesla drivers, 100% EV drivers, we're not paying our fair share, and we need to be in order to continue to have the roads and the services that we all rely on in the future to move us around. So I applaud you, Councilmember Melendez. Take these sentiments to Sandag, and let's get something sensible that works for everybody and provides equity to everyone so everyone's paying their fair share. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just really want to thank Councilmember Melendez for authoring this resolution and for bringing it forward. I really think that it could be a model for other cities to take up and other bodies to take up as a resolution. And it really does say we do not believe in double taxation, and we believe in funding transportation in the most equitable manner. And I really appreciate Gretchen's comments about, just providing an example of the gross inequity that someone, even like Councilmember Melendez, when you have to fill up your tank, right, versus what you had to pay to quote unquote fill up your tank in an electric way with electrons. I just totally support this resolution. I'll leave it to you if you want to move it forward. I don't want to overstep, but I just want to say I am really in support of this, and I think it's fabulous. And I think it would be great to communicate this resolution to other leaders in our region so that we could all take it up and be on the same page. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I also support this. I think Gretchen brings up an excellent point. I'm currently in the process of looking at a new car, and I'm looking at only EVs and hybrids. And why is that? It's because I want to save money on gas. And so you're right, it isn't equitable, it's not fair. And so I would definitely support this, and I think this is an amazing first step, and I do think the region can learn from this. And this is something that I'm glad that Councilmember Melendez will champion when she goes to Sandag. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I do support it.
Councilmember Melendez.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adopt this resolution, a resolution of the City Council of the Chartered City of Vista, California, to abolish the gas tax.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I'm happy to support your motion.
And I'm going to offer what's really an amendment, but in the nature of a substitute, which is great resolution here. I had a few action items from my similar resolution. I'll share these with you if you take a copy of that, that I'd like to add to the bottom. So keeping all of the language of your own resolution and adding to the bottom of it in the action items. The City of Vista opposes new sales taxes to be administered by Sandag. That's A. And B, the City of Vista opposes any imposition by any agency of a mileage tax or road user fee or any other attempt to collect money from drivers based on the number of miles they drive, so long as any of the following are true. 1, the gasoline tax continues to be collected by the state or federal government. 2, the method of collecting said charge or tax relies on tracking the current or past whereabouts of citizens. And 3, the method of charge or tax does not account for the quantity of miles driven and the weight of the load carried and the efficiency of the vehicle driven. So that would be my motion. Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So your motion is all of her action items and then just adding these 2 additional action items to it. So Vista opposes the new sales tax. I just got it, so I need to read it to make sure I know what I'm voting on. Sales tax to be administered by Sandag. I like the idea of the City of Vista opposes an imposition of any agency of mileage tax or road user fees or any other attempt to collect monies from drivers based on the number of miles, so long as the following are true. So it's basically saying we oppose the mileage tax if you're still collecting a gas tax, if you're going to be tracking our drivers, and if your tax doesn't take into consideration the quantity of miles and weight of the vehicle.
That's right.
So you're just trying to add additional action items that say, it's not saying that we oppose the mileage tax, it's saying we oppose it if you don't get rid of the gas tax.
That's right.
So your action item is just saying, we're going to abolish the gas tax, and we also want to make sure we oppose the mileage tax if you don't abolish the gas tax. Is that clear?
That's right.
And and not only abolish the gas tax, but not track us with Bluetooth without the whereabouts of citizens, and the method of charge or tax doesn't account for. I think any additional action to protect taxpayers is good stuff. So for me, I would substitute second the substitute motion. And I'd love to hear what my counsel has to say about it and see if the extra action items are good and acceptable to them or not. Thank you.
For clarification, is this a substitute motion or amendment?
It's a substitute. Well, it's which would you prefer? It's
an amendment. I thought it was.
You want an amendment? Okay, so it's a motion to amend by adding the two action items.
So it has to be approved by the maker of the motion,
Maker in a
correct?
second,
Okay, cool.
correct.
Yeah, so I just wanted to offer my opinion.
Actually, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Deputy Mayor.
So it's just an amendment. Okay, cool. That's it. Cool.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I will be not supporting a yes vote on this amendment. I think that, one, it's incredibly important that when there is a discussion put on our agenda, that all documents, especially the document about what we're going to be making a discussion on, is actually part of our agenda packet, because we don't have the opportunity to hear from the public. Having just received a paper copy of it, I haven't had the ample opportunity to actually go through this and see how it works with the current motion, and it's not something that I am going to have enough time to do at this time. So I do not support the amendment. I think the resolution as stands is acceptable, and it's a great original example of someone who put a lot of thought into and wanted public engagement. Therefore, they put it on the agenda so that everybody understands what this agenda item is going to be about. So maybe in the future, if you want to bring it forward and give us ample time, I think it would be better suited for that. So I'll be voting no if this motion is amended to include this additional language. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I actually would agree with Councilmember Contreras. I would have liked to have had this sooner than just passed down the dais at the moment. This is something I can probably support with more time to look over it, but the only issue I have in here, I shouldn't say only, but one of the issues I have is it says a gasoline tax continues to be collected by the state or federal government. I would rather see that changed to and federal government, because we don't really dictate the taxation policy of the federal government.
Okay.
But at this time, I would like to have this brought forward again in the future. But it would be something I could probably support, just would like more time to review it.
Okay, very good. I will certainly do that. Councilmember Melendez.
So since this is an amendment, the maker of the motion, I see a head nod shake from City Attorney.
The amendment doesn't get incorporated because the maker of the motion didn't accept the amendment. Okay. So the original.
I thought I was the maker.
We can vote on the amendment. We have a motion and a second to vote on the amendment.
If it was so that's kind of why I was asking. If it was a substitute motion, then the process would.
Then I offer it as a substitute.
Okay.
I just want to have a vote on it.
Yeah. So if it's then a substitute motion, then you vote on whether or not the substitute motion preempts the original motion, and if it doesn't, then you're back to the original motion. So that's.
We don't have to vote on an amendment if it's motioned and substituted.
No, with the amendment, you're asking the.
I offer it as a substitute.
Okay. Then there is a motion, a second.
So my second stands of the substitute then?
It does.
Okay, so we vote on the substitute, and then we'll go back and vote on the other motion. Okay.
So you're voting on the process on whether to discuss and vote on the substitute. So this is just to preempt, this vote is to,
The vote that should be before us is a vote to adopt the substitute, and if it's adopted, then it would prevail, right?
it would likely prevail, but you could have further discussion on it before you vote on it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Deputy Mayor Contreras?
Yeah, Mayor, I figured that that's the route that you were going to go, is to make a substitute, so that way that would then be the motion on the floor for us to vote on, and I don't support it. So I will be voting no on the substitute.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Very good. Councilmember Green.
Just so I'm clear, we'll vote on the substitute motion. When it doesn't pass, we're going to go back to the original motion, and then we'll vote on the original motion.
Correct.
Okay, so the original motion's still there. It's just we're going to vote substitute. Love it. Thank you.
If it did pass, then you would now be discussing, and then voting.
Exactly, and that's what I thought he was offering when I seconded it, and then I think there was a discussion. Well, do you want to make it an amendment? And he obviously
I think
didn't.
I misled you.
Yeah, I think he wanted everybody to vote on it.
Sorry
Okay,
about
so we'll vote on the first one, then we'll just vote on. Okay.
Councilmember Melendez.
I'm going to express my position on this. I really put a lot of effort into the resolution that I brought forward. I believe that it is concise. It is, as a standalone document, I think valuable to bring forward to regional leadership, something that I would bring forward for Sandag. I know that we've talked about that during this meeting. Sandag hasn't shown, as a body, hasn't shown a will to abolish the gas tax, and that is what my primary goal is with this resolution. In regards to the substitute motion, similarly to other resolutions that have been brought forward in the past, there's some parts of this where I do not have enough information. So I can generally get behind the concepts of what you're trying to bring forward. But for example, B2, the method of collecting said charge or tax relies on tracking the current or past whereabouts of citizens. So we're hearing from speakers that there's different kinds of technology. I'm still learning about the different forms of technology. And I'm wondering the different types of tracking that we already use, right? How do we track drivers in toll lanes, right? How do we track drivers and recognize them as being part of an HOV lane? I think that tracking is like when we talk about GPS, right? And we talk about privacy and people's personal whereabouts. I'm very critical of that, but we have had discussions during this meeting about the concept of a road usage charge and people paying for their use of the roads. So how do we track that? I think that's a big unanswered question. I'm not interested in tracking anyone. I want to protect people's privacy. But how do we record people's use of the roads? So I feel like that's a bit of information that I don't have enough information about. And I definitely want to have this discussion further. But I also agree with Councilmember Contreras. This definitely needs to be made available to the public in advance. That's something that I really care about. Is why I put in an effort to make my resolution available on the agenda report in advance of the meeting. So this is an item that I'm not sure if I'm going to not support it or if I'm going to abstain because of the lack of information. But as a substitute motion, I would just generally say that I wasn't given this information soon enough to make a decision, and I don't have a lot of information about these concepts.
Very good. Seeing no other speakers, let's vote on the substitute motion. And that motion fails with 2 in No, because it only has two. Yeah. With two in favor, two opposed, two abstaining and one opposed, I believe. Okay, and now I think we have a motion and a second that are in order. Seeing no other discussion, please cast your vote on the primary motion. Very good. That item passes unanimously, and that will bring us to item number D5, an item regarding the Vista Municipal Code entitled "The Relationship Between Council and City Manager." Deputy Mayor Contreras asked for this item to be on the agenda, so I will ask her to introduce the item. We do have a public speaker on this item.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You know what? As far as to introduce this item, I brought this forward because with us having a new city manager, it's going to be incredibly important that we establish clear boundaries. And I will have more to say about that, but I want to hear from the public first.
Okay, first and only public speaker is Justin D.
I'm gonna be getting Sonic after this, I swear to God. But first I wanted to say I really like Amanda Lee. I know that's not like super germane to this, but Mayor Franklin, can we just take a moment to appreciate Amanda? She's great. That being said, I wanted to speak in support of Karina Contreras' resolution. Coming to city councils and then like lurking on the Zoom during COVID, I see a lot of behaviors and ways of communication that I think set a bad example for people my age and younger. And I think that there need to be equitable forms of decorum enforcement. I think there need to be equitable expectations and boundaries of relationships between city and staff and how they communicate with each other. I feel like our current city staff are extraordinarily courteous. They're extremely professional and ethical and kind, and I really like to see that. But I think there's another side of that relationship, which is the relationship between the people who are elected to serve their communities and the people who are hired to help assist those who are elected. I really worry that if we continue to have unkind or frankly time inefficient modes of communication, that we're really wasting public's time and we're wasting all of our times. I literally came here straight from work. To come here, I didn't eat dinner. I was like, this is too important. I need to stand up and support my city, even though I'm really dying on the inside. Like, I know you can't tell, but I'm literally physically sweating because my body's burning through the reserves of sugar. But you know, I'd rather be sweating here at like almost 11 o'clock at night if I know that I'm putting in my input now, because if people like me don't show up to support people like Council Members Contreras, Melendez, or O'Donnell, nothing's ever going to get better. And I think that the relationship between city staff and the electeds has at times been strenuous. I think it's been unhealthy in certain ways, and I'd like to see a more ethical approach to that. And I believe that Mayor Contreras, with her extensive experience and just her general temperament for treating people of any persuasion as human beings, is the best foot forward. So I'm really interested to hear more about what that is, and hopefully there might even be ways of controlling decorum further on the dais among the elected officials. So thank you, Councilmember Contreras.
Councilmember Melendez.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is intended to discuss the relationship between the council and the city manager, and therefore city staff, as the city manager is the boss of all the city staff. And did you read the portion? Okay, so what I see here in our municipal code, section 212.190, is the city council is to deal through the city manager. The city council and its members shall deal with the administrative staff of the city only through the city manager, except for the purpose of inquiry. Neither city council nor any city council member shall give orders to any subordinates of the city manager. And this makes sense, right? Because a staff person, whether that be Kathy Valdez or someone in Public Works, they already have one boss, which is the city manager. They don't need 5 other bosses of the mayor and the city council, as the municipal code says, giving orders. But as we were preparing to talk about this, I reviewed our city manager's contract, and I thought that there was valuable language that has been reflected in city managers' contracts historically that could be used to further support a really meaningful municipal code that creates clarification about what is inquiry and what is not, right? Because as our city attorney knows, in a legal document like this, every single word matters. And we know that the city council shall deal with the administrative staff of the city only through the city manager, except for the purpose of inquiry. So what is not inquiry? Well, we know that inquiry is not giving orders, but I also think that inquiry is not criticism. So I'm going to read something here. Let's see. Okay, so I think we should add to this definition of the relationship between the city council and the city manager, that the city council agrees, or maybe it should state, the city council shall only provide criticism of a city staff member privately through the city manager. And that will go to further define what an inquiry is. We always have questions as council members about projects that are being done in the city, and that working relationship can be very helpful. And I also think that we do need to ensure that we're defining what the chain of command is so that we can have a better morale here in the city, and that our city staff feels like they know what is expected of them, that they know that their municipal code reflects that if they're receiving criticism or orders from a council member, that they are entitled to reject that and to report that and to not be okay with that. So I think that adding that language of criticism, I think being applied through the city manager is good for morale, and it is also good for the criticism being applied in the best way, because the city manager really knows what's going on. They know the workload of that individual. They know what that individual's goals are. And if I, as a council member, were to apply criticism to one of our staff members, it would be a missed opportunity for our city manager to really coach and provide professional development to that staff person. And I want everyone who works here at the City of Vista to have ample opportunity to develop themselves. Criticism can be a very good thing, only when it is applied in a way that is a healthy, positive, and growth-oriented way. So that would just be my, in reading these different documents, I think that we can enhance the language here to further define what is an inquiry. And is that allowed, City Attorney? What do you think?
So I would caution against this, and this is why. So I did some background research, and this council, city manager form of government is the most popular in the state of California. It's actually sort of mandated in the state codes. Yeah, it's the only option. Most cities use it, and it's been around since 1913 when Dayton, Ohio first adopted it. And every city in the San Diego County except for the city of San Diego, which has a strong mayor form of government, uses this exact same language. And one of the reasons they do so is because you as legislators enjoy First Amendment privileges of speech, and trying to restrict any of it is going to be narrowly construed and highly criticized. So by using terms like criticism, it's going to be vague, it's going to be ambiguous. I mean, what is criticism? And the reason I bring it up, the word inquiry is also ambiguous, because you can have inquiry, you can have a legislature, an elected official kind of advocate for someone in the form of an inquiry. Like, I'm checking in with the building official, so-and-so said, this is taking too long, what's going on with it? That's an inquiry, but they seem to be advocating for it. So a court, Santa Monica got taken to court in early 2000s on this question, on the exact same language on inquiry, and they lost. They said, you as elected officials have the widest latitude under the First Amendment and have to be able to conduct your affairs and, represent your constituents and inquire. And advocacy is sort of part of that. And the way you protect against that is, really, policing yourselves. It's not to kind of draw lines and draft rules. But to your point on the criticism on employees, it does bring up a good point. I do think there is caution there, because we just recently had harassment training. It's anybody can create, let's say, an unhealthy work environment. It's not just employees. It can be an outside contractor. It can be residents coming to the counter. It can be elected officials. So if there is criticisms of staff members, I do think it's probably a good internal policy just amongst yourselves to take it to the city manager to discuss. But I don't believe, it would pass constitutional muster to say that you as an elected official couldn't talk to anybody about that. I mean, that's just overly broad, and I just don't think it'll pass.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. So maybe what I'm describing is best practices, but it would be challenging to use that language in our municipal code.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Well, because I would say that it is best practices to apply your criticisms to the rightful person, I will just, speak from, being an advocate in the city, that I really believe that we as a body need to have the highest moral standards of kindness when it comes to speaking with one another and in speaking with our city staff. And I want to empower our city staff that if there are any actions of our council and mayor that you believe are not right, that you believe they're not appropriately applied criticism, that you believe that they are more than an inquiry, and that leaves you feeling not very good, despite our authority, I want you to be empowered to talk about that with HR, with the city manager, and to make it known, because it sounds like we really do police ourselves. And because we are such a high authority, it really isn't fair. In my opinion, it's really not fair. I wish that there was more accountability for us. So since there's nothing in a policy sense that I can suggest that doesn't get past the city attorney, I will just speak from the heart and say to our city staff, I appreciate you. I think it's important we're having this discussion, and I want you to be empowered. If there's something that makes you feel uncomfortable, that you should feel empowered to say something. So thanks for bringing this conversation to our table here. And yeah, thanks for shutting me down, city attorney. You're looking out for all of us. I know you are, but dang it. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the great conversation. I completely agree. And for the 8 years, actually a decade now that I've been an elected official in Vista, between my service on this council and on the Vista Irrigation District Board, I have always directed and it's been very rare that I've ever had criticism because we have such a great staff, but I've always directed my criticism to the city manager because that is the only appropriate place to deliver it. Actually, because we were going to have this discussion, I took advantage of the opportunity to ask our city manager, our city attorney, and our city's human resources director today if they were aware of any instance where a member of this council had issued an order or directive that was outside of this ordinance and had any example or awareness thereof, and it was answered by all three of them, no. Also, by the way, somebody slipped under our door today in our council offices. I believe every member of the council received some question about racism or fascism. And I also have today directed the city attorney and the city manager to proactively reach out to all of our department heads and eventually all of our employees and invite them to bring forward either anonymously or by name any instances where they may have been affected by any kind of harassment, racism, any kind of ism at all. Our employees should feel free to bring those things forward, in a way that they feel that they can be addressed. I certainly have an open door policy as the mayor. Any staff member that wants to speak to me, I think the interim city manager feels the same way. I know the city attorney, I'm sure, feels the same way. And I think any of the employees that are department directors probably feel the same way to receive a complaint. And we also have a suggestion box for our employees that they can make anonymous suggestions or give information. And so, as a mayor, I encourage everybody to bring any instance of any kind of misconduct forward. To date, we have not been made aware of any instance that is, relevant to this discussion. But I think it's a worthwhile conversation from time to time to make sure our staff knows that we agree that criticism should flow only through the city manager, and that we want to receive those criticisms and particularly reports of any kind of inappropriate behavior. I certainly make many inquiries. When I was elected 8 years ago to the council, frankly, very few people reached out to me when I was a brand new councilman. And every single year that I've been on the council, the number of people that have reached out to me has multiplied every single year. And now I field usually at a minimum about 5 inquiries from citizens every single day. And I sometimes feel very guilty about all the inquiries I do send to staff. I know every staff member in this room gets inquiries from me weekly about all kinds of different matters. And they're things that come directly from citizens where I'm asking, somebody wants to know, the paving job on their street, or, what are we going to do about this activity in the park? Everything from that to building inspection plans to you name it. And so I know that all of you field those inquiries too. And the longer you serve on the council, the more they're going to multiply, because people will begin to know who you are, and they'll know that they can go to you for assistance with those things. So, Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, I didn't bring forward any change in the language simply because there's a long-standing legal grounds for the exact language before us. But I wanted to bring this forward because it is, I think, that we need to be reminded of what our boundaries are. So I just, want to let staff know that if 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 members of the council go to you and tell you, I need to have this and this is a deadline that I need it by, that, and you're not certain, you can always reach out to the city manager about that. Because we cannot unilaterally provide direction. That's something that happens as a majority of the body, and then that should flow through the city manager. And, we did get something slipped under our door today, and it really pertains to, it was headed as pertaining to discussion item 6. But I think the second question really pertains to possibly this discussion. And the second question that was posed to us by someone anonymously is, are employees harassed by the mayor and city and council in an equitable workplace? Now, it is concerning to me that I received this anonymously under my door here in my office. It's not concerning that I received it anonymously. It's concerning that someone went out of their way to communicate and ask this question. Because even though there may not be a record where someone felt comfortable going to HR, clearly something has happened here in City Hall where some folks feel like there has not been professionalism, and whether that's in the form of a staff member being belittled or yelled at. I have never had to yell at anybody, and I never will, regardless of how upset I am. I have no need to communicate with my coworkers on staff like that. But I do believe that this has occurred, and we need to be reminded that there are boundaries and that our communication and criticism needs to go to the city manager about anybody on staff. And inquiry, personal inquiry, yeah, it's really broad, but hopefully we are able to conduct ourselves to the highest level of professionalism, because I think that's what our residents require of us. I want to ask a question, and I don't know if this is best answered by our city manager or best answered by our city attorney. Currently, is there a process for staff to disclose to HR's issues with a member of the council? And if so, what does that policy look like?
Anyone can go to HR at any time. We just did our harassment training, which is required every 2 years. And it goes through the process that at any time, if anyone feels directly harassed, indirectly harassed, or just feels uncomfortable, they're always able to go to HR at any particular time, and they can go, and the person doesn't need to know that it could be anonymous that they're going. The other person doesn't need to know about what they feel uncomfortable about.
Okay, and then so say someone is empowered to disclose any situation that they felt was inappropriate with a member of this body, and they disclose that to HR, then what happens?
Well, then at that particular time, it would most likely the city manager and or the city attorney, depending on what element, how high it's actually on, that person the city manager would have a conversation with the city council, let them know what's appropriate, not appropriate. And then if it's something like really egregious, obviously we'd pull in the city attorney as well. And then there's possibly additional trainings the council member would have to go through, or additional steps that we would need to go through at that particular time.
So what is the repercussion for the individual who has overstepped boundaries?
Well, then, I mean, there can also be some further investigation that's gone as well. Again, it depends on how egregious the situation is. So we would be able to go and if we have to do more of a legal overview, we would have to actually go into closed session and speak with council about an incident and say, because you guys kind of do your personal policing as well, so to do You're not HR staff, you're not, so typical employee staff has different ramifications, but council would ask for your approval to do a review and do further investigation, and then we would get a report based on that investigation that would dictate what next steps are being taken.
So not a lot of clear policing.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with an elected body and a city manager, it's really about building that relationship with the city manager and with the city council. And you're going to be getting a new city manager. Congratulations, Mr. Conley. And so John and you would work through those relationships and really kind of set those boundaries, of what an inquiry is, because you're getting there. An inquiry can blur into the lines of a demand if it's a problem situation and someone's inquiring like, what's going on with that trash on my road? That can imply to the employee like, oh gosh, I need to go clean up that trash on that road. So it can sound like a demand. So those would be kind of like the conversations that your city manager would have with each one of you, of kind of like understanding what that inquiry means, how that conversation's had, why it's important to go through the city manager, so each individual is given the same amount of information. So, and then also they would say like, hey, maybe also everyone takes that harassment training, which all of you were supposed to have again, and maybe kind of go through it specifically, especially if there's these concerns that continue to raise. Maybe it's kind of more of you all go through it together at the same time, and then afterwards have those individual conversations with the city manager of what actually is appropriate, not appropriate, and next steps.
And thank you for those answers.
I can add for you, I think what you're trying to get at is, as elected officials, you are not per se employees of the city. So HR policies don't apply. Nobody in this building can relieve you of your position. You know, you are responsible to the constituents who elected you and who could remove you. So any discipline on an elected official is up to the elected body. And that would be basically, you could vote to reprimand officials, but you couldn't remove another official. So we would have to work within that framework. We would do everything we can to try to, like Amanda's talking about, education, consultations, one-on-one, try to, give as much information, feedback as possible. But at the end of the day, there's nothing that anyone on staff can, no discipline action can be taken by staff against an elected official.
Right, and it's sometimes where we run into issues. So do we currently have, like a council policy of what our options are to reprimand someone?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, then I believe that we need to. So that's something that I can discuss with the city manager and the city attorney. That is something that I would like to come before the body, because I do think that we need a council policy that outlines that, just so that way if in the future there's a situation, we can properly address it. And my other question is, are my coworkers on staff, are they trained on this section of the municipal code to understand what the boundaries are?
I believe people know it intrinsically, maybe not explicitly. I mean, it is something we, obviously I'm speculating, but I think we know you as an elected body sit as and are the policymakers and set the policies and goals, and we are administrative staff that carry out those goals. So I do think that that staff understands that.
Staff also is consistently advised anytime city council comes and speaks with you, you need to let your supervisor know so they can let your city manager know. That's consistently told, and that's more so the same information is being given to each individual on the council as well. So you may ask an innocent question, but it could be pertinent to a subject later on the line. We want to make sure everyone on this council is given that same information. So it's not to micromanage staff, it's more just to kind of funnel through the information.
Okay, so I think it would be appropriate as part of the onboarding or as part of reoccurring training that this is explicitly communicated to every member on staff. I think that's incredibly important. And the last thing that I want to ask is, could a possible council policy that wouldn't infringe on our First Amendment rights, could a possible policy be that any personal inquiry, at least that we CC the city manager on it?
Yes, a council policy would be a voluntary policy of this body, so if you agree to it, then yes, you could.
Okay, that's something that I also would like to see a discussion for a later date to ensure, I think at minimum, it's the minimum that we can do. I really don't have a problem CCing whoever a city manager might be for any personal inquiry, just to make sure that, one, we still have our constitutional right, First Amendment right, but also that we are not infringing on someone else's workplace environment and creating what could be considered a hostile work environment. So I look forward to those two things coming forward again in the near future, and I will work behind the scenes to craft that discussion and bring it to the council so that as a body we can review it and we can be hopefully in unison, show support to our staff that we are going to conduct ourselves at the highest level of kindness and professionalism possible. So thank you. That's all I have to say. And I appreciate the question and answer because that allows me to figure out where the gaps are. And, if I have anything else, then I will continue to communicate with the appropriate people on staff that need that communication. So thank you.
The question was raised with regard to staff's awareness of this ordinance, and I think it's fair to say that maybe rank and file might not be familiar with it, but how would you answer if asked about the department directors who would most likely to receive communication from the council and the mayor? Is it your opinion that they would be highly aware of this policy?
Yes, every director would be aware.
And during the time that you've been the city manager, have you found that some of your department directors fail to report to you when members of the council engage with them?
No, we have a very positive communication.
So during your months as the interim city manager, you've found that most of your department directors, nearly all the time, abide by the standing policy to report any contact or inquiry or other communication with the council directly to you or to you through their supervisor?
Generally, yes.
Would that also apply to everybody that works in the city manager's office? In other words, those employees who are not department directors but who are special project managers in the city manager's office?
The city manager's office communicates very well.
Yes, that would be my experience. I would oppose the requirement to CC because I think it's entirely unnecessary. I think our staff is highly professional, and boy, I know this. If I was a department director and the mayor or a council member walked into my office, the first thing I'm going to do when they leave my office is write an email to the city manager and say, council member was in my office. This is what they wanted to know, because that is a really. Would you say that that is a? Would you say that that is a policy of low priority, or would you say it's one of high priority to communicate to the city manager discussions had with the city council? Is it something that you would feel would be a breach of trust for a department director to forget to do?
Any conversation with the city council needs to be directed to the city manager, and yes, the city manager needs to have all that communication.
Would you feel it was a breach of trust with a department director if they failed to report such a conversation to you?
I think that's a strong word.
Yeah,
Trust.
but if it was purposeful and not inadvertent, would you feel that that was a strong violation of policy? One that would at least merit a discussion with that employee.
It would merit a discussion.
It would
that
merit
is-
a discussion. So, I mean, what I want to recognize is the professionalism that already exists amongst our staff. We have a very professional core of department directors, people who've been engaged in management here at the city of Vista and in other city governments for, some of them for going on 20, 30 years. I think that our interim city manager, our previous city manager, and I believe probably our incoming city manager is going to make, because I'll tell you this, if you hired me to be the city manager, I'm sure you would like that. I know that this would be a very important policy for me. If a member of the council came, if I'm the public works director, and somebody asked me to repave, Taylor Avenue, Councilman Smith was in here and demanded I repave Smith Street right now. I think if I was a city, I think I would really want to know that right away. I think that would be very important to me. And I think if I was the department director, I think I would be in a real big hurry to report that to the city manager, because I would feel that my job performance would be reviewed based on that fact. So I just wonder, this is a little Kafka-esque. Have you ever read The Trial by Frank Kafka? Man wakes up one day, there's some government agents in his room, they tell him to get dressed, and he's going to be put on trial. They don't tell him why. They don't tell him what the allegation is, but he's going to go on trial. He can't defend himself, can't speak for himself. It's all a mystery. He's the only one that doesn't know why. And it's a fascinating book. I recommend it to you. But this is why maybe we need some transparency here. But I think also, as the most senior member of the council, I can illuminate the fact that our professional staff operates within these policies already. That there is no instance that we're aware of where anybody has harassed the staff, who has, that has gone uninvestigated, right? So, I think this is a cure in search of a disease that doesn't exist, because our staff is so professional and they so acknowledge this policy as not being one that is, I'm sure there's like some policies, like you ought to always turn the light off if you're the last guy out of the room, but probably you're not going to get a letter of reprimand from the city manager if you forget to turn the light off, right? I mean, shame on you, but it was policy, but you've forgotten, okay, no big deal. Don't forget next time. But if you are failing to communicate with your superior, and your superior is a city manager, this is like a really big deal. It's something where the city manager is going to call the department director into their office, and they're going to have a sit down. They're going to have a confab about this. So I just think that probably the way it's been done for a very long time really already satisfies the need that you're looking at to make sure that the city manager is made aware of it. I don't want to be in a position where if I forget, now see, I'm out driving around the city and somebody calls me, and I pull over and I'll send an email from my mobile phone. I know many of you send emails from your mobile phone as well. And now I've forgotten to CC the city manager. And now I'm going to be censured by the city council because I forgot to CC the city manager. I'm just not sure that that's, all of our emails are all public record. My emails have been, public record requested many times. And any member of the public that wants to see my official emails entitled to see them, including you. So, we operate under so much transparency. I'm just not sure that creating a policy that kind of sets us up to fail, especially where we know that the department directors are already well attuned to communicate with their boss. I'm just not sure I see the wisdom in that. But with that, let's go to Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was a little confused, actually, why I saw this on D5, because I have not been made aware of any, huge problems between staff. And I want to make sure that the city knows that from a staff perspective, I feel like I've always tried to treat staff with a smile first and a lot of courtesy. We have a lot of different departments in here. And when I first got elected, it was much more strict with inquiring with staff. I was actually told that all inquiries go through the city manager first. And we talked about it, and it kind of shifted a little bit. So I was allowed to then inquiry to staff. Imelda Huerta, who's one of my favorite people here in the city of Vista, gave me my first agenda report. And when I looked at it, it was about murals. And I called Imelda and asked her about a mural. And the second she was done talking to me, she called Patrick and was like, hey, Councilmember Green just talked to me. And that was my first kind of exposure to how city works and kind of what the weight of a phone call to a city employee is on the city manager and on the city in general. So, we are responsible for self-policing ourselves. I don't think that creating any city council policy where a council has the authority to censure a sitting member of council or, punish or discipline is the right way to go in any means. Every city employee is free to file any complaint they want about anything they want, whether it's merited or not. And without getting too specific, there have been complaints filed that go to special investigators, and once the special investigator, whose outside agency reports it, they report back to us, and we make a decision on what occurred after the investigator reports back. So I really feel like there is a very good process already in place. I know as a council member, I'm never to direct staff to do work, but I do like going into HR and seeing Laura and Tracy and Evie and rolling over to code and saying what's up to Estella and Clarence and Don. And I like to go into engineering and say hey to Callison. She puts a K in front of Allison, which I think is weird, but awesome people who work here in the city of Vista. So I love going around and talking to staff and letting them know that they're appreciated and that they're valued. And I don't want to be censured. And in the event I've ever offended any of my staff, anybody who watches, please report it, come to me, let me know. I want to take corrective action because I appreciate you, I respect you. I know that I am not your coworker. I am not on the day-to-day basis, I'm an elected official, and I'm not here to tell you how to do your job or to ask you to do anything for me. I will have a city manager who will communicate through the proper channels, and for the last 6 years, that's how I've always done my job, and I will continue to do so. I would hope that any member of this body would have the same feelings towards staff, and knowing my fellow council members who love my city and love my staff, I feel like that is the case. So I wouldn't be supportive of any additional overlays, policing council. We were all elected by the people to do a job, to make inquiries. And in the event any of us get out of line, I do want to encourage staff. You are part of family. We are Vista family. If somebody is making your work environment a not fun place to be or a place you don't want to be or making you uncomfortable, report it. Dolores Gascon is amazing director of HR. She will address it immediately, get it sent up the chain, and we will talk about it. And if it's one of us who are wrong, trust me, they talk about stuff. They'll recuse the one you're talking about and make a decision. So the policies are in place. They've been in place since our city was chartered. And I really feel like we have a council who's doing a good job. And although we don't all see the same when it comes to politically, I think that we all do respect our staff and that we see the work they've done and the progress they've made for us and how good they make us look. And I want them to know that I do appreciate them. And when it comes to inquiries, all of them will be made through the city manager. And as far as I know, as far as work directed, all going to city manager, but inquiries, inquire to us. I got an open door policy. I hope you do. And if I ever make you uncomfortable, please let me know. I'm going to police myself. And I just want to throw it out there. I'm, ready to take constructive criticism and change anything I've ever done wrong. But I think that, again, it's a self-policing thing as an elected official. We should all abide by our moral compass and think, how would we want to be treated? How would we want to be responded to? So I appreciate this policy being in here. I appreciate new city manager coming in. I appreciate all the work my acting city manager has done in the time. And it's been a lot for the past, few months or whatever. And I think going forward, knowing that we have a council that is going to abide by this policy should be really refreshing to our staff and to our city manager to know that we're ready to go, man, and we're not here to disrespect our staff in any way. So that's how I feel about this. I like the way that it is. I like the form of government, and I really feel like as a council, we should be able to abide by it as currently structured. Thank you.
So first, staff, amazing here. Since I've stepped foot in this building, you've all been friendly, energetic, intelligent. If I have questions, they're always answered. And I appreciate the acting city manager for all the work that she does as well. I'm sure that every inquiry I've ever made has gone directly to you the moment I leave, which is fine. Councilmember Green said we have thankless jobs earlier, and I genuinely believe that staff has a more thankless job than we do because you don't get nearly the recognition you deserve for the amount of information you provide to us. So I just want to be on record of saying that. As far as the policy is concerned, I don't actually mind having a larger discussion about it, and it's not because I don't believe the current policy is working, but to have an overlay so we can actually have a policy that we all say, yes, I am going to follow this. I don't know if there needs to be a censure. I'm open to that discussion, but to have a policy that we all, it's like anything we talk about here. I mean, it's voluntary, right? So I don't see an issue having the conversation and saying, yes, we will abide by these certain platforms within how we're going to react or act with our city manager and city staff. So I'm open to that conversation. I mean, in the time I've been here, I've done my best to follow the policies in place, but I want staff to know that I support all of you, and I don't think you should ever have to work in a hostile environment. I don't think you should ever be in fear of your job for reporting anything into our city that you feel is wrong or that there's a miscommunication or someone just overall treats you poorly. That shouldn't happen in any workplace. Certainly don't want to have it happen here. So I'm definitely open to further discussion and look forward to hearing what my other council members have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's great to know that no complaints have been made at this time. I wouldn't be doing my due diligence in this conversation if I didn't also bring in the perspective and remind us that there is a massive power differential between our positions and a city staff member. In fact, it's built into our policies where we are only self-policing. We're not an HR employee. What Councilmember Contreras' line of questioning really resulted for me is that there's no real consequence at the end of the day for what we do. And it is self-policing. Our body gets to decide, hey, what are our council policies? What is our standard? So I think for me, maybe instead of taking an approach that is about developing penalties for our body, we can start to work more in the affirmative and maybe take an affirming stance of, okay, if we all agree that there's a certain standard of behavior and kindness and decorum and quality communication that we want to have with staff, then let's participate in that. I don't want to, I hate to see this conversation go down the route of, well, staff is responsible for reporting it, and staff is responsible for telling the city manager if they've had communication with a council member, because, and I really am not sure if CCing on an email is going to resolve private interactions that may make someone feel uncomfortable. So I think I would rather work in the affirmative. I know that as a body, we've talked about taking more opportunities to meet in closed session, to develop a better cohesion as a group. We have divided issues all the time. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to enhance our training, enhance our professionalism, enhance our knowledge of best practices, and sit together in a closed session, receive more training, receive more sensitivity knowledge of the different elements of the culture here at the city. So I don't necessarily want to work in the penalties of how we're going to police ourselves, how we're going to censure one another, because it really does sound that there are challenges with that at the end of the day. I see you holding up your hands.
So when you say closed session, this would not be an exception to the Brown Act for a closed session. When you're talking about this kind of discussion, I think you're really talking about a workshop, something you would need to be an open meeting. So
yeah, I think that it would be beneficial for the entire community. But if we could maybe move into something that's affirmative, there are so many blind spots that I have, right, about how to be a good representative, but also about how to interact with people who are different from me. And I think that that would take us really far. And it also, if we're doing the right thing, then as a show of good faith, let's participate more in learning and exploring new ideas and trying to understand those best practices. So yeah, I think that we do need to, I would agree with Councilmember O'Donnell, let's continue to look at this, but I would tend to want to move in a direction of affirming what our beliefs are and pursuing that.
I still stand that I think it's really important if we're going to be self-policing that there's a policy for what that looks like. Because right now it's just kind of like you self-police yourself, and it's like, well, what does that mean, right? When do you even start policing, right? So I still believe that that's an important part of the discussion, and I will continue to have that discussion. But I do admire, being in the affirmative. I think there's a lot that we can come up with different council policies just to ensure that our freedom of speech is still intact, but that there are clear boundaries. And I mean, there are 100% instances that have happened that haven't been reported because I know of them, because there has been trust placed in me to have those instances communicated. So this didn't just come out of nowhere. This is coming forward because there are staff members who, for one reason or another, have not felt comfortable. And it could be because they were yelled at. It could be because they were directed in a certain way. It could be a myriad of reasons. But again, this does tie back to the fact that someone even asked, are employees harassed by the mayor and council in an equitable workplace? Which the answer is no. So I think just saying, taking a look at ourselves and understanding that there are things that we may say or do that we don't construe as being hostile doesn't mean that someone else on the receiving end does not take it as being hostile. So I'm not going to disclose any of the information because I don't think it's my place to do so. But certainly there have been instances, and this merited a discussion just so that we can be on the public record and everybody on staff understands that there are boundaries. And I wasn't at all criticizing our staff's professionalism. I'm criticizing our professionalism, this body's professionalism in communicating with staff. So anyways, which is why I'm not against continuing the discussion and trying to really figure out how we can make more clear those boundaries that are set forth by this part of our municipal code. So I look forward to future discussions, future workshops, and I will not let go of this situation and the opportunity that we have as a body to really do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Contreras and Councilwoman Melendez, for clarifying a little bit. I love affirming people. Affirmations, baby. What's up? It's a fantastic love language, and I've been asking ever since I got on council. Team building, okay? We only meet up here when we're contentious with each other and we're fighting about stuff. It would be so awesome, HR, city manager, all you people in the back, schedule some type of team building for us. If it's got to be disclosed to the public, disclose it. I don't care. But I would love to just break bread with these people and actually have a candid conversation where we can discuss things like whatever we want. And it'd be so cool to we all have the same job. There's only 5 people out of 110,000 people in this entire city that have the same job. Yet we're not allowed to talk to other than one of them at a time. And then we get up here and we fight about stuff. So I know other cities do team building, whether it's me kicking these people's butts at K1 racing or slam dunking on them at a basketball or beating them at miniature golf. Mind you, I like to win. But I think that there's some things that we can do that will really break down some barriers and just show us that we are real people. Like, yes, we have things that we disagree about, but I think that we're all equally yoked when it comes to our love for our city and our ability to want to do the right thing for staff and for citizens. And I believe 1,000% when you guys vote for things, you believe that and that's what you're voting for. And I respect the heck out of it because, as you know, I vote for what I believe in. But that shouldn't mean that we can't make progress for the benefit of our employees. And I think that a team building is long overdue for this city council. And I would love to figure something like that out. And I think that is an appropriate place if we're talking about self-policing, that, in a place where all 5 of us can have fun and just talk, So if it's got to be at the Wave and the whole city of Vista can come and we'll, play water polo, I don't care. But there's got to be something, Walter. So I'd really appreciate an opportunity to meet these guys where I'm not on camera and I'm not unable to have a conversation. So even if it's just what are you going to name your son, Dan? You don't got to tell us, it's a surprise, okay? But I want to know that stuff. Your wife's a doctor of education, for goodness sakes. I think the things that we know about each other individually, they're going to build bonds and it's going to be better for our city. So I know that we say we're not here to make friends, and that's fine. I don't need to be your friend, but I do need to be able to work civilly with you, and I need you to trust me. And I need to trust you. And that trust is built through not arguing the only times we meet each other. So for me, I think that this is a good item. I'm looking forward to discussing it more. But I really do think that there should be some type of team building or just unpacking, get us a therapist, man, I don't care. But when we're sitting up here doing the business of the city, I want our citizens, our staff, and our city as a whole to know that we all love Vista. And we might not get along all the time, but at the end of the day, we're equally yoked in doing what's best for Vista. And us getting along and us seeing each other's perspective is what's best for Vista, because we were all elected for a reason. So when it comes to this issue with staff and how we approach them, I'm open to further discussion, but I also want to make sure we're all open into just being real people with each other, because we all have families, we all have lives. Somebody loves each one of us unconditionally and would die for us. And we should know that about each other and really respect each other like that. So that's going to go a long way to our relationships with staff, in my opinion. So please let me know if we can do that. Sorry, I got on a tangent, but when it comes to loving people, loving staff, loving my council, I want that to be a reality. So that's all I got to say. Thank you. I know this doesn't require a vote. Hopefully staff has enough direction.
Okay, that's going to bring us to item D6, an item that I asked to be added to the agenda. And I wanted to discuss, we've had a tremendous amount of inflation in the last few years. In fact, the last 3 calendar years, we've had a combined total of 16.3% inflation. And we have some regular pay increases that are scheduled for our employees that we've negotiated with our different bargaining units. But we did last year approve a 3% across-the-board increase in August. And when we did that, it fell significantly short of keeping our employees up with inflation. And one of the things that we said to our employees was that we would look at this again in the near-term future. And so I just wanted to have a basic conversation this evening ahead of our upcoming financial report, where we take a look at the impact of inflation on our employees' purchasing power. We all know that we struggle with retention in a lot of our departments, because as a city that is not at the top of the income scale as far as our per capita tax revenues, sometimes we're not able to pay as competitively as we would like. So making sure that our employees don't lose purchasing power is very important. So the last 3 years we had 16.3%. We've got a slide that we're going to put up here, if we can bring this one up. So I'll let Dolores give the overview here, but just the top numbers, our firefighters are 3.3% behind the last 3 years' inflation, and the rest of our employees are 6.3%. So they've lost purchasing power even with the across-the-board increase and the regular increases. And so we want to make sure because inflation has also affected our sales tax revenues in an upward direction. It much more slowly impacts our property tax revenue growth. So we probably see very little growth there. But sales tax revenue, particularly, inflation drives up. So we see an increase in revenues and have more funds, and our employees see a decrease in their purchasing power. So I just wanted to start the conversation. I would like to get agreement from council to direct staff to do some more work on the economic forecast ahead. We've talked about the potential for looming downturn in the economy. We want to look at how that's going to affect the decision to potentially do another across-the-board increase. But we really need to do an analysis of our tax revenues and see if they're exceeding our expectation. If they are, then I want to recognize for our employees that we recognize that they've lost purchasing power and that we don't feel like the inflationary increase in our tax revenues is money that we can reallocate. Our first priority should be to keep our employees' purchasing power consistent so that they're not receiving a pay cut because of our failure to act, particularly in the face of our increasing revenues. So with that, we do have one speaker that would like to speak, but does the city manager or HR director have anything else to add, or did I accurately characterize all that?
I think you did. I think the slide is pretty self-explanatory. I do want to point out that in January 2021, when the VFFA received 3% in July and then 1% in January, that was in exchange for them, those employees taking on a percentage of the PERS share.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also want to point out that's in July of this year, there will be a MOU increase as well. Non-VFFA will be receiving 2.5 and VFFA will be receiving 3.5. And that's per the MOUs that will be happening. You also see the VFFA is receiving a 2.5 stipend, and it was negotiated that all non-VFFA were getting a lump sum of the 8%. VFFA negotiated to have it 2.5 over a period of time. So they'll also be receiving another 2.5 this year as well for that one-time stipend.
And I thought it was important to point out that, when we consider the 2.5% stipend, that was monies that came via ARPA to reward and recognize those employees that worked during COVID. And if our accounting incorporates that 2.5%, in terms of looking at are we keeping up with inflation, then we're really taking the money back from our employees. So we really should look at it separate from that because it was monies on top of regular compensation. So I think we want to give full consideration to that. We do have a public speaker, Gabe Marengo. Welcome, Gabe.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gabe Arango. I've been a resident of the city since 2001, and I'm here representing the members of the Vista City Maintenance Association, VCMA. I thank you guys for bringing this item up for discussion and addressing the issues with salary. My experience working with the city, and specifically Public Works, has been great. I think it's one of the best places I've ever worked at. We have new facilities we work out of, great supervisors, we have great ops managers and a great director. We have plenty of training that gets provided to us. And there's a really great work and life balance when we're fully staffed. But we do have one big problem, and it's not new. We've been losing lots of experienced, hardworking employees to other nearby agencies, districts, and municipalities. Now, we all know that we are in a financial crisis. Like you guys had mentioned earlier, housing is unaffordable, prices are high, and wages are low. And these words are very true with members of VCMA. Since 2019, when I started working here, we've lost 28 public works employees. And my division has been just decimated. We've lost 11 of those 28. Now, the majority, unfortunately, left because they were offered competitive pay with other companies or municipalities. And, you know, no one can blame them. They're just trying to look out for their families. I don't want potential employees to be working for the city of Vista as a starting point or a training ground for other agencies to gain valuable training and experience at the cost of the city, than to later be either poached by other places for their experience or lured by higher paying jobs in surrounding cities. Long-term employee retention benefits not only the staff, but the community. Vista residents, they benefit from having experienced employees perform vital services for the community. For me personally, I enjoy teaching, training, and getting to know new employees, but I would feel much more comfortable or much more confidence and satisfaction if I felt that the investment we are making in these new employees included competitive compensation that would result in long-term benefits for our community. So I'm asking the City Council to find a way to offer competitive pay to help reduce the high turnover rate we are suffering from.
Thank you, Mr. Arango. Okay, Councilman Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Gabe, for coming up and speaking. Appreciate the perspective of the VCMA for sure. First thing I wrote down is, what's the economic impact of this? Okay, I'm all for making sure that we pay people what they need to be paid. Obviously, we want to make sure that we can afford it. I think that a really good idea, and I'd been speaking to the VCMA about this for years, and it's always kind of come up to me where we haven't been able to get the definitive information. And we have area salary studies for different departments, different positions. And I know that we have so many different positions, whether it's maintenance worker 1, maintenance worker 2, maintenance worker 3, and are they working at hazardous waste, or are they working in the building here? And do they have to have a special, commercial driver's license? And do they have to be approved with a DOT? And I know there's a lot of different positions, but what I'd really like to find out is, we currently have, I don't know if it's 10 or 12 vacancies, 12 vacancies right now, which means we got a lot of people doing 11, great, which means we got a lot of people doing a lot of extra work, and it's because they can go somewhere else and get paid more money. And I know that we can't compete with a lot of the, districts and things that are paying, 30% more or whatever, but if we could at least be where the other municipalities are, I think that would be very effective. I've had personal friends who've come to work, or even guys I actually went to high school with, who kind of rose through the ranks here, got trained up, and then just left. And it's not because they didn't love Vista and they didn't love the training and they didn't love the people they worked with. It's just they love their wife and they love their kids and they got to be able to feed them. And as you know, with the cost of everything going up in inflation, I really feel like we should be keeping up with inflation. And if there's a way to get us to where we've matched that overwhelming inflation, but also we have a good forecast and economic outlook of what's coming down the pike, because we don't want to have to let go of a percentage of our staff because we pay them too much and we didn't budget for that. As previously, years and years ago, we didn't have ample reserve. But I want to, basically make sure that when we do it, we know the economic impact and we make sure that we do it right and that we do it in collaboration with the actual employees who are leaving. So I'd really like to agree with you, Mayor Franklin, and that I want to retain employees. I want to keep employees. We spend so much money training them and then they do get poached. I even spoke with Kuna about it. I'm like, hey, how can we just tell these other cities to leave us alone? But that's not how it works. They're short-staffed too, and they come here and they're picking off our best. So I fully support this. I definitely want to figure out what the economic impact is, but the sooner the better, and the more data-driven, in my opinion, the better as well. Yes, Amanda?
We are going to be doing a budget workshop on March 7th.
Yes, we are.
And it's going to do a 10-year forecast as well of what our budget is.
Perfect.
So if you're looking at increases, I would request that you maybe put up to a certain amount. So then when we come to you on the 7th, we can put that in the model and we can show you the different economic drivers and how it would impact our budget. Okay, I understand that. I personally support getting to where they are not losing purchasing power. So if it's a matter of, 4.3, 5.4, and 3.3,
I'm fine with that personally. I'd like to hear what my council has to say, but I definitely want to keep up with inflation because our employees shouldn't be hurt like that. So, thank you.
I want to throw a quick idea out there too for discussion and maybe a future conversation, but we should probably think about some kind of a stress test analysis. What will we do with our current number of employees if we find ourselves in a recession? If we do offer a further raise now and then we face a downturn, what would the likely impacts of that be? That might be a healthy exercise for us to go through. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I absolutely would support building up our employees' purchasing power by increasing their wages and becoming more competitive. In preparation for this discussion, I spoke with the various labor organizations within the city and just picked their brains, and I appreciate our speaker. Thank you, Ray. This is obviously part of the solution, but everything we spoke about on the previous item is also an important part of the solution. I mean, culture in an organization doesn't pay the bills, but I really do believe that if we can retain really amazing folks that work for the city, it's going to save us money over the long term. So absolutely, let's be fact-based about it. Let's do our very best to bring people up to a higher level. But I also wanted to speak about the slip that I got underneath my door. I know it was brought up during the last meeting, but I did see it was titled D6 Staffing Update. And this is the item that seems to have been referenced. So if it's okay, I'm just going to read the questions because this is obviously submitted as a form of public comment. It came internally, and I want to make sure that it's resonating with information that's available to the public. I feel for transparency. I just want to read this off. It says, as you prepare to discuss an update about city staffing, consider these questions. How do you understand equity as it pertains to staff? Do competitive wages, holistic benefits, and well-developed organizational charts help retain staff? 2, are employees harassed by the mayor and council in an equitable workplace? We discussed that before. 3, ask yourself if white supremacy and fascism are the real reasons for poor retention of fire personnel. And 4, who drives your council decisions, one bargaining group or the whole city staff? And these are excellent questions, right? They pertain to wages. They're asking questions about holistic benefits. They're talking about culture and decorum and our behavior as a body. We're being called to ask about what motivates us, if we're really making decisions based on the best interests of all the city staff or particular groups or our favorite department. And so I want to just express my support for City of Vista employee increases based on CPI. I'm glad that this is coming back in front of us. As the mayor said, we had discussed it previously. And yeah, I'm really pondering some of these questions, whoever mysterious person slipped this underneath our door. And if you do have any more suggestions, like I said, I reached out to VFFA, to VCMA, VCEA, and our newer group of the chief officers. So you have my ear if you want to call me off the clock, and if you have any concerns within your labor group you want to express. But then I also know that we do have amazing partnerships with HR and the city manager, right, that are going to be able to mediate a lot of these concerns. So my door is open.
Yeah, this is a great discussion to have. I'm glad to see it. especially after the previous item that we discussed. I think it is important to have competitive compensation and the ability to promote, that you're not just at a dead end, that there's something to look forward to. And I think something that we can do to help folks is, a lot of the costs that an ordinary person has in their life, a lot of it is housing. A lot of it is housing. So we can increase someone's wages, right? We can provide them the opportunity to promote so that that's another mechanism whereby they can increase their wages. But if we're not addressing how unaffordable it is to live in this community in Vista, then we aren't going to do what we need to do to retain folks. I think it's important for us in this discussion to say that we will create affordable housing for our staff. I think that's important. I think that we can take a look and partner with Vista Unified School District. I know they're looking at, potentially building workforce housing. We can be part of that. And we are part of that. And so why don't we continue to see what we can do to help reduce the burden of unaffordability when it comes to housing? That could be part of a great compensation package for folks. We've talked about transportation a lot. Transportation is extraordinarily expensive and continues to get expensive. Is there something that we could do to address transportation costs? I think that we can get creative to meet the issues that we have. And it goes beyond competitive compensation. And it also speaks to something that I've asked for, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, and belonging, right? There's a lot of questions about equity. And when I think about, our upper levels of staff, I wonder, is that reflective of our community demographically? Can we do better? For the folks that work in public works, what can we do to ensure that their hard work is actually compensated fairly? That they have the same type of compensation opportunities as someone that doesn't have to be out working, that gets to be in here most of the day. So I think when we bring something like this forward, we have to take a look in the mirror and really be honest about where our shortcomings are and how we're going to get there. So since this item didn't really have like a lot of direction, I'm not exactly sure where the mayor wants to go with it, but I would be in favor of looking how to address some of these really difficult issues of buying power as it pertains to unaffordability, whether in housing or transportation or childcare. Like, that's a huge one. What about childcare, right? What about zero-cost childcare? What about building out our childcare at the city, or partnering with VUSD? Could that be a component? I know we've talked about how in the past the city has had, home ownership kind of programs where there's funds provided for a down payment. Is that something that we can do for our staff? Would that be permissible to have a policy like that? So these are the types of questions that come up when I see kind of like a blanket agenda item about our staff. So those are my thoughts.
Those are good questions, and I just wanted to underline, you asked what my intention was. I wanted to specifically highlight the fact that even with the agreed to and contracted adjustments, and even with the 3% across the board that we did in August of last year, we still have not kept pace with inflation, and therefore, in real dollars, our employees have lost. They've had a pay reduction. And while very probably at the exact same time, our revenues have gone up because of the dollars being inflated. So I just want to make sure that we don't fail to pass that through so that we don't have an increase and they have a decrease. But I think you raised some really good points about VCMA, whether or not our public works team is competitively compensated, what we can afford to do there. I think we can look at all of that in a comprehensive conversation about compensation. But I would like for us to think about moving quickly on a 3% across the board if our analysis from staff indicates that that's appropriate. I just want to keep working, and I want to keep demonstrating to staff our commitment to keep them even with inflation when our contracted amounts fell well short of that, so that they don't think that we've forgotten about them. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Dolores, real quick, just for full-time employees, on average, what does it cost to train an individual that we hire? And I know it's going to be a broad question because every department is different, but at your best guesstimate, what do you think the cost per employee?
Well, excuse me, I believe for Public Works and Fleet, for example, 10 to 20,000.
Per individual?
To make sure that they get the certifications and they have the education and the training that they
And just this last year, we lost 11? Or
No, we lost 11 across the board in Public Works.
Mm-hmm.
We have lost in the past year, I want to say 3 or 4. What Gabe was saying is that since he came on board, we've gone through 9 employees in Fleet.
Yeah, and there's a reason I asked that question. So I work in an industry where there's a high rate of turnover, and the average cost to train an employee in that industry is about $2,500, significantly lower, right? But I am fortunate because I work for a company that I know that I can leave and go make more money, but they have a tremendous culture there, and I really appreciate that and buy into it. I know that I'm fortunate also because I get paid more than the average individual, so I can afford to do that. But when it comes to our employees here at a city, if we can, and first off, I don't want to make it sound like we don't have that culture in place. I think that we have a tremendous staff. I think that we have a tremendous culture here in the city. But if compensation is not enough to stay with the culture, I think that we do strongly need to look at the compensation, especially if we're hemorrhaging money on training just to get these people ready. Because I'll tell you what, the biggest compliment you can give staff right now in our city and our leaders is that if cities are poaching from us because we train them so well, and the only reason they get them is because they're going to pay them a little bit more, I think that we really should strongly consider paying more to keep those individuals here. As far as the 3% across the board, I think that so long as that's in line with being financially responsible, whatever the economic impacts would be, I could get on board with that, but I would like to have a larger discussion with our council just to make sure it's feasible, you know, and I also want to make sure we take care of our employees at the same time. I think having a larger discussion around childcare, workforce housing, all of those things is tremendous, because I think that also goes a great way and a long way towards quality of life in the city that people live in. And we also want people from Vista to work in Vista and stay in Vista. So I think all of those suggestions are fantastic. Yeah, I would just like to know, and if at some point we can get like an average number. So if Public Works is roughly 20,000, and there's different areas, or is that, are you saying that that is the average?
No. I'm saying my understanding is, and that isn't just all at once. It's like over the course of 2 to 4 years.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, we could get that information for the council for the next.
yeah, I mean, and the only reason why I ask is because I know 2 to 4 years is great, and then, you know, we lose them, and that's awful, right? Because you have this huge investment. And I don't need exact numbers or every department, but just a general idea how much it costs for every individual we onboard, just so we can have an idea. Because if we're spending or losing $500,000 every 4 years, we could probably afford to give a raise. So that's all I got.
does staff feel like you have enough direction on this, direction to move forward with an economic analysis of our revenues, our excess revenues? And then it sounds like council would also like to discuss some of the ideas, some specific departments, retention, on top of the discussion of whether or not an across the board is in order. How do we feel about this concept of a stress test, and what do we have a plan in place if we have a downfall, or are we going to be, at the last moment trying to figure out what, as a council, we'd like to see, how we would address that? Councilmember O'Donnell.
Is that something that we would workshop, or is that something we would take care of? I mean, I think that we absolutely should have a plan in place. However we want to look at it, I do feel like we are teetering on the edge of an inevitable downturn in the economy. So having a plan in place, I think, would be wise to have.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to make decisions in a very panicked, short time frame and may not have the time to think through them. Councilmember Green?
Exactly. I was just thinking the same thing, as possibly at that, March 7th budget workshop, we can really dig into the numbers of it and figure out what the best plan of attack is moving forward numbers wise. So excited for that workshop. And any other ideas you can incorporate, like heck, transportation and housing too. Let's get people. Thank you.
Mr. Chung, is any of that closed session appropriate in terms of a contingency plan for?
No.
I'll have to think about that.
No.
Councilmember Melendez.
I'll just express my support as well for planning for the future.
Okay, with that, I think that's going to take us on to oral communications. We have a number of cards for oral communications. Let's find out who stuck with us to the end. We'll start with Joe Hood, followed by Gabriel Jacobs and Michael Jacobs. I know they're all here.
Well, late at night, yet we are one more time going to talk about climate change. I'm concerned that we don't have enough visibility about what the city is doing, we meaning the public, with respect to the Climate Action Plan implementation. I'm concerned that, like what appeared the last 5-year plan, not much progress was made. We can't let that happen again. Therefore, I have 2 requests. Number one, that at each board meeting, or at least one board meeting a month, the council entertain a discussion of one of the items on the Climate Action Plan, that we include staff, publish it ahead of time, and invite the community to talk with you and the staff about whatever that topic is that's chosen for the month. Second, I would like to ask you to entertain creating an environmental commission, like the other commissions in the city, focused on the various topics in the CAP and climate. And I would propose or offer a model from Encinitas. I have a copy of the Encinitas Environmental Commission Charter that I'd like to leave with the city clerk to make a copy for every one of the council members, and that we come forward to some, maybe the next council meeting or a second next, and have a discussion about impaneling an environmental committee. The core topics, at least at Encinitas, are building a healthy and sustainable environment locally and globally, in a city that's committed to effective, efficient integration of sound environmental practices through its operations and through open and collaborative public processes, welcoming meaningful engagement from residents, businesses, and all interested parties. That's from the Encinitas plan. I ask you please to accept the volunteer offer to help with your Climate Action Plan implementation. That's what I'm putting on the table, and to a healthy planet.
Thank you. Gabriel Jacobs, followed by Michael Jacobs, followed by Vanessa Forsyth, if she's here.
All right. Hi. I'm here this evening to voice concerns regarding city behavior that has come to my attention. This is regarding the Camino Largo development on North Santa Fe up from Osborne. So my neighbor shared with me that employees from the city were talking to him about him giving easements to the developer. I find this behavior concerning and feel it further demonstrates a pattern of preferential treatment that the city has shown to this developer. And I feel the city should be remaining impartial and not acting on behalf of the developer. And I wanted that on the record, and now it is, and so I'm done.
Thank you. Michael Jacobs, followed by Vanessa Forsyth.
I agree with my son. My neighbor has complained about Patsy Chow representing Cal West and trying to get him to give Cal West easements. So is Patsy Chow now an employee of Cal West, or is she a part of the city council? Please talk to her about not bothering my neighbor and impressing the need to give Cal West some preferential treatment. I think they've got enough preferential treatment the way it is. Okay, so that's that part. The other part is I agree with your culture comments and concerns here. Both times, or not both times, but the times that I've been here, it's been pretty toxic. Mayor Franklin, you have shown poor behavior toward your fellow representatives here. And I think you do need some guidelines because it's pretty unimpressive and discouraging to the public to see the kind of behavior we've seen from some of you. So please come up with some kind of useful guidelines in how you present yourself to each other and how the public sees you. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Forsyth, followed by John Bodorf, followed by Yesenia Hernandez, followed by Suzanne Hume, followed by Philip D. Smith, Justin D. You're our last public speaker this evening.
Oh my God. I have jury duty tomorrow morning at the Vista Courthouse. Pray for me, y'all. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I wanted to echo what some of the other sentiments are. I think that there needs to be accountability for how people act in the diocese. When you are an elected official, you have a ripple effect in the community on how you behave amongst yourselves, how you behave in public, and how you behave towards city staff and in private. And if you don't hold yourselves to an impossibly high standard, then what are you setting for anyone else that's going to run for your offices or any office higher than yours? It's imperative that, I think the last 10 years or so, we've seen political, ideological rhetoric become hyper partisan and hyper violent. And I don't want to see that happen to Vista. One of the things I like about Vista is that one of my neighbors we disagree on just about everything. He's an extremely far-right libertarian. He really loves assault weapons and really doesn't like pot. But I like that when my cat went missing, he took time out of his day, 4 hours in fact, to help me find my cat, because he understood that even though we disagreed on certain ideas, it was still important to treat neighbors with some sort of respect, or kindness, empathy, if you will. And one day I hope that maybe we'll find a middle ground in our beliefs. Maybe not, but at the very least, I know that no matter how he feels about guns, I don't think he's gonna, murder me in my sleep, which is a nice feeling. But what I'm worried about is that we have so many public figures honestly being screamed at or shouted at or intimidated. And I feel like for someone like me, and for other people who have been subjected to verbal or sometimes even physical abuse, seeing that in a public space is extraordinarily demoralizing, because Your colleagues might go home and do some self-care and relax, but you have to think about any of your city staff who are victims of domestic violence or abuse. You have to think about any of the people in the audience, any of the people on Zoom, or any of the people who want to engage in the civic process. Government officials should be a safe space. You can disagree on things without having to scream and talk over people, or to spread misinformation, or to drag a meeting on for 5 hours. Sometimes I feel like the objective is to distract, obstruct, and misinform. And that's not what government is about. You can run as a conservative or a liberal on really great ideas that are contradictory at times without having to resort to those tactics. You know, have the better idea or have the better plan, but you don't need to shout or talk a really long time using misinformation to sort of drown out things that are really supposed to be talked about, like the mileage tax or the lack thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, and that'll bring us to staff and council comments. We'll start our deputy city clerk, city attorney, city manager.
I just want to say that there's actually a really cool new program. Recreation is offering a new class for kids called Kids in the Kitchen. Classes start on March 10th and will be held on Fridays for 4 weeks. You can visit vistarecreation.com for more information, and maybe we can all get some dinner. That could be our bonding moment or something together. And then each Monday, the city sends out a newsletter containing news for the week. It contains information about city news, recreation programs, our kitchen program, community information, and more. I encourage everyone to sign up for it by visiting cityofvista.com. And lastly, I do want to just congratulate again John Connolly. It's going to be a pleasure working with you.
I would join you in congratulating Mr. Conley, and I also want to say, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for the wonderful job that you've done. You have been a great service to the city, acting as interim city manager, and we very much appreciate you. Thank you. Councilmember O'Donnell.
So, thanking the public for all of the communication we had this evening. We had an overwhelming amount. It was great to see everybody here. So I just want to give just the City of Vista a shout out. Staff, as always, thank you for all the information that you provide and guidance. I want to thank my colleagues. I know that we disagree on a lot of things, and it's sometimes I don't think it shows how much thought we put into things, and I think people think we just argue to argue. But I do appreciate the dialogue even when we disagree on things. So thank you for that. I had a town hall scheduled for March 5th that is going to be pushed to the 19th. I have some family in town that I was not expecting to come into town, and so I will need to postpone that. Also, Norm Halas actually resides in District 4. When I was campaigning, I knocked on his son's door. I believe he lives with his son. I had met Norm at a chamber event. He is one of the nicest people you could ever come across. So although he is not in this room anymore, I do want to thank him for his dedication and service to our community here in Vista for many decades. I also just want to congratulate John Conley on your new position. I'm sure we'll all look forward to working with you. And for everyone that is still up watching or stayed to the end, thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing from the rest of the council.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody who came out tonight. I wanted to just kind of respond to some of Joe's commentary about sharing updates about our climate action plan. I think that that's a great idea. And in fact, this week when I was able to meet with Acting City Manager Amanda Lee and Fred Tracy, our communications guru in the back, we talked about providing more of those types of updates to the public, right? Whether it be during a council meeting in a presentation format, or perhaps just more communications that go out to the public about how we're doing on our climate action plan, how we're doing on our strategic plan to address homelessness, right? Pushing that information out there so that the community has that communication. I think that would be an awesome idea. I also want to say thank you to our city staff for working so hard to provide an amazing space for the Mobile Home Park Town Hall last week. And thank you to all the Mobile Home Park town hall residents or mobile home park residents that attended the town hall. It was really awesome to have everyone there. There was such a sense of value in the room, right? That we all were, valued one another and our perspectives. We got to have really good back and forth. And I just thought it was great. So I definitely want to do more of that. And tomorrow is Read Across America Day. So you can find me at Grapevine Elementary reading some Dr. Seuss to some kiddos. And I really look forward to that. And thank you all for the wonderful discussions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I want to thank the public for all the comments, questions, concerns. If this was your first time coming to a council meeting, do not let the long hours deter you from coming back. I think it's really, really important that we continue to get feedback from the community and that we keep an open line of communication. My door is always open. I love communicating with anybody who wants to communicate with me. It doesn't matter if we agree or we disagree or whatever the case might be. So I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Melendez again for the mobile home park town hall. It was incredible. I've never seen anything so well attended. So it definitely is a model for town halls in the future. And folks had a lot of important questions and concerns. So I look forward to continuing for the city to continue to have those types of engagement opportunities. We have a mobility workshop coming up, but since we changed the workshop time, when is that workshop again?
That's in April. It's April 7th at 6 p.m.
Okay, yeah, because it was a different date before, but everything got shifted.
Oh, it's April 6th. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's March 7th is the other one and April 6th on that one.
So April 6th at, again, 6 o'clock?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. here.
Yes.
Right here. We're going to have a workshop on mobility. Really important. I continue to see a lot of issues, not only in my district, but throughout the city. And a lot of folks came and provided public comment when we were discussing bike lanes and different mobility things. So there's definitely a huge interest from the public to increase safety for pedestrians and cyclists and to have more traffic calming and mitigation, especially in residential areas. So I look forward to that. I think there was some good questions posed by Joe in his public comment regarding CAP updates and even the suggestion of having an environmental commission. I think those are two really worthy ideas for us to have. With the CAP update, when do we have anything slated for an update?
Yeah, it's going to be March 28th. We're doing our update to our CAP implementation plan. So that's going to be all laid out for you. And then you'll also, on March 7th, when we go to the budget, we're also doing goals updates, and you'll be hearing lots about, because one of our goals is, I think it's clean and environmental. Don't quote me on it, but there'll be lots of updates for that as well.
Okay, and do we do annual updates on our CAP? I don't think we do.
We're starting to. We're just starting to do our implementation plan where we're going to go to that, and then it's going to be more of a semi update concerning our CAP. Our CAP administration plan administrator was a position we got during the ARPA, so it's something like still kind of fluid and getting all together.
Yeah, definitely. At least having an annual update on the CAP, I think, is important. People are very interested in our climate action plan. Outside of that, I'm just really thankful for everybody on staff, for our new city manager, John Connolly, and for the continuance of all the hard work that everybody puts into, and hopefully we can meet your hard work with a better workplace environment and better compensation and benefits in a holistic package that entices you to stay here and keep your all your knowledge, helping us in making our decisions and fielding questions from the public. I look forward to continuing that discussion. Other than that, thank you so much. And this could be the longest meeting we've had. So I just need to go for like 2 more minutes, and then should I just sing? Should I bring the spirit of Smitty's here and give you all a song? No, but I'll pass it over to Councilmember Green. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. First of all, thank you, Amanda Lee, for your service as our acting city manager. I know it wasn't always the most fun position. I don't know if that's how we classify it as the most fun position ever, but you rocked it. You did a great job, and to have to juggle all 5 of our personalities and still get work done within the city, great job. So thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate it, and couldn't ask for a better birthday buddy or acting city manager in this transition. With that said, I also want to congratulate our new city manager, Mr. John Conley. I am very much looking forward to working with you. Mr. Conley's worked for the City of Vista for 24 years. He has 5 children. He owns his home in the City of Vista. All of his kids attend Vista schools, and I would like to say that his institutional knowledge is second to none within the City of Vista, and I'm looking forward to him working cohesively with our council and just making some really good things happen for the City of Vista. And I'm also really looking forward to hearing your ideas and your opinions on what we can do to make this place better, Mr. Conley. So super excited. Shout out to Fred Tracy for meeting with me and talking about the communication plan. I'm a video guy, and I'm like, let's put iPhones in all of our employees' hands and all of our council people's hands and have them put videos up, because videos are what hit, man. So maybe not our faces on them, because people don't like to have their faces on videos, but talking behind a camera and walking through all of our awesome places would be great. So I'm looking forward to more engagement, maybe a Snapchat and TikTok account. What's up with the younger generation? So thank you for that. And also, tomorrow is Read Across America Day. I got involved in public policies and politics because I was a PTA dad for 12 years before I came here. And I have the meanest reading of Green Eggs and Ham. So I will be at a Grapevine tomorrow, Beaumont tomorrow, and then Foothill Oak Elementary was smart, and they did theirs the next day. So I got 2 tomorrow, and then if any people from the city want to come read to kids at any of these schools, any of our public works, or any employees, we need readers to come read to kids. I always say readers are leaders and leaders are learners. So let's get to reading to some kids tomorrow. Should be super fun. I also want to shout out the final 3 V-Town residents that are sitting here at 12 o'clock. It is no longer Taco Tuesday. It is now Wonton Wednesday, but I'm going to go ahead and celebrate with a taco on my way home at 12 something. And then lastly, I want to thank Kuna. It was so good to have a good conversation with Kuna about the hardships that they're facing in public works. And I saw your employees here today. It was great to hear one of them come up and speak. So I just, as a leader of that organization and your public works crew, Kuna, thank you. Thank you for communicating with me as a council person, with my council members. And thanks for inspiring your employees to show up and be at a meeting until after 11 o'clock at night on a Tuesday. So good work, sir. And thank you, entire city staff, for making us all look so good in spite of how bad we make ourselves look sometimes. Thank you.
I'm just to give you a thought here in all seriousness. If we're going to have regular meetings till midnight, it is a disservice to members of the public that want to make oral communication remarks. I think we should start having a council meeting every week, particularly any time that the city manager deems that we have 2 public hearings and 6 discussion items. There's going to be some number of items that we just say we're going to have a meeting the next week, because this going until midnight. This is the 3rd time. I mean, let's have a meeting every week. Let's just have a meeting every week, and if we don't need it, we can have standing meetings on the 2nd and 4th, and then we can, we already have the workshop meeting regularly scheduled. Let's go ahead and do the Let's have 4 of them every month. Let's add another one. And we can cancel it if we don't need it. But we shouldn't be having meetings till midnight. It's a disservice to a lot of the community that wants to participate is older. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, I'm struggling at midnight to be fully alert and attentive. So I'm just, you know, I know it's not agendized for conversation, but I just want to throw it out there as a comment. I see the deputy mayor wanted to say something.
Yeah, I would just offer that we also consider maybe moving public comment to the beginning of the meeting, or having, you know, what some bodies do is they have, like, you know, a certain amount of people that can speak at the beginning, and then anybody left over has to speak at the end.
So
That seems like more of a...
City attorney's freaking out because we haven't agendized this, but I'm inclined to generally agree with you on some of that. I see Councilmember Melendez wanted to make a non-Brown Act violating comment.
I have asked the city manager to put on the agenda for March 14th to discuss the time and place of oral communications during our meetings.
Very good. I'm hip with that. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Unrelated, Hanalei Elementary also needs readers from 8 to 11 a.m. On Thursday. So, yeah.
Councilman Green, I'm going to be with you tomorrow at Grapevine. I'll be there at 8 a.m. After my 7:30 a.m. appointment. No problem. I'll get 6 hours tonight. The Vista Sheriff Station is hosting a coffee with the community event on March 2nd from, is it 9 a.m. or, oh wait, our deputies left us. Is it 9 a.m. or is it 11 a.m.? I'm sorry, 8:30 a.m. This is on my calendar for 8:30 a.m. So one of the two times, we'll be starting our coffee with the deputies at Archer's Arrow at 170 Main Street. I'll be there at 8:30. I like coffee at 8:30. The public is invited to chat and visit with the station command staff, meet the deputies and crime prevention specialists. If you haven't been to Archer's Arrow yet, it's a pretty cool place down on Main Street, new, family-owned. The Economic Development Department is going to offer a new service to Vista businesses called Size Up Vista. This new web-based service at cityofvista.com will provide businesses with data analysis. There will be a free webinar on March 24th at 9 a.m. To get more information on these and other new items, visit thecityofvista.com/news. That adjourns our meeting. Thank you all.
Sorry, applause.